Hello, everybody. If you're watching the VOD, welcome on in. If you're hanging out, I appreciate everybody. Chilling, vibing right now. For anyone who doesn't know, I've been streaming the Pokemon World Championships the last 2 days. Just the TCG segments. I'm here a little bit early this time around. Just for when the Pokemon Go series is over, because I believe this is the final best of 5. So it should be ending, barring any extra reviews or things like that. It should be ending here within the next like 30 or so minutes, I feel like. Unless I'm not understanding something about the bracket reset. Because I do know that Pokemon Go is double elimination. So I believe that M. Weedle has at least lost once. So if he loses to Hiromaru, I think the tournament's over. The only thing that I don't know about is if Weedle wins this set of best of 5, do they go into another set of 5? I think is the real question. But either way, pretty excited about this TCG World Championship, and I always like watching the other World Championships. Didn't get to tune into Unite earlier, just simply because I was out and about this morning, running a couple errands over on my side. But yeah, this is Pokemon Go. Yeah, the Pokemon Go competitive scene is actually really high level. It's actually super entertaining to watch, in my opinion, and like hear about the complexities of the game. Because sure, it's like super simple, you know, in the front end of this, where it's like, you know, you're tapping the screen and you're choosing shields or not, but like being able to charge up certain attacks, right, is like the difference between like 1.5 seconds to 2 seconds. You know, when to use certain charge attacks, because you can build up 2 at once to use them back to back. There's speed ties as well with the charges, where if you both click the super attack at the same time, somebody has priority. When to use shields, because you don't get an infinite amount of shields every turn. When to switch, because every time you switch when a Pokemon is not knocked out, there's like a 45-second timer, which can have a lot of influence. And you bring in a Pokemon, just like VGC, you bring in a team of 6, and then you send 3 to the battle out of that team of 6. So it's like, it's really interesting in my opinion. I don't know a lot about it. I'm not going to sit here and say that I know a lot about it, but that looked like it was a huge deal for Weedle right there, from what I could tell. But yo, what's up, Big Wong? How are you? Do you have any commentating over the Auckland regional matches for One Piece? Probably not, to be honest, just simply because it's 16.5, and also it is English language broadcasting, so I probably won't go over it on the channel. If I do any casting over like English Championship specifically, it'll be for OP17 format, just to be able to get the practice in for OP17, because now OP17 is officially legal. And next weekend, right, is the first weekend of major championships happening in OP17, at least in the West. In the East, there's already been a Chinese major championship, which I may go over on the channel if it shows up on Bilibili. But I hope you're all having a good day. Thank you so much for coming in. The TCG should be happening after Pokemon Go concludes, but I had the stream set to 12:45, so I just felt like going live, you know, at the time instead of delaying it. But oh, I don't know if you guys can tell, but like, so before today, yo, what's up, Mittens? How are you today? Mittens, are you at Worlds or shiny hunting at Worlds or anything like that? Just curious. Ooh, 2-2, and it's a best of 5, so next one wins. But I am going over 22 hours now. Between Friday and Saturday, I was casting 22 hours, so I don't know if you can hear it in my voice. But my voice is tired. Oh, you were part of the first match. How did you do? You added a tech card that you think I'd love to see? Tell me what was the tech card? Well, actually, maybe I should watch. I probably wouldn't watch it on stream, but I might go back and watch it, because especially with like Palbasaur being such a great commentator in my opinion. Like I could probably watch it if I have time. To just get like, maybe not necessarily in the essence of like learning the decks and like the gameplay like I would right now in OP17, but more of to hear the commentary and get some tips and tricks from like another top caster, in my opinion. You pulled a second crew card? Dude, you're cracked. Oh, you're at home? Wish I could be there. Never been to San Francisco. I wanted to go too. But Pokemon didn't give me a ticket, which is crazy because they sent me an email saying that I had a ticket, but then when I went to go buy a ticket, I didn't have a ticket. I was like, what the heck? Yo, Quinn, what's good? Hunter, hello. The stream is going to go well, Quinn. I hope it does too. Knock on wood that the internet stays afloat. It did awesome. It was perfect yesterday, despite a rocky start on Friday. So I assume that Sunday will be good. Yo, what's up, Bean? Yeah. Just let me know when you want to call in. Because obviously TCG hasn't started yet. Yo, Provolone, what's good? Red Blue Ace, you added 10 cost Buggy? Can you reliably get 4 characters before 10 cost Buggy on the board? That's kind of surprising. Happy Championship Sunday. Yo, really, Hunter? It's crazy to hear that because of the Metapod, you started playing One Piece. We had you know what's really funny, chat? We had a review. I don't really care. I don't care that much, personally. But sometimes I get a kick out of the reviews where somebody left a 1-star review for the Metapod, which is whatever. You're going to get them, right? I don't care that much. But somebody left a 1-star review and was like, I guess the Metapod is now a One Piece TCG podcast. And I'm like, sure, we talk about it at the beginning, like One Piece sometimes, and like when we go to a regional or whatever, and my content is now revolving around One Piece, but I would say like a good 90 to 95% of the podcast is Pokemon. So I just thought it was funny. And it's funny to hear you say about how you started playing One Piece because of our podcast. You see the Don Krieg list? What Don Krieg list? Oh my gosh, I think that was a big deal. Weedle just won. Oh wait, no, he didn't. No, just kidding. The other guy did.
Oh my goodness, everyone.
Wait, so is that it?
Just happened on stage.
Match review. What just happened?
We all need to take a moment, take a breath, because this
did he like misclick?
Both of these trainers. This came down to the wire, and I think a lot of us recognize that he had 2 charge attacks stored. First one for the Corsola to be able to knock out. Second one for the Ninetales. Ninetales energy went through.
I know, I am happy, Mittens, at least that because of Pokemon's co-streaming policies, even if you're not like a partnered co-streamer, I am super happy that Pokemon's co-streaming policies are wide enough for me to stream these championships.
Sometimes things just don't go your way.
Yeah.
Very helpful because of the cost reduction. Oh, Uta, yeah, Uta probably provides big help. Yeah, that makes sense. Playing Uta.
These trainers have been playing absolutely incredible all weekend long on this stage.
Someone who doesn't play One Piece, it's interesting to hear about. Personally, like, I love hearing about like card games in general, and I think it's interesting to get like a perspective of a lot of different card games, right? I saw Graham Manley the other day. I don't know if anybody saw. Graham Manley had a oh my gosh, it is a match under review. What the heck? How does the match under review come up? Graham Manley. I saw Graham Manley post after Worlds because I think he made day 2, but I don't think he did well in day 2. And he's like how to play One Piece, you know, One Piece. I thought that was really funny.
honestly,
Yeah.
I don't think we've ever been in a situation. Quite
Dropped
like
it in the OP
This-
deck channel.
And especially when there's so much on the line, right? We have Hiromaru coming in, first championship, first
Top 32 at Orlando.
to the
Wait,
finals
what?
here.
Orlando.
Emmy Weedle, our
Oh, yeah, the one that
World
Austin Yost
Senior
won.
World
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Champion, looking for his second title,
That's
already
so
breaking
funny.
so many records, being the only other world champion to be able to make
His
it back
matchups,
to Sunday.
Mihawks and
What
Nels.
storylines we
If you have a
for
really
this
good matchup to
one,
Mihawk,
but
wait,
this
is Don
one
Krieg
can
like
go
relevant in OP17?
one.
Yeah, I mean, just think of the
Dark Show gave a lot of motivation to keep going, and it paid off. Shout out Dark Show. I love Dark Show.
And finishing as the world champion, and that's what's really on the line here. As these two
I feel like
teams
few
have to give
things
everything
are
to this
sad
event,
as a
this event.
consumer of
I'm sure
the
their hearts
So
are
of
absolutely
the of watching this than like this this guy over here on the left side where my mouse is, like he's about to win the world championship and it just goes into match review.
ruled. Game 5. Well,
Yeah, like
everyone,
literally, like if they give him the
for the
win,
first time,
like it showed on
won't
screen,
do it
he
again.
wins the game.
Look at both of these trainers here. I know that they made me look a little bit
Are they gonna
confused.
reset
This
that
they've
game?
been on stage for quite a while. The nerves are so high between these
He,
trainers. You
this
see
guy over here is
Emmy goes
devastated though,
in his hand a little bit.
for some
He
reason.
knows that it's going to be another game.
And I can't imagine.
I wonder
can't
why.
imagine the whirlwind of feelings that
This
both
guy
these
is
teams
tired. He's
feel.
like, please,
They
can we
thought
just
it was
finish?
over. They thought that was the end, but there's one more challenge.
Had to read all the cards.
that
I have a friend who is
you
very
put those
into
feelings
Don
aside, you
Krieg,
return back to baseline,
so
can you
it makes
walk in
sense.
one last time when it matters the most.
Oh, I don't blame Emmy Weedle. There's a lot of emotions.
Yeah, I
going
mean,
on in this
there's a lot of
battle.
emotions. Like coming
This
this
is
far,
something that doesn't
resetting the
feel
best of 5 against this guy, and
It's
coming so close, like being 1 win away.
warranted as a rematch.
Yeah,
That means
he's
that we are going to
literally at the
decisive
finish line.
game number 5 for this.
He is one step away from crossing the finish
Photo
line to
finish it
win.
would have been, but history will show that this next battle is the true
Yo, side
final
quest.
battle of
Thank you so much for
2026
following over on Twitch.
competitive season. A lot of discussion on the table there. We don't have any insight into that. We can't hear what the judges or the trainers.
Yeah,
are
no idea
saying,
what they're
so
talking about though.
We trust them to make the right decision and get this next game on the road.
Yeah, and you know what? I mean, there's a lot of emotions on the field here, but it just means more Pokemon Go games.
I
for
did
us.
realize,
So,
chat.
people in
So
the
for
audience,
the
people
last
on
the last couple days, I've been
while we
curious
wait
as to
for
why
it,
Twitch
more
is
games than was
broken,
expected,
like on
you know,
desktop.
I'm here for it.
I'm here for it. too.
But
Good
I
news.
realized that I
Fair
think it's a
tells,
problem with
and
Opera
this is a hard
GX
moment,
and
especially for our
Twitch.
competitors
For some reason, it's
now
broken
in
on
this
Opera,
group.
but
They
it's
have to
not
pull the
broken
pieces
on
together.
Google Chrome.
One more time.
Because I watched Twitch earlier today, and I was like, and I use Google Chrome over on my home computer, but here at the shop I use Opera.
Round to go here in our best of 5 grand finals reset.
Yeah, Hiromaru
Are they
in his
really?
finals up against Emmy Weedle. Took it down to the line here. Best of 5 matchups.
I mean, the guy that
Game
was,
number 3 to put
you know,
the
very
Emmy Weedle
emotional.
season
He
on
is.
the
Oh,
back
he's
end.
giving the phone.
However, Emmy Weedle
This
coming
guy
back
just gave
here,
the phone
lost
over
game
to the
number 1
judge.
of the grand finals, but won the next 3. They've been neck and neck this entire time, taking it down to almost game 5 every single time.
I said it and I wasn't being hyperbolic. This is absolutely the closest we've had in terms of our skill levels for our grand finals competitors in competitive Pokemon.
I know, like
Go.
this.
It's been 5 years. 5 years of
Are we gonna know what's? Are they gonna?
I can't even see the divide.
And I wonder how the match reviews like happen. Like I said this in the Metapod Discord, but I was like, is it like a challenge flag in football where like the game ends and you could be like,
Become the 2020
I challenge the match for some reason.
Tensions are high.
I don't know.
think
I
a
don't
lot
know
of
anything
things are
about
on the
Pokemon
line
Go.
for both of these trainers. Nerves got to be really, really shaken up at this point, but my goodness, they got to settle it down to see.
And this guy's like shaking too.
Opponent. There's so much shared respect on the stage there between these two young, talented trainers. So much
And this guy is also like they were talking about earlier. This guy on the right side, he's a seniors world champion, like a former seniors world champion. So for him to come up to the Masters World Championships too, game glitch. It could have been a game glitch.
When your energy is already peaked and you're, trying to calm down.
Right? Like there's actually a lot of possibilities, especially like with devices of why it would go because in comparison to something like VGC, the timing is everything in Pokemon Go. So if there's anything wrong with the devices, because I wonder if the players actually use their legit phones, or if they like gain devices to log into. I have no idea for like the world stage. Watching on the live stream, 2 attacks should have happened, but the second didn't trigger. Interesting. So it is kind of like a. I mean, it does show like on the game when you tap the screen, like the puddle ripple. I don't know what to call it. Like appears when you tap.
Trying to focus in, scan the battle codes. Our trainers are going to get started here shortly, everyone. I see more and more fans piling into the arena as well. If you're new here, you are in for an absolute treat because this is about to be.
Because yeah, if it didn't register in that game, they might just reset that 5th game. Did he just say, I hope you win? I wasn't looking at his lips. I don't envy the judges in this spot, though.
Gut-wrenching for both of these trainers at this moment. And you see Emi-Weedle, his head is in his hands. Hiromaru really looking like quite tired and devastated.
Guy's drinking a lot of water.
I'm telling you, I don't know. I've never been in the situation, right? I don't know if many of us have, but you have to find a way to push those emotions to the side and do what you.
Yeah, there's been a few match under reviews in this set because I've watched like most of the set, sometimes with audio, sometimes without audio, just based on what I was doing like before stream happened. I've seen a couple. I'm not 100% sure, Naked, but from what I've been told, there was a second attack, like a supercharge attack. I don't know what it's exactly called in Pokemon Go, but there was an attack that was definitely pushed but did not register. And it should have gone, is what I think they're reviewing right now. And there's a lot that rides on this because it not registering, if that's true, that definitely lost this kid the game, the guy on the right. It lost him the game for sure. And the winner of this game, I think, wins. So I think they're going to show it here. Or they're just showing the whole game in general just to buy some time. So it's about this guy on the right side. So it's this screen right here on the right. No, I don't. Or wait, is this an entire replay? Oh, I didn't even realize. I thought they were just showcasing the game again. Like replaying the game as in like an instant replay. Not like a entire reset. Maybe it is completely reset. Yeah, this is a match 5 rematch. Oh. Oh, no. Wait, yeah, it is, because he's... Yeah, they just showed the main stage, and he is engaged and playing, and he was... Yeah. So this is a reset. Oh, I didn't even catch that. So I guess the judges did register that his thing did not go off when it should have. Okay, so now player on the left side, Hiromaru, he's out of shields. Now player on the right side is out of shields. So now every single supercharge attack is going to go through. Defense drop over on the Hisuian Electrode side. Switch into Licky Licky, immediately going to eat this. Swapped in just in time, too.
Incredible, right? Hiromaru saw the swap coming, did not fall for it, didn't even blink. In comes the mirror matchup that we've seen several times today, but this is the last time you'll see it.
Licky Licky the best.
So let's settle in.
We know that Hiromaru's Licky Licky does win that charge attack priority if it comes down to it. So both of these trainers are not only keeping an eye on the health.
So apparently Hiromaru, the guy on the left side, his charge attack is faster than the player on the right side's Licky Licky. I think they just said. Atrocious take the Pokemon Go Master? No, I would never. I mean, I would if they asked me to, but I don't. I am not confident enough in this point in time to really know a lot. Because like the casters here, phenomenal by the way, great casters. But they're talking about like how some attacks take like 1.5 seconds instead of 2 seconds, and the mindset of the switching, you know, stuff like that. Just barely any health on this Quagsire. Got him. But this is Hisuian Electrode is almost gone. What do you go, like Ninetales, maybe, because it's a fire type? Oh, no, because of the charge attack, maybe. You don't put Ninetales in because you want to eat this charge attack.
There was a blind wild charge there, and an immediate pivot to swap, going in with the surf for this Jellicent that had saved up all of that energy earlier on. This is a shadow damage here. This surf connects with the Ninetales. Yeah,
feel free to call me whenever, Mr. Darth Bean. And he won! He got the reset, and he won! Wow.
Heroes rise and heroes fall, but Hiromaru takes it all!
So well done. So many battles fought in spite of the rematches.
Hello, hello again.
Hello, hello. This is crazy.
I know. He did the reset, and then he won. Or wait.
Yeah.
Wait, no,
Or did
he
won
won.
the first one, and then they replayed.
Oh,
Yeah,
wait.
Hiromaru got it.
I misunderstood entirely. I got distracted when you texted me. Oh, dang. See, this is why I can't announce
Who won the
Pokemon
first
Go.
time?
I didn't even see the
I
winner.
don't think they expect the tech problems every time.
I thought the guy that had the tech problems won.
Oh my goodness, you see Emmy
I-
Riddle's mom there clapping in the crowd.
I was not paying that close attention.
I mean, I was until you texted me, or until you said the message, and then I got distracted.
Emmy Riddle, fantastic trainer, but Hiromaru took it all.
Great
I was
job
following
by
on
this
Twitter.
guy.
Everyone explaining to each other what was happening.
On Twitter?
Yeah.
So give me the rundown.
Trying to.
What was the?
I still.
Oh, you
I
have
still
no
got
idea.
nothing.
You got no idea. Let's see. Gotta just me.
The world champion.
The world
Can you
champion.
share what's going through your mind right now?
What's going through your mind? Thank God. Finally. No, he'd be very respectful, I'm sure.
Oh, for sure.
All right, now the real question is, how much do I know of what he says? I have no idea. There was a lot going on. Yeah,
I got
you're right,
this.
man.
Yeah.
That's a good synopsis.
Talking about himself.
That is amazing.
Oh man. You know, I saw a crazy statistic today going to the TCG now. Thinking about that. I saw a crazy statistic that there are only 2 players ever to make it into the top 8 4 or more times in the Pokemon World Championships. And one of them is Diego Casiraga.
Oh yeah.
That's crazy.
The other one was Sammy Sakum.
Yeah.
Is one of those old players that no one really remembers because he only top 8'd. He didn't win.
Yeah. He's always the bride, not
I know
the
people-
or the bridesmaid,
know-
not the bride.
Yeah. I know people of the air hold him in very, very high esteem.
Yeah.
You are
And he did it in a span of like 5 years though. He did it 4
Yeah.
times in 5 years.
What does
And I wonder maybe if Mateus can do that kind of run, because he's back-to-back years now, right?
Yeah, I think so. Ian Oyvind, I made cut.
Yeah,
too.
Oyvind's back-to-back.
2 in a year. Yeah.
Didn't Mateus like top 8 in like 2016 or something?
I don't know, but Limitless is about to tell me.
Now I'm Googling too.
Atrocious. I drafted him in World's Draft some friends did. He was by far my best player. I think
Yeah.
no one's still in for cut.
I guess maybe not, because Limitless just has him
Yeah, top
in
8 last year.
top
at
8 last year.
Worlds.
Yeah, with Zorark. That's pretty much
that was
it.
Japan top 64.
Maybe I
Lost
just
box
remember
deck.
him from like seniors or something, like a live stream on like one of the seniors championships.
Hmm. Maybe I thought Robin had added all the seniors world stuff to Limitless. He's got him in here for 2022 in Masters.
I have no idea actually. Return to player
Check,
profile. No, I got no clue.
Switch sites.
What was
TCG
it?
Legends.
2018 Pokemon. I just feel like he was in World. I feel like I saw him on the stream the year that Robin. No, Magnus Peterson was in Masters.
Oh, they're doing something.
Oh yeah, they are doing something.
Oh, they're giving him a special outfit.
Oh, maybe. I mean, I do
That's what he
know
said.
that Pokemon Go at Worlds, like, you do get, like, some crazy cool stuff. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I think they've done this before.
Yo, that's sick.
Do you think he'll use the outfit?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, he should. He definitely
Play any game
should.
with outfits, and you've got a one-of-one outfit you could wear.
Yeah, and it's got the cool thing about that one, too, is it's got Pokemon World Championships and then Pokemon XP next to it. Like, both of them are in there.
That's true. Yeah, they have been like co-branding everything.
I think I lost one of the pins of my Butterfree.
No.
Hey, because I tapped the pin and I felt like a poke in my chest. It was like, why do I have a new hole in my chest? But it's the same spot. I noticed earlier that the pin was gone, so it may just be a problem with the way the pin is built. This gal, Lou, she used to do TCG Worlds, didn't she? I'm pretty sure I've seen her on the TCG
thought it was
World
VG.
broadcast.
I thought it was VGC. Lou the Pikachu.
No idea. I haven't been around long enough.
I thought I remembered her on VGC. It was not that long ago. Yeah. Yeah, she's usually. Yeah, she's usually VGC.
Interesting. Who am I thinking of then?
That's like moved off of TCG.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Maybe 2019 was the last year that I feel like I saw. I don't even know where I would find this information. Pokemon broadcast team featured Anna Proser as the overall event host. Was it Korra? I do not know.
I got nothing.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm crazy.
These are your top three here. Of course, we have two trainers from the Japan region in your top
Two
three.
players from Japan in top three. Pretty good.
Pretty good.
That was almost how it was in TC. Look at that, Chargebug's
It's
in
a
there.
fun. Yeah, it's a fun group of Pokemon. I'm just thinking that.
Got Gliscor in there, Politoed, a wide variety of Pokemon. Like obviously, Licky Licky is
Yeah.
very good.
Yeah, I think they're doing the limited meta thing. where
Yeah.
They ban random stuff to make
Somebody said earlier that
more
it was Great Ball League rules, I think. So
Mhm.
it's only CP lower than 1500.
Yeah, it usually is Great Ball. The other two leagues are just have fairly, I think, are much more limited Pokemon that actually reach good numbers or good stats at those CPs.
Those two people
And-
down there, 7 and 8, rocking Fortress.
Yeah, and then for Masters, you're just like, it's whoever can grind enough Stardust to like actually have full maxed out level 50, 100% IV legendaries. Like it's just impossible.
Oh my gosh, Dodonzo over there, 4th place. One of the kings of
Oh, yeah.
VGCs, or at least they used to be.
Of course, there's the prize money as well, the $20,000
Oh, really?
in that first place that will go to Hirmo.
Dang, if only we were good enough to win Worlds and just get $20,000.
He has etched his name in the history books of Pokemon Go.
It's a lot of moolah.
Did you see Alex Shemansky post about how top 32 in TCG Masters doesn't get a bag?
I did
Now?
see that. That sucks.
Only top 16 now.
Yeah, that sucks.
So we had to buy
That
it.
was like the coolest. It was like one of the coolest like annual gifts.
Or are we going now? Are we doing the thing? Oh no, we're doing the award ceremony.
Oh, we have to do the trophies. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Look at that guy. Did you see a clip? I can't remember if it was her. Somebody posted a video of the host like walking up, getting ready to go, and they dropped the F-bomb. Did you see that?
I saw the clip, but I didn't watch it.
I saw it.
So
It was
funny.
funny. Yeah, TCG is pretty high for first. Do you get booster packs in these other games?
Usually, yeah.
I was gonna say I feel like VGC does.
kinda- I feel like they always kind of just don't know what to give people
Yeah,
besides money.
it's like in-game items are like cool, but in
Yeah.
VGC at least you can't. I mean, the
Yeah, the
only thing
in-game
that you can
home
do is
medals
like
are
a
cool.
Pokemon.
Yeah, they started doing the in-game home medals, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, but now,
And right, what's the point of giving someone a Pokemon? Like they just trained all theirs.
yeah,
They don't need.
and also
Pokemon.
they're shutting down Pokemon Bank.
Yeah.
So it's like it's the same concept of like the whole thing about like owning games, not owning games, things like that, where it's
Mhm.
like I am
Well,
someone that wants the disc, but
I am so excited for the VDC discourse
I am too.
because both of the Masters finalists have Mega Floette on their team.
Yeah, I mean Mega Floette. I don't know a lot about. I mean, I know more about VGC than I do in Pokemon Go or Unite, but I know that Mega Floette is insane. I typically watch
Yeah.
all the Wolfie videos.
Do you know how to get Mega Floette?
I do, and I don't think I've done it yet.
I haven't either. I'm still in the last round of extra battles.
Oh,
It
no,
just
no.
takes so long.
I do remember because when Champions came out, I did get Mega Floette
Oh, you did get one.
in,
Yeah.
in Champions. I did. I do remember now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Once per save. You got to do all the extra post game to get it.
Yeah. I remember that. And I remember
I haven't
not
seen it
enjoying
yet.
it.
I was just waiting for people to start complaining, like, "Oh, it's pay to win. You can't get this in Champions. Free
That's
to play.
true.
Rah, rah, rah."
Yeah.
I hope they just give one out today. That's like the funniest possible outcome.
I mean, they
It's
should.
like in celebration of these champions, we're giving everybody Mega Floette.
I think they
go
genuinely
crazy.
should.
Yeah.
Like, because typically what they have done is for something they give like the champion Pokemon, right? Don't they in
Yeah.
VGC do that? Yeah, so they could just make it Mega Floette and easy.
I think that'd be sick. Yeah.
Yeah. That's what they should
It's been
do.
it's been exclusive long enough.
And I
Just
think as we take a look
let's
back
give one out.
across our
Yeah.
top 12 Pokemon from day number 2.
Okay, I'm ready for the TCG. I'm ready to see juniors and seniors.
Are the ones that are interesting to me.
They're always so much fun to watch.
I'm ready to see a juniors player win with like Mega Darkrai.
And he did
Well,
so
see the poor. I love watching the poor table judges try to keep their boards straight. Cause like every senior's the same. Like those cards go everywhere.
Well,
They all know
it's-
what's going on, but
the
Nobody else
funny
does.
thing is it's actually it's the same in like juniors and seniors with like Asian One Piece championships. I can't tell you how many comments I get on videos of people being pissed off that like players are not completely separating every character on the board or whatever, and they're like kind of stacking them in a sense, not like right on top of each other, but like the corners are touching or whatever.
It annoys me on my own board because I can't like swing with 5 guys and have them all on the front. Like there's not enough room on the playmat.
Yeah, like most playmats you just
impossible.
can't. Yeah. And especially if you're playing on a built table where you can bring your own playmat, like you have a restricted area.
Yeah.
But people just get so tilted by it, and I'm like, you guys are the worst. Like
They're trying
it's
the best they can.
you guys are the worst viewers in my opinion, because it's not that big of a deal.
No.
Everybody understands the board state on that is there. Now I get like aesthetically, because I do say that, and I think you'll have a lot of people that will like that do casting that will say the same thing, is that the TCG is one of the hardest things to cast because it is not inherently easy to watch.
Yeah.
Like it's not
Yeah,
it's not like
there's a base.
basketball
I feel
or
like at
football.
every game,
but
yeah, I feel like every game, even basketball and football, there's like a base level of knowledge that makes it more fun to watch.
yeah.
Like I can watch, football as a kid. Watch, big dudes run into each other.
Yeah,
You
and
you
just
start
like
learning
a touchdown.
more about formations and like, oh, they're running into each other. But like, oh, look, there's a gap there that they like intentionally blocked open, so then the running back goes right through it. Like,
Yeah.
and
It's like, oh, that guy made it into the big square over on the other end of the field, and then they got 6 points. That must be good. Or like basketball, he put the ball in the hoop, therefore he did it. But like TCG is so hard to watch, like as someone that is at the base level of casual. So like casting it, that's why I think like Trainer Chip is so good. Like I've tried to model my casting off of like Trainer Chip in a sense of like explaining it at the bare minimum, but also try to provide like sets of insight to veterans.
Yeah, it's a very fine line, but yeah, Chip and Kyle or Puka are crazy at it.
Yeah,
like they're
a lot of
the
the
best.
veteran casters in the Pokemon trading card game are very good about that like baseline.
All these guesses, I can
All
get
these
some right.
predictions, and I never Giratina. Wait, so
All those
Giratina was
ghosties.
legal?
I think if you can get one under 1500 somehow,
I guess.
there's some. I don't know what the raw championship points are.
I have no idea. I mean, I don't think I have Pokemon Go on my phone anymore.
I play every once in a while. It was fun a couple weeks ago for GoFest.
I had
wander around.
phases of playing Pokemon Go, but then I moved to Vegas and it's super hot all the time in Vegas.
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
we've been like 120 degrees for a while, so I don't go
go-
outside.
Yeah. I go travel somewhere and like usually pick up some postcards, but I'll forget to play much because I'm
It's only fun when you're
enjoying the
traveling.
scenery. Yeah,
The end of the 2026 season, I think, was
it's great. Just
Maybe
sit,
you
sit
live
in
in
an
like
airport.
a big area where you can like play a lot more often.
I live in the downtown area, so I can see about 20 very carefully curated gyms from my apartment, which is pretty great. Actually, I live on one actually.
Easy.
Easy.
Don't leak what it
forget
is
it.
though.
No.
You're not that silly.
No, I know better.
I did somebody when I was casting a championship, somebody did mention like, oh, he lives down the street from me on X Avenue, and I was like, I don't think you want to say that. Like I like saying that I live in Las Vegas, but
I mean, streets are big. Got a lot
Yeah.
of different buildings on them.
I guess, but
I can see
Even-
even 15 gyms from my apartment.
15?
Mhm.
Can you can see 15 gyms, you can't play in 15 gyms.
I can remote raid into them.
Well,
For
yeah,
the one
like
up.
remote
Yeah.
raid, but it not like
Yeah, no, not on top of them. I'm on top of one. It's pretty great.
rewards have 15 versions, so they were smaller. Oh, for Giratina, trade and hope for a lower level.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah, you had to do it with Cresselia too. That was a big one for a
Ah.
while.
Interesting.
Oh yeah, they're 1900 with the minimum bar of like 10 10 10. So yeah, you get it under when you trade it. It's a whole deal.
Yeah, like team
Pogo
building
sets.
in
Pogo
Pokemon
sets
is
are very
so
odd.
abstract.
Teaming Pogo is even stranger. It's all luck. It's kind of unfortunate.
I mean, I think like, well, Champions made it a lot easier. So
Oh, for
it's
VG,
less
yeah.
built on luck. Uh-oh. It's time.
Pogo's all luck. It's time.
Is this where they do the thing? Is
Doing
this the
something.
reveal?
Nah.
This is so cool. Like, I wish I could
so
be here.
cool. Yeah. It sounded like they were able to get everybody with a pass into the building.
Oh, nice.
Or telling people if they came late, they could still get in, which was not true last year.
Yeah.
Grumble,
Last
grumble,
year, people forgot that if you leave a venue, you can't get back in, which is totally
told
normal.
everyone. Yeah. It was full before TCG started, and like no one could get in later for VGC, even if people left. It was bad.
Adapt, innovate, and outplay the competition. And now, 3 more names.
I swear, if we
will
just
join
watch
the
2
ranks
Dragon Ball
of
mirror
those
matches, I'm gonna be a little upset.
I don't know what they're playing.
No, I have no idea what the juniors and seniors are playing.
Excited to find out.
Card game finalists.
Let's see. TCG posted their
I
names.
never know what to
Oh
expect.
yeah, Luke. I recognize that kid. I think he was an IC finalist.
I'm gonna turn this up a slight.
Yeah.
I might get copyright claimed though. I keep getting copyright claimed
Hopefully
on the from the broadcast,
Aww.
which is like fine. I don't really care. Like, if I'm gonna be honest, the numbers are awful on these streams, but that's not the point for me. Obviously, I
is
gotta make
practice.
money, but
Mateus.
there's not much money here. But
Cali H Chow. I heard that game was fun to watch.
it was
I missed it.
awesome.
Yeah.
Mateus forcing the sudden death was
Dude, yeah.
insane. That best of 3 was so good. This best of 3 was not as good. I think Brent just like dominated the game.
Yeah.
Slotbox and juniors or seniors finals. Yo, what up, Sean? Good deck, linear to plot. Oh, I love that they keep showing Diego with his kid.
Yeah.
Shout out
so
the
cute.
dads in Pokemon.
Shout out
bet-
the dads.
Yeah, shout out dads. I want to see a Mega Darkrai in the juniors finals. Come on.
The Chase Center. Are
I'll
you
see you.
ready to meet
The juniors
your
and seniors always
TCG
bring something crazy.
Junior finalists?
I'm so ready.
Just hopefully they don't get too much
First up,
coaching from
you saw
people
him
to
rocking the pillar at NAIC,
to just bring
and now
Polt.
he's come to make his mark on the world
I have seen one
championship
complaint of the
stage.
venue,
Give
and
it
it's
up
that
for
they took out the
Luke
beer sales.
Gibbons.
Oh, did you just hear what she said? Oh, he's playing Dragapult. But you might recognize this name because he was big in the junior scene for VGC.
Oh.
He's trying to Sejun Park it.
Hell yeah.
Next
Trying to
up,
just win
At-
every year,
you've
all of them.
seen him as
Mr.
the
at
victor
Pokemon
of the
TCG
Japan
himself.
Championship Series.
The
And
guy.
now, looking to take off against a new rival. Everybody give a warm welcome to Araki Yuta.
Araki Yuta. What is Araki Yuta playing? Kyogre! Lost Box.
Kyogre.
He's playing Lost Box.
Judge.
Ah, he's playing Dragapult.
Judge.
Gonna watch a Dragapult mirror.
Oh, it is Dragon. Oh,
All
they're
right,
behind
Luke.
them. Okay.
It wasn't that long
I was wondering how
ago
you
that
where
we
you saw
saw
that.
you
Like, oh, there's
competing
big
in
cards
the
behind them.
NIC,
They just they've
getting
just been
that
showing it
victory.
behind him.
How have things changed for you as a competitor from then until now?
Not much.
Did they both show Dusknoir? Oh no.
Found a new deck.
No, one's did
been played
Dunsparce.
it a lot.
Hmm.
I just found a new deck and played it a lot. You know what? That's so fair.
And a new deck, something to look forward to. All right, Yuta. You've been playing for about 4 years now.
4
You're
years.
coming
This
to
kid's
us
like
after
6.
winning the JCS. How
Pretty
have you
minimum.
been
Oh.
preparing to make your debut on a stage like this?
Luke may have won a tournament earlier this year. Bean was saying that
as I
they
recognize
recognize his
him.
name. Yeah.
世界大会に来てどのような準備をしましたか
PTCGL のオンライン大会に出たり
He's talking about playing
知り合
Pokemon
った
Live.
仲間
No,
と
you're not allowed to say
は
that.
Yeah, you can't say that. Wait,
You can't say
no,
that.
buddy.
He did win NAIC. Okay, I thought so.
He didn't. Did you see that translate though? He's like, I play a lot with
That's what it
friends
takes
and
to make it
I play a
practice.
lot with my friends in practice.
This kid
But it is
explicitly
time
stated
for you
Pokemon
to make
TCG
your way
Live,
to
and the
your
translator was like,
conversations
"Oh God,
to
we
get our
can't say that."
TCG finals started.
That's so funny,
That's awesome.
dude. Shout out
It,
that kid getting that VPN.
At Sides last year, I played some Japanese juniors, a brother and two brothers. I think both like top 4 of the JCS, and I got whooped.
Yeah.
That was my favorite part of Worlds last year.
I mean, the in the when you get to like this high of a level in any division, like it's so crazy. It's so crazy the level of these kids.
I'll leave out the part. The only deck I brought was Raging Bolt, and I bricked, but you know, I still got whooped.
Raging Bolt. Although Raging Bolt did have some success this weekend,
I did,
right?
yeah.
Nathan top 8, Raging Bolt.
Nathan and Callie.
Callie White had a pretty
Callie
good
White.
run with
Yeah,
Raging
I was
Bolt.
going through all the slop lists to see if I liked any of them.
Yeah.
They're all very interesting. Yurko was on it too. The
Oh,
Tutu
Yurko
Owls.
was on it?
Mhm.
I didn't realize that.
I didn't either.
Shout out Ethan and Emily.
Oh, is the sound muted?
Oh yeah, I muted it.
Oh, okay. The Hegster.
If
Yeah,
it's
the
one thing that is for
Ethan
certain, you just
commentating
never
the
know when
Hexter
you're going to
series
sit across from
in the
Mhm.
Chase
the
Center.
Pokemon trading card game. Over the past season, we've seen plenty
I'm so
of
glad he got
decks
picked up.
take
Like,
home the gold,
I know.
and especially
Like
across
deserved.
full time
He's been
basically picked
working on
up.
it.
different decks
Yeah.
really kind of
It's
rise
just
to the
crazy
top.
because like
Let's
I've been in the
have a
game
chance
long
to
enough
see
that I
two
remember
of our
when he
competitors
first
who are
started,
champions
like
in their
in
own right,
in
who is going to come out on top
more
of
of like the casting space,
It is a battle
and
of
he has
North America
built up
against
so
Japan.
well.
Two national champions made their way through the opposite sides of the bracket. As you
What's in
see,
here?
a
I don't
lot
know
of
any of these other
Dragapult in
names,
this mirror, excuse me, in
to
this
be
bracket.
honest. But I'm not very
Moving to the
tuned into
semifinals,
juniors and
sit down,
seniors.
Michael, in that mirror
No,
match.
usually it's
Utah
all
doing the same
tabletop
against
kids,
Bosun
but I
Chang,
don't recognize any of
maybe
them.
now in the finals.
It's so interesting to see which variants
Seattle
of
take over
Dragon Ball
the
really
younger
come to
divisions.
the top of the meta at a time,
Oh yeah, I
because there
do
are so
remember there
many
was
micro
they did one or
decisions
two
and
like
micro
promo
things that you
videos
can
where it
really do.
was
I mean,
Yeah,
technically, they all
it's like
kind of count
Seattle
each
The
other
people
Onos
shouting out
and-
Tabletop
Yeah.
Village.
way here.
Yeah.
So I'm excited to see Luke return to the stage here, but of course, Utah as well, a very well-known junior in Japan.
Both have put a lot
There's a
of
couple
time
Japanese
into
players
this
in
deck.
here. There was
A
4
little bit
Japanese players
before
within the
the
top 8.
match today,
Pretty good.
essentially playing
Pretty
Dragon
good.
Ball for the end of the season. Those repetitions are going to
Recognize
come in extremely
Think so.
important for this mirror match. You can
I've
see
been
who is
well. I don't know if
predicting
this
on
is
each
exactly.
side, and
Oh,
it
they've
looks
got
like
predictions from the
USA,
casters on
one of
who's
those
gonna win.
representatives. Remember, you
Interesting.
are one of Luke's
That is
supporters.
interesting.
Well,
I don't think they've
Puka
done.
and
I don't
Chip
remember
split.
this.
because I looked back on
No, that's
Luke's
new.
tournament, and I did see that Utah
I
had
think it
actually
makes sense
taken
because I
a
think
loss
Holt
to
Hammers
Dragon
is the
Ball
best in the mirror,
Dunsparce
but
a little
Holt
bit earlier
the
in
Dunsparce.
the
It depends on the
round. So
line
they
of the
went off
Dunsparce.
of
Like,
that
are we talking about
knowledge,
Andrew
but I
Hedrick's
think
line
for you, Ethan,
of a
you're gonna go
1-1,
based
or are
off
we
the
talking more like
matchup,
a 3-3
and Dunsparce is
kind
going
of
to have a
deal,
lot to say
like a
about
heavier
Dunsparce.
line?
It's so hard to pick one of these trainers. I wish I could
Yeah.
put that logo
I don't know.
right in the middle.
I don't
Say
know, but
either
Poltnor,
champion
man.
is fine, and that is definitely
Poltnor
the case.
good.
That
He's also got
Dunsparce
Greninja as the
ability,
plush.
100%
I think it's
something
objectively
to
like
keep
better
in
into the
mind
field.
in this
Yeah.
But
matchup.
yeah, Hammers might be just better in the mirror.
Get down to the table.
Hammer's definitely
We're going
better
to
within the
receive that
mirror.
Dragapult mirror match. A lot of key factors go.
All right, now I'm gonna mute them. Ooh, look at these accomplishments between these two players: NAIC champion, LAIC
Helps.
champion, regional for Luke. So yeah, you've heard his name because he's won 2 ICs in this
That'll be
year
why.
alone.
Yeah.
And then over on
And-
Utah Araki's side, the JCS champion, Champions League champion in this year, got top 32 at Worlds in Yokohama. Or I'm sorry, no. Top 32 in the Japan Championship Series in Yokohama, and then Champions League top 4 in Sapporo.
Yeah, that's very impressive.
Yeah, I mean, we've got 2 high-level players going on in this World Championship Juniors Finals. Going to be an exciting one, especially with these two. See how they pilot the pseudo mirror, not necessarily an exact mirror, but is going to be a little bit of the same, especially when we talk about Phantom Dive in Masters. Dragapult took about 43% of the meta and then was about 30% in phase 2, several of them inside Top Cut. So definitely, you know, I would expect to see Dragapult be very popular throughout the entirety of all the age brackets.
Yeah, I'd be interested for him to show us the numbers on that, but
I wonder if that's something that you can find on RK9 though.
yeah, you can generate it after.
Yeah.
Once all the deck lists get released.
Because you can see like the pairings and everything for every single division and stuff like that. So it would make sense, you know, finding those statistics, and I'm sure somebody will post it. Especially when they talk about how Dragapult should be banned.
I'm having a great time pointing out all the cards that are from Twilight Masquerade that are in these winning lists.
Yeah.
It's more than you realize.
Who needs the new sets when you can just play Dragapult? You can buy a deck for $20 and then play it for the next 3 years.
Madness. Yeah. Feels like it should have been rotated out last year, but
it really does. But unfortunately, Gardevoir took a lot of time. So we gotta give one more year to the Dragon Go. And it's not like it and it's not like Regidrago when Regidrago was really good, because that was at the very end of its tenure.
Right, yeah.
It was absolute trash before rotation.
Yeah, just needed some of the other stuff to get out of the way.
Look at these waterfall shuffles. These kids know how to shuffle.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Riffle and bridge, riffle and bridge. Somebody's gonna do it.
Not just riffles so far. Bridging's just me at my desk with a.
Wait a minute, is he pile shuffling?
Probably.
Luke is
like
pile shuffling. That's banned. Can't do that. Oh my god, they're both doing it.
They did it on stream yesterday, and I was surprised that they let it go.
It's if I understand the rules, it is banned to pile shuffle and then play, but it is not banned to pile shuffle and then mass shuffle after that.
Right.
Before
It is not a form of randomization.
Yeah.
But they're just zooming in on the table.
Yeah, they're zooming in on the heresy that is pile shuffling. Yo, where's Pram? Where's Pedro?
You're right. Where's Pram?
Are they not allowed to be on the world stage? Pram, is he
sure
still tied?
They'll be up later.
Is Pram still tied for most regional wins?
I think so. Azul hasn't won another one.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think Azul is still tied with him.
It's 7?
I think there's 7 or 8. Andrew's at 5, I think.
I think so.
Henry's at 4? Maybe? Could also be 5. I don't know. That season of Gardevoir was crazy.
Yeah. It's just...
And then you have
always
Tord
on the
winning
final stage.
Then you have Tord. What I have appreciated, though, speaking of, like, Tord, is I've seen a lot of people within the last, like, 12 to 17 hours talk about how Diego should be considered in the best of all time conversation.
Yeah. Yeah, no,
I think he doesn't go to as many of events as some of the other people that we talk about with greatest of all time.
Yeah, or he'll just go to the LATAM events, which don't get as much coverage.
Mm-hmm.
So people don't know how well he's doing.
Pile shuffling between games in a best of 3, yeah.
Oh, he's gonna shuffle his opponent's deck? Yeah, they are.
Know, yeah.
Like these little gamers.
Not just a simple cut. We are going to shuffle, but you are allowed, if your opponent shuffles your deck, you are allowed to cut your own deck at that point, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, as we're seeing him do right there. Said, I'm going to cut my deck because you shuffled my deck in the cut. Uh-oh. I think we had one too many cuts. Maybe? No? We got the Dark Energy in hand, starting out from Luke. Both, or at least Yuta having a basic Pokemon to start. Oh yeah. We gotta get the prize cam going. And here we go. Ooh, look at this lighting. This lighting is emphatic,
Yeah,
but two Dracloaks over on the side of Luke is not gonna be nice, I think, because Recon Directive has been the name of the game all weekend.
I think those are big, but the Meowth up in the top is just as big, I think.
Yeah, I mean, how many times have we seen a Dragapult player turn 1 going second, go ahead, last-ditch catch for Lily's Determination this weekend?
All the time.
So not
Dragapult's opening hands are not great.
I know. How many, especially when Henry and Chow was on stream, how many times did they go top deck of Lily's Determination and wear off? I think Yuta going first in this one has a Pokepad at least. He's going to be able to start out, look to see what his prizes are, and find some basic Pokemon.
Yep. So a couple of energies in hand too. Like we were commentating top 4 last night. Getting these energy attachments every turn seem very important, especially when his opponent probably has a couple of Crushing Hammers.
Yeah, especially because Crushing Hammers in Dragapult, it just feels like any sort of Dragapult deck can have deck slots for it. But we see rare candies in Yuta's build, so I saw a peek of that, especially with Dusknoir. You know, this makes sense. But this may give Yuta an edge to be able to get a Dreepy into a Dragapult online right away in one of these 3 games.
A very aggressive build. Probably not, maybe not quite as much Badooing back and forth as the Masters.
I mean, we haven't seen Yuta at least. Maybe has more Pokemon Search within the hand, but just attaching that Psychic onto the benched Dreepy. Maybe think about playing something else. Maybe considering the fact of playing some other searching effects, but passes off the turn to Luke.
Yep. Luke starts here with the Buddy Poffin.
Also
probably going for his own Dreepy, maybe Badoo.
I could see like Dreepy, Badoo, since we do have a Dunsparce in hand, so you're able to get somewhat of a little bit wider of a board, especially if you have a supporter that can help you find more cards like Lilies or something like that.
Yeah, he prized his Dunsparce, so... Oh, I see a Dunsparce EX in there.
Yeah, and we do have multiple lines of Dunsparce as well within this list. Also running the Moltres. What was that A-Spec there?
That was a Hero's Cape A-Spec.
Yeah, so Luke piloting Hero's Cape Dragapult, it looks like. Very interesting. Maybe works well with the Dunsparce EX.
I think it's mostly in there for Excadrill EX.
Yeah.
I anticipate you might have seen a lot of that in the seniors division, or juniors.
Is going to grab a Dreepy and Badoo, putting it down on the field. Especially going second, you can attack on the first turn, so having the energy to retreat and even a Pokepad to search for a Dracloak preemptively in case Yuta goes with an item lock himself. It's going to be a pretty good first turn for Luke.
Yep, we talked about explosive rare candies, but you can't play those when you're item locked.
This does kind of key in, though, of preemptively finding Dracloak that Luke has no supporter, did not play a supporter on that turn, just went with the Itchy Pollen onto the Dreepy. So that actually might be a big deal for Yuta. Looks like he's going to be playing a Dawn for the supporter for a turn, going to be finding a Stage 1, Stage 2, and a Basic, is eyeing up that last-ditch Catch Meowth, maybe trying to find another supporter for the next turn.
Yeah, I think he's anticipating another turn of item lock, and that hand does not have another supporter in it. I saw a couple of Risky Ruins to go with those energies.
Yeah, not necessarily the greatest of hands, but that's why Meowth has been so important in these Dragapult decks, right? To try to find that consistency and find a card, as production is showing on screen, like Lily's Determination, one of the best support draw cards that we have in the game.
That's right. I'm interested to see if Yuta's trying to get some Duskulls down early.
I mean,
Although he can't play his...
Yeah, can't play the item cards like Buddy Buddy Poffin, so not going to be able to get some down now, especially because with Dusknor, you are able, with the Curse Blast, to force your opponent not to be able to draw 8 off of their own Lily's Determination, especially in the mirror, but getting the risky Ruins down is going to put 2 damage counters on any Pokemon that enters the field from now on.
All right, we've got 1 recon.
So the big thing for Luke right now is no item lock over on... Oh, look at this overlay that they've got on production. They're showing every benched Pokemon, every active Pokemon as well with its HP. The production is crazy.
That's got to be quite a sight in the arena. See those big Badoo art facing off with the little Dreepy.
Championships, World Championships over at the Chase Center out in San Francisco. Definitely a highlight of the weekend, I think, for a lot of people, if you ask. But getting a Lily's Determination off is going to be able to get a fresh set of 8. Has used the benched Recon Directive and being able to have items. He's 1 Pokepad away, as we see in the hand, from getting another Dracloak.
And found that Dark Energy for his Monkey Dory. Flinging those damage counters right back are a big game changer in these in the mirror.
One of the other tech cards that we're seeing as we're using the Runaway Draw in Luke's hand is a Xerosix Machinations. So that's going to be a card maybe that could affect Yuta a little bit, but first we're going to go into Buddy Buddy Poffin since we can have items. He also has another Dunsparce in the hand. So with Buddy Buddy Poffin, going to fill out his bench of 5 Pokemon in total, but playing out the Dunsparce from the deck minimizes the amount of cards that Luke has in the deck instead of playing it out on the field to round it out. So it just makes it a little bit easier to find your pieces later off of Recon Directive.
Yeah, and this early board's looking pretty scary.
So he's going to go ahead Adrenabrain with that Monkey Dory since we got the Dark Energy to put 2 damage counters on Yuta's benched Dracloak. Going to be getting another Dracloak just to continue to Recon Directive, especially since we can use items like Pokepad. This is looking pretty good right now for Luke, getting another Itchy Pollen off. 2 more damage counters over on Yuta's Dreepy in the active.
Yep, but Yuta went first, so he has the first chance to evolve up into a Dragapult EX if he so chooses.
He's got to find it quick, especially with the with not having items like Ultra Ball to be able to go ahead and find it. Does have that Meowth with Last Ditch Catch. I've said it so many times this weekend. Is going to go ahead, be able to find a supporter like Lily's Determination, or maybe even something like a Dawn, but it's thinking about Boss's Orders. Interesting. Does Yuta have Dragapult in hand?
I thought he did.
So if he does, right, could go ahead, Evolve, Retreat, be the first one to go chase stuff like these Dracloaks, especially because, you know, Yuta, we talked about, has Rare Candy in his list, piloting that Dusknor line, but there's a chance with Luke revealing already the Dunsparce line, even though I think it's open deckless between the 2 players at this point. They probably know exactly what each other is playing. Yuta may know that Luke has no Rare Candies, so if he can just kind of spawn trap lock the Dracloaks, he can prevent Dragapults from coming online and really turn the tide in his favor.
There he goes, taking out the Dracloak, leaving that Monkey Dory. So Luke has a few counters to play with, but he does not have a Dragapult this turn.
Not going to be able to find one, at least I believe, as Yuta goes down to 4 prizes. Getting the Recon Directive online and using it right away. Now is finding the Dunsparce over with that Pokepad. Now is going to use that Runaway Draw to draw even more cards. Already has not used Adrenabrain in this turn, I believe. I think just forgot to restand the Monkey Dory.
No, has not used it yet, I believe.
I don't know where the damage would have been, but Does find Rose's Encouragement in that draw of 3, as well as Buddy Buddy Poffin and Night Stretcher. I think he's just going to have to try to get as many Dreepies down on the field as possible, but only grabbing one off the Buddy Buddy Poffin. He's going to have to Night Stretcher for the other Dreepies.
You know what I was expecting to see in this list and haven't is hammers.
Yeah,
I'm thinking Xerosic may be his only disruption.
Yeah, Xerosic's machinations going ahead and saying that your opponent trashes cards until they have 3 left in hand puts Yuta in a spot of what resources do I get rid of? I don't know how many cards Yuta had in hand. I don't think it was too many. Like, because Luke has been able to draw so many extra cards, right? He's done Runaway Draw a handful of times, has had multiple different Recon Directive Pokemon to draw an extra card. So this may only be like 2 or 3 cards over on Yuta's side that he has to pitch, but those 2 or 3 cards might be pretty important. Oh, has about 7 cards in hand, I think.
Yeah, I was going to have to pare this down. With all the item lock, he hasn't been able to play a lot of his items, but a lot of them aren't too crucial at this point in the game.
Especially because the item lock can't last forever, right? Luke can't item lock for the entire game. So even though it is a ploy, as you're saying, of like, you know, you could maybe pitch some of these items because you're not able to use them anyway for a good while. I mean, Yuta's probably going to be, if he doesn't have a boss's orders, he's going to be swinging into this Budu. I don't know if we would see another Dragapult. I feel like we need to go in. Ooh, is thinking about using Mind Bend.
Yeah.
So going ahead, providing as much disruption as possible, getting that confusion onto Yuta's Dragapult. Is going to put 10 damage counters over on Dragapult. I believe it's 10, so he should be at 220 HP left in this game. Starting out with the Pokepad over on Yuta's side because he's not item locked anymore. He's going to find a Dracloak of his own to continue in Recon Directive. Really probably wants a Monkey Dory situation to be able to play out, but I wonder if he's even playing Monkey Dory, if he's fit in Dusknor in this list. I know people like Henry Chow, right, was not playing Monkey Dory.
Oh, interesting. I thought they made room for one, but that makes sense with so much devoted to the Dusknor line.
I heard, I can't remember who it was, one of the casters said that they felt it was heresy that Henry Chow was not playing Monkey Dory in his Dragapult deck as someone that used Monkey Dory so much with Gardevoir. Is going to go ahead, put the rare candy away because of the Lily's Determination. May go ahead and try to use it on this turn after maybe grabbing a Psychic Energy off of a Night Stretcher. And we see the Psychic Energy moved onto the top to try to get an attachment.
It seems like a great play to me. Refresh that hand after the big Xerosics.
Is going to go ahead and attach, though, onto the active Dragapult to get 3 energy on it. And maybe thinking about retreating into something that he can sacrifice, right? After this Lily's Determination, maybe try to find something along the lines of like a Duskull that you can just throw in the active, or maybe a random Dreepy or something like that. Or a Monkey Dory.
Maybe a Badoo, best case.
Oh, yeah. Badoo just go into item locking?
Yeah. I think he really doesn't want to flip for it, because if he hits Tails, his Dragapult will be in range of the 200 off the Phantom Dive.
Yeah,
from Lucas next turn.
Sitting at 220. If you flip Tails on a Confusion coin flip, you deal 30 damage to yourself, putting Dragapult over in 190, as you're saying. It's perfect for a Phantom Dive, especially with something as easy as Boss's Orders, you know, if they want to chase it later. Rose's Encouragement would work on Luke if he's got 2 energies in the discard pile, but not sure. I don't think he has any energies in the discard pile as of right now. So Rose's Encouragement not going to do stuff unless you Ultra Ball. So yeah, maybe item locking is the best thing to do right now.
Yeah, he'll get 1 from discarding the Monkey Dory if it stays up. I just need to attach the fire from hand.
Would have to attach the fire from hand and then manually retreat and then use Rose's Encouragement to go ahead and attach the energies. Yuta going in with a buddy Poffin. We'll see what he decides to put down on the field, right? As you're talking about, maybe Badu is kind of the best play in this scenario, but, no Duskulls yet in this matchup. Maybe that's something that Yuta just doesn't want to do, right? Put down Duskulls, especially since I believe they're 50 HP.
They are 60, but that's enough for Phantom Dive to just take one extra prize every turn.
Especially because they also take risky ruins damage, right? To put them down to 40 kind of makes the math a little bit easier, whereas Dreepy, being a 70 HP Pokemon, moves it to 50, even though still susceptible to a Phantom Dive. A little bit different. And a Duskull is actually coming down on the field.
So, yeah.
Yeah, no Badu play happening. Wonder if Duskull going to be the sacrificial lamb for this play coming in here for Yuta.
They're definitely a big threat when they get established on the board here.
Is instead going to go with a Dreepy. Dreepy just going to be sitting in the active spot, just passing off the turn. We see the Pheasantipity in hand for Yuta. Obviously, doesn't want to use it as of yet, but Luke going in with a manual attachment onto the Dracloak. So more than likely, unless there is a Crispin, not going to be able to get a Dragapult online. We'll see if he does it. But grabs a Dracloak off of the Night Stretcher to get a couple Recon Directives online.
And just Lily's here while he's still at 6 prizes. Get a fresh 8 to find his Dragapult. But that means he won't be attacking with Dragapult this turn.
But this also means
take another cheeky prize with the Monkey Dory. Yeah.
Yeah, Yuta... I mean, Luke is going to be able to take a prize with the Monkey Dory to try to just get this knockout and keep this Monkey Dory in the active that maybe is just a good fishing point for Yuta. So, gotta hope that Yuta doesn't have boss to go chase this Dracloak that you have, though.
I'm not sure what the best attacker is here. So you could go into this Monkey Dory. You could go back into Item Lock.
You have a Dragapult in hand and another one off of this Recon Directive. So we may see... Oh, we are going to retreat and we are going to Ichi Pollen.
Yep, just try to keep slowing the game down. Move some counters back over to Yuta's side.
Going to put the extra 20 on the Dragapult to put it at exactly 200, as you were talking about. This also puts Yuta in a situation to where he needs to commit another energy in order to retreat with this Dreepy and be able to hit into the active, passing on the Ultra Ball for Lily's Determination here on the Recon.
Could also find a rare candy in this situation.
Wouldn't be able to use it, though.
Oh, that's true.
So it all depends on if he's playing Dusclops. Dusclops could do some damage, though, if you could manually evolve into it in order to use that Curse Blast, but...
So 5, 6, 11. You can't take out both Dracloaks, but you could... The Curse Blast would help you take out one of them.
It's an interesting situation that Luke has put himself in because, right, he can more than likely get a Dragapult online in this next turn, but if Yuta were to chase this Dracloak somehow, that would get the fire energy in the discard for Rose's Encouragement to be able to go on this other Dracloak. So as your card has been flipped up.
True.
So this Dusclops actually being added into the hand because it is the 6th card. So
okay, good.
Yeah, that's the easiest way to be able to fix that. Although I think if it was just the top of the deck, they would have just put it on the top of the deck. Both players just kind of seeing it, or maybe shuffle it back in. I don't know.
Yeah.
Either way is going to be going ahead with the Recon Directive to draw another card. And here's the Curse Blast. Or, I'm sorry, here's the Dusclops coming onto the field with Curse Blast. And so you could, especially if you do have an energy to be able to retreat this Dreepy, you would be able to grab 2 prizes off of this. But no, just passes off the turn.
Very interesting. I understand not wanting to be aggressive with the heavily damaged Dragapult.
I think it's hard, though, to be able, like, especially with Runaway Draw, drawing extra cards, right? Luke has a full book in his hand as of right now.
huge hand for sure.
But also doesn't get into something like special red card range or unfair stamp, right? I think maybe that could be a note sitting at 4 prizes. If you try to chase prizes as of right now, you would be in a situation to where your hand could get reset. Then something like a gust up Dracloaks and then just KO them or something like that, or manipulate the situation to be able to KO multiple Dracloaks, and you would lose all your draw power.
That's very true. So I'd expect at least one of these Draclooks to get evolved this turn.
Ooh, passes up. Oh, no, decides to keep boss's orders. So especially if we can get a Psychic Energy over on our Dracloak and evolve it. I don't think we have a Psychic Energy as of right now, but going with Crispin for the turn is going to find it at least.
That it will. And presumably set up another energy on the Dracloak. Or do we have a second Monkey Dory maybe?
I think we do have a second Monkey Dory in hand, actually. I think I see it there over on the left side. So being able to grab that is going to be able to manipulate a lot of damage, especially because Risky Runes will put on 2 damage counters onto the Monkey Dory. You can knock out a couple Pokemon on this turn.
You can do some serious damage, yeah. No boss on the Dragapult like you would have liked, I'm sure. But you can load up this Dusclops.
Getting the Hero's Cape onto the Dracloak and evolving is going to be a 420 HP Dragapult EX, at least in base, has 1 damage counter on it, so is going to be 410. But is going to go ahead, take the knockout, more than likely take out the Dusclops, right? Especially because he doesn't want any extra prizes going over to Yuta's way, and then stack the rest, it looks like, onto Dragapult EX.
Yeah, 410 survives 2 hits from the opponent Dragapult.
Also
and
on
with
the
no Curse Blast, no Monkey Dories to fix that damage. That's tough.
Yeah, especially with placing as well 2 damage counter or 1 damage counter each on both of the I think it was both of the Dracloaks. Yeah, I see 3 on both of them. Is going to put Yuta in a situation now to where every Phantom Dive, as you're saying, it's going to take multiple hits to be able to knock this guy out now in the active. Each Phantom Dive that Luke is going to get off with this Dragapult is going to take out a Dreepy if it doesn't evolve.
Yeah, I'm excited to see where this goes.
So Luke especially, right, with no damage counters on board, really, except for the one on the Dragapult in the active because of the double Monkey Dory. Monkey Dory is putting his Adrenabrain work in this match right now.
Yeah, for sure. One interesting part about this board is the Risky Ruins and the Dunsparces. So if Yuta knocks out that Badoo, he makes space for another Dunsparce to come down and generate a couple extra damage counters. But I don't know if he even needs them at this point.
No, I don't think he really does either. I think he's pretty set for a lot of this game, especially as Pheasantipity comes down, right? Not taking Risky Ruin damage because of being a dark Pokemon, right? Only dark Pokemon not getting damage counters with Risky Ruins. But Luke's also in a situation to where if he goes in, evolves Dunsparce into a Dunsparce to do the runaway draw, he could then just play another Pokemon down in that spot to be able to get those damage counters from Risky Ruins to manipulate over to a place like Pheasantipity. I mean, we know he's got the boss's orders in hand from one of the previous recon directives in the last turn, so I think he's sitting in a pretty good spot.
That would generate 4 damage counters. So you could come up with a 4 prize turn, I think, next turn.
So Yuta,
12. No, it'd be too short.
Yuta going in and grabbing Monkey Dory off of the Ultra Ball, pitching special red cards since both players sitting at 4 prizes as of right now. If Yuta can get the Monkey Dory online, maybe with like a Crispin this turn or something of the sort, that's going to be nice for him to be able to bounce some of these damage counters back.
Yeah, let's see. But if he does leave 200 on the active Pult, that's 6 counters that can come back off of it instead of even having to generate them, which would be the 4 prize turn.
Yeah, I think you're just in a tough spot. Could we see another password around the world?
Maybe.
So what is it?
Wondering what the judge is saying here.
Not sure either. But wonder what Yuta has in terms of ace spec in his hand. I feel like the obvious answer is unfair stamp. I couldn't get a good look at the katakana to see what it was.
Looks kind of like an unfair stamp to me.
Yeah. I wonder if it has something to do with the deck, because I feel like the judge has intervened a lot with Yuta and his either deck placement or position or something of the sort throughout the tournament. And it may just be something as simple as communication, in a sense.
Yeah, just making sure Luke has all the opportunities to cut.
So ends up going with a recon directive, finding a psychic energy. Does have Dragapult in hand, so could evolve one of these Dracloaks into Dragapult to help keep them alive a little bit longer.
Mm-hmm. May just need to do that.
Now in the second recon directive, has Night Stretcher and Ultra Ball, I believe, as the 2 item cards. Finally seeing some items now that we're allowed to use them, but especially if you can get Monkey Dory online. There's the situation as well. Monkey Dory is so good when your opponent still has Badoo out onto the field, right? With Adrenabrain moving 3 damage counters exactly. Badoo is, as long as it's on the field, it's a free prize in Monkey Dory matchups.
Yeah, usually that guy stays. Usually it's one of the last prize cards you want to take just to keep their board locked.
Especially holding the cards. But going to be shutting off the Dunsparce. No runaway draws as of right now with the Team Rocket's Watchtower on the field. And Yuta is going to be going in with trying to lock out Luke out of drawing cards instead of hitting into the Dragapult that has the Hero's Cape attached to it. Just going to be going in, trying to hit the Recon Directive Dracloak and maybe spread some damage counters out in other play. Maybe this is the time to like knock out Badoo or something like that.
Yeah, it's like you just saw that big swing turn possible and knew the right play is to not put more than 2 damage counters on any one Pokemon.
So did you notice what that Pokemon was on the left side of Yuta's hand there? Now finding Monkey
looks
Dory.
like Monkey Dory. Yeah.
Monkey Dory coming off of the Pokepad. We'll see he comes down onto the field. I think it was Dusknoir maybe that I saw. Because, we did have 1 Dusclops online, but not working out too much. And so we're going to Ultra Ball away Rose's Encouragement and Dusknoir to find us another Dragapult. We might just triple Dragapult here.
Yeah, Luke can't take extra prizes if they're all 200 HP Pokemon.
So is going to be going ahead. We'll see. That would negate his draw a bit, Ryan, removing all the recon directives, but now is going to take the knockout and put all 6 damage counters onto the Badoo, even though it's a 30 HP Pokemon. To, like you're saying, now Luke can't really move a ton of damage counters on the turn unless he benches some Pokemon. Or even then, no Risky Ruins isn't even on the field. So right now, he can only move 1 damage counter.
Yep, he has 1 counter, and he is Watchtowered, which I wonder if that was the judge reminding him. Maybe not.
Maybe just thinning out the Dunsparce from the deck. No, you cannot draw. Or no, played Risky Ruins, had Risky Ruins in hand. So is going to be able to run away draw.
That's huge. Finds the Lilies off of that. I think I guess the Lilies is pretty good.
Lily's going to be a very nice play. And looks like Yuta just scoops. As you were able to draw the extra cards, you're going to go ahead and get the knockout with Dragapult EX. I don't think I'm going to have enough turns to be able to go ahead and take care of this Hero's Cape Dragapult. And Yuta may be wishing he had Tool Scrapper in his list.
Oh, for sure. Or wishing those Duskulls could have gone down a few turns earlier, I think.
Yeah, and I think that was the big thing is like Luke was able to find his support Pokemon very easily within that game, and Yuta was not, right? And the non-Dragapult line was really showcased in Luke's deck way easier than it was in Yuta's. So I think maybe if Utah could change up that game or maybe try to adjust in game 2, it'd be to try to get those guys online a little bit easier or a little bit faster. I hope to get them out a little bit more. And for Luke, you just got to hope that you do the same thing.
Yep. I've got some additional commentary from the field here. Henry Brand is live tweeting it.
Oh,
he said the real swing turn was that confusion flip.
Yeah.
You know, you really just had to take it. You're already in such a bad spot, but if you could hit heads there, you can do some damage.
I mean, it's
Luke's board and stay in the game.
It's 50-50 when you talk about a coin flip, so you're going to be lucky half the time. And you know what? If you're feeling lucky, you might as well go for it. It's the World Championships.
Yeah, it's finals. You got to get lucky at some point.
But moving on to game 2 in this best of 3. Luke, if he wins one more game after this, is going to be crowned the World Championship. Utah is going to have to win 2 straight games in order to stay alive. Utah going to be deciding the turn order as well. I'm not sure who, I can't remember from the bracket. I should have looked at this of who was the higher seed and who chose the turn order within the first game, because if you do not know, this is the first World Championships, I believe, where Top Cut, the higher seed, determines the turn order in the first game of the best of 3.
That sounds right to me. So Yuta went first last game. I anticipate he'll be going second in this one.
Especially a lot of these Draggable players, you know, with such an emphasis on Lily's determination, being the first person to Itchy Pollen Badu. Typically, I feel like a lot of times we see evolution decks want to go first, right? To be the first people to play their evolutions out, to get those big guys much, much faster. But this hand, at least for Luke, is going to have a Buddy Buddy Poffin on it, so he's going to be able to find some basic Pokemon. Utah's got some items as well. And a Pokemon. No, yeah, you got to put your prizes over in the prize card area.
Yep. All that muscle memory kicking in.
Especially, like, I know that if you're, like, left or right-handed, sometimes the field, you know, having to put your prizes in a specific spot, if you're on a certain side of the table, if it's the opposite of what you usually do, is super hard to remember.
Oh, yeah.
So it looks
Don't
like...
fault him.
Looks like Utah opted for Luke to go first, and so Luke going to be starting out with a Budu and a Buddy Buddy Poffin coming down onto the field to get 2 Dreepies. Prize 2 Crispins and Rose's Encouragement in the prizes, as well as 2 Dreepies. So
and 2 Dreepies, yeah.
He's thankful that he's got the 2 Dreepies, but with 2 Crispins and a Roses as well in the prizes, it's good. It might be hard for him to get a bunch of energies out in a single turn.
Yeah, he's going to really want his energies to stick. And Utah will be trying everything to stop that, presumably with some curse blasting.
Thankfully for Luke, I don't think Utah playing hammers in his list. That would probably provide a little bit of a problem. But
I don't think there's any hammers here.
No hammers in the finals. Unlike Masters, which we'll get to here soon. But PokePad coming in is going to be looking over on Utah's side for a Pokemon, just doing some prize checking. Prizes unfair stamp, and it's going to be at the very end of the prizes as well, I believe, for Utah, so that might not be something that we see for a while in the game. And that might be Utah's only kind of disruption in a sense that he's got in the deck, unless he's playing some sort of judge or things of the sort. Just gets an attachment onto the active with the fire energy and a Lily's Determination shuffling. Luke's got to be pretty happy that in that starting hand didn't have any more finding of Pokemon.
I always hate to see that pink card not in your deck. I think this one's especially going to sting.
Especially because Disruption can be so good in the Pokemon trading card game at the right time as well. Is going to go ahead, draw a fresh new set of 8 card, looking for something like a Buddy Buddy Poffin or something of the sort to help try to build up this board a little bit, and we have one in the hand, 2 of them, in fact.
Yeah, like I said, you need these Duskulls to come down early game. Although he doesn't seem to be reaching for them, just as Dreepies.
Not as of yet. He might have a Duskull in hand. I saw a purple Pokemon in the hand. I feel like over,
like
or maybe
Dust
not.
Noir. Yeah, I think it's a Dust Noir. But here's the second Poffin, and there's a Skull. There's 2 of them.
So Yuta going to be filling out the bench entirely. You're not going to be able to have a last-ditch catch on a Meowth until one of these Pokemon leave the field, but he is going to be set up and more than likely retreating this Dreepy for an Itchy Pollen to item lock Luke.
Yep, looks like the optimal turn 1 Dragapult board to me.
Especially going second. The only thing that you wish is that you started with Itchy Pollen like Luke, but going to be dealing 10 damage and item locking. Luke has a lot of Dracloaks. I think has 2 Dracloaks in the starting hand, so just before he does anything else, he's going to be able to double Recon Directive on this turn. Is going to go ahead, look for a fresh set of new cards. Maybe looking for a supporter of sorts like Lily's Determination or something, because I think he doesn't have a lot of movement in the hand. Yeah, just going to Itchy Pollen on Yuta.
Oh.
I think Luke was kind of in this point of the game last game too, where he just didn't have any supporters in the hand.
Yeah, that's rough when Yuta was actually able to get his Badoo out. I don't think he used it at all last game.
No, I don't think he did too much item locking, at least in the beginning of the game, over compared to Luke. Yuta getting another Lily's Determination after attaching a Fire Energy for turn onto the Dreepy. He's going to be able to try to find some Dracloaks because in comparison to Luke's side, he didn't have Dracloaks in the starting hand, and he can't use items on this turn to try to find them.
Yep, he needs a lot of stage 1s, and he just had to raw draw them here. I see at least 1 cloak.
Yeah, I saw 1 Dracloak in the hand, and I think has 1, maybe 2 over on that left side of the hand. But it looks like just Itchy Pollen only had 1. Is going to move another damage counter onto Luke's Badoo with 10 HP left, that guy. And Luke is just going to be drawing cards, especially as he doesn't have a Dark Energy in hand. So even if he does grab Monkey Dory, wouldn't be able to get that Adrenabrain off. But the second Recon Directive, still no supporters.
Yeah, and this is an interesting game of chicken. You'll see he did not choose to evolve up into the Dragapult and attack because breaking the item lock at this point just does not do enough, especially when Yuta has rare candies.
And I think a lot of times what you'll see in these mirror matches as well is the first player that gets hit into their Dragapult, right, with maybe by another Dragapult is often the loser of the game, I feel like. I feel like that is such an important part of the Dragapult mirror, just having that patience. So good on Luke, not evolving as of yet. Did attach an energy because, as we've talked about, you want to attach an energy more than likely every single turn. But does give him the opportunity that if Yuta goes ahead and tries to chase a Dracloak, whether that's Curse Blast, right, as we see the Dusclops in the hand.
Beautiful hand.
Yeah, has so many Recon Directives. Goes a boss's orders, can't use it this turn, but that'll be something to play within the next turn for sure.
Yeah, he found a whole bunch of evolutions this turn.
Also found the Dragapult EX, which I believe he does not have in hand currently.
Yep, but also needs that Psychic Energy. Looks like he went with the Dragapult, I think.
Is going to go ahead, evolve one of the Duskulls into a Dusknoir. Now, Itchy Pollen for the knockout. Again, just like we saw it, and I think he grabbed the Dragapult instead of the Psychic Energy because I feel like you would have attached the Psychic Energy, right? Maybe going in that same play with Luke of not evolving as of yet into Dragapult, but here's where Luke could be the aggressor, being able to flip the script and after some Recon Directives, grabbing boss's orders, might try to go ahead with the chase now at this point.
Yeah, he's got boss and a Dragapult.
And the Hero's Cape.
And the Hero's Cape.
So he's going to go ahead.
Chasing down the Ghosties as a big threat to his caped Dragapult.
Yeah, and he's going to go ahead with the double knockout of Dusclops and Duskull, right? Because we talked about with Duskull having 60 HP is perfect for the Phantom Dive. And now Luke kind of struggling in the beginning of this game, kind of feels like the aggressor now with all these cards coming together of Boss's Orders, Hero's Cape, Dragapult EX. That hasn't even Dunsparced yet.
Nope, just hasn't seen it, hasn't needed it. Yuta, of course, is reset stamp is, or unfair stamp is prize, so he won't have the absolute disruption that he's looking for, which would have been great into Luke's one Drakloak board.
Absolutely. So, especially because it's going to be really hard to take knockouts over on the board right now with a 400 plus HP Pokemon in the active and 2 Pokemon that can't just fall over to a Phantom Dive. 6 damage counters. Is going to go ahead with a Dawn for the supporter for turn. Is going to go ahead, find a Stage 2, Stage 1, and a basic, and is going to opt for Dragapult, Dusclops, and Pheasantipity. Probably no Drakloaks in the deck as of right now, because I think we prized one, if my memory is correct. So just clearing out the deck, trying to get that Dusclops out of there for -1 card.
Yep, it's a great turn to play some Ultra Balls and thin out the deck.
Especially because you're
Although
finally
he's
not item locked.
finally not item locked. You get 3 more cards with the Pheasantipity. And prepare your turn.
Wonder if
See
you
what he
try to
goes
get
with.
Monkey Dory down on the field.
It seemed like a great turn for that.
Especially because Monkey Dory might be able to get into a situation. I think it'd be hard to play unless you use Crispin as your supporter for turn, but especially with a 400 plus HP Pokemon right there where it's going to take multiple Phantom Dives to knock out. Maybe a Mind Bed to be able to force Luke to make a decision of whether or not he wants to do a coin flip is maybe something that you should consider.
Yeah, just adding some amount of disruption or chance into this game. It seems important at this juncture, but just one big Phantom Dive. Keeping the Pheasantipity in hand and discarding the 4th GP.
Not going ahead and putting the damage counters on the Pheasantipity, just going all in on the Drakloak, just trying to make it as close as possible to force Luke to evolve him into a Dragapult on this turn. But with the double Pokepad that Luke is thinking about playing, we'll see what he decides to grab off of this. Thinking about just thinning with another Drakloak.
Yeah, I would expect some Monkey Dory action here. Try to move these damage counters back over the other side.
Especially off your big guy, right? Because I think the worst thing that could happen to you as Luke is if Yuta played out a Monkey Dory of his own and Adrenabrain some damage counters from your Phantom Dive onto the active Dragapult to put it at 200 or less HP to then be knocked out with just 2 hits. Because I think the whole lure with Hero's Cape Dragapult is in the mirror match. You try to aim for them to 3-hit on Dragapult instead of 2.
Definitely, this Hero Cape goes a long way to supporting that. It is unfortunate he's benching all these Pokemon not under Risky Ruins, but I wonder if that's intentional, since he's got it in his hand.
Well, I think especially because you, one, don't want to activate Yuta's ability with Monkey Dory if you don't have to, but I think your focus is just getting the damage off of your active right now because of like what I was saying earlier. So maybe just trying to use this Lily's Determination, find a Dark Energy. I don't think we've attached for turn at this point as Luke. So ideally, off of this 6 cards, since you have 4 prizes left, you're trying to find a Dark Energy. No other draw support, I think. Or actually, can you flip the script? Yeah.
I think
you can't.
Did already.
No, you can't flip the script in this turn because it was Dragapult, Dusk, or Dragapult, Dragloak, and Fez.
Yeah. No Dark Energy found off the Lily's Determination.
So now, I guess, what is the best possible thing to do right now? You put the Risky Ruins back into the deck. You've got the Dunsparce, just trying to thin out as much as possible to maybe try to find Dark Energy in this next turn.
Yeah, definitely anticipating the reset stamps, just thinning out the deck of cards that don't play.
Yuta not going to be able to unfair stamp, but yeah, I think this is a tough point right now if you're Luke.
Yeah, he's right. This Cape Dragapult will go down if Yuta can find a Monkey Dory Dark.
So is going to go ahead with the Phantom Dive, and just like Yuta did, all 6 damage counters over on the Dracloak. Again, trying to force the evolution and get rid of Recon Directive. So is going to go ahead, draw for turn. We do have Monkey Dory Dark Energy in the hand as Yuta, so this could be a very real play that we're doing. We can't necessarily get our Dragapult EX out of Phantom Dive range on the knockout since our A-Spec is not a Hero's Cape, but it could at least give us a situation. I guess you would. I guess you would move the damage counters if you evolve Dracloak, right? If anything.
Yeah.
Because I think at this point, since you can't get your active Dragapult out of range on a Phantom Dive like KO, because there's no way that you can heal 80 damage that we know of, unless he's playing something else like a Pokemon Center later or something of the sort. Jumbo Ice Cream. I don't even think that would work though. Yeah. But you know, to the point, maybe you want then Luke to then swing into Yuta's Dragapult. So is going to pitch a Dark Energy. We'll see what he decides to find. Looks like Dragapult, and we may see this Recon Directive Dracloak evolve.
Yeah, Yuta knows he can't get red carded. Oh, he can get red carded on the next turn. But he knows there's no reset stamp coming from Luke.
Well, especially if you don't go for the knockout on the active Dragapult and take 2 prizes, kind of go in this patient route. Yeah, as you're saying, maybe we are trying to avoid special red card.
Yeah, should just be going for the big 5 prize turn for game. But I think you just go for a knockout on this active Dragapult.
We haven't seen a supporter yet for the turn for Yuta, so something like Boss's Orders may be live to be able to utilize for the supporter for turn, but is going to go ahead, bench Monkey Dory and Dark Energy. Boss's Orders, man, I just called it right out of the hat, is going to bring up the benched Dragapult, and I think you're right, just going to go in for a huge prize turn here in the future and avoid special red card.
Yeah, any kind of disruption or allowing Luke to draw those extra cards off as Serendipity. If he could have comboed this with a Watchtower, this would have been a really, really crazy turn.
Yeah, Watchtower would have been very nice, considering we know that Luke has the Dunsparce in the hand to free up a bench spot, maybe for a second Monkey Dory, but is going to go ahead, put the Dragapult. The Dragapult in the active has how many damage counters? Has
260.
260 damage counters for 30 HP left. Perfect for an Adrenabrain. And then the benched Dragapult, I think some of the numbers are wrong on the graphic. 170?
I think it's right. He put 50 on it.
Yeah, because
just to guarantee that he can't Monkey Dory heal it out of Phantom Dive range.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot about the Hero's Cape. I was like, wait, 170 doesn't feel right when you've already taken a Phantom Dive, but when your Pokemon's 400 HP, yeah, that is the truth. So is thinking about using the Runaway Draw over on the Dunsparce to draw a handful of extra cards here. Still can't use Flip the Script Serendipity, but is going to go ahead, get that extra draw off of the Lily's Determination as of right now.
Zerosic, I'm sure he would have loved to play that instead. I'm not exactly sure what he is digging for. Besides that, did he find the Dark Energy yet? No, he's not.
I don't think he's found it.
He still hasn't found it.
Maybe a little confusion real quick on how many cards Luke had in hand.
Yep, just making sure he didn't draw too many.
There is a Night Stretcher, though, so I don't believe we have a Dark Energy in the discard pile, do we? I don't think I've seen a Dark Energy yet this game.
Haven't seen one at all.
This could be a problem for Luke not being able to move these damage counters and letting Yuta play the game. He's going to go ahead and manually retreat into the Hero's Cape Dragapult. Maybe go ahead, Night Stretcher, get that energy back and attach it onto the Dracloak. So is going to do exactly that, as I said. Double Buddy Poffin maybe finds one Pokemon, but more than likely just, as you're talking about, thinking of Unfair Stamp, as Luke knows that is Yuta's A-Spec of choice. Expecting it every time, especially because he's going to be taking a knockout on this Dragapult EX with the Phantom Dive, just trying to thin out all the cards that he does not need to be able to win this game.
Yep, we'll see if Yuta can come up with the big 5 prize turn here. I see he's got 4 set up.
If he gets a second monkey, well, no.
He doesn't have a second one. He needs 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Does he have it? See, active 200. The bench one's got 30. The cloak needs.
You could Monkey Dory.
30.
Well, no, you would have to get like Dracloak
11,
down a
6,
lot
5, yeah.
farther.
Yeah, two counters short.
So special
B6
red card
plus
coming in
3.
because Luke is at 3 or less prizes, and so is going to have to shuffle the hand, put it at the bottom of the deck, and then draw 3 cards, especially because we just got Rose's Encouragement and Crispin off the prizes here. Those cards go into the bottom of the deck.
Yep. Remember, he's been playing all of his cards that would shuffle the deck, so those guys are stuck at the bottom.
Especially on right now, is going to Adrena Brain the 30 damage over to the Dracloak, and now Phantom Dive and knock out the Dracloak. Is going to put the rest of the damage counters on Pheasantipity, especially because this Dragapult moving up into the active, only sitting at 30 HP, does not have any energy attached. This is going to have to force Luke to have something like the Crispin or the Rose's Encouragement. Well, Rose's Encouragement doesn't even work because you're tied at 2 prizes, and he concedes.
He concedes. The Crispin he just got a prizes went to the bottom of the deck with the special red card. He didn't have the response.
So not being able to close out that game, get the energies on the newly promoted Dragapult. Now we're going to be tied 1-1 and going to game 3. The winner of this next game is the Juniors Pokemon TCG World Champion. And I think that game was very interesting too, especially because Yuta once again was not able to get Curse Blast off at that point. But I think just being able to play out more Duskulls than he was able to in that game took a lot of the attention off of the Dreepies and Dracloaks and things like that. And, you know, still being able to find the cards that he needed even after triple Dragapulting right on the evolution just made it so it was actually decently hard for Luke to knock out the most important Pokemon, which is Dragapult.
Yeah, but if Luke could have gotten a Dark Energy pretty much at any point during that game, it could have taken a big turn.
Yeah, especially with, you know, that Monkey Dory just sitting there. He was just having a good old time.
Just chilling on the bench with his friends.
So in this game 3, looks like Yuta is going to be mulliganing, so Luke is going to be able to get an extra draw on the beginning of the game, having a basic Pokemon. Going to be interesting to see what Luke decides on the turn order. Again, I don't know who decided in game 1. I'm sure we'll see a repeat of one of the games that we'll have here. Maybe Yuta going first within the game, but especially going second for Luke. If you're getting an extra draw off the mulligan, that extra draw could be huge when you're going second, especially trying to find a first turn supporter. Oh, who we got on the...
To ask them a couple of questions about how they're feeling right now.
We're about to start game 3.
I think this is...
How does it feel?
I think that's Yuta's dad.
Yeah.
Be
If
in
I
this
remember...
situation? We're going to a game 3.
Luke's dad and Yuta's dad, maybe?
Well, yeah, I mean, he's my youngin', so like
I
whatever
don't
he
want
wants
to
to
be
do. So like
wrong
we're
here, but I
just
think they
gonna
might
do
have
it.
been on Team
But
PSA.
Game 3, his last game.
Maybe.
As a
I'll see
junior.
if I can find it.
Here it comes.
I know
That's pretty big. How are you feing?
They'd signed a great junior player and his dad.
I don't know whether I should have... Okay, I'm going to mute it. But anyways, so it looks like Yuta going to be going first in this game. Luke choosing second. And both players starting out with a Budu, so not going to have to waste an energy to retreat their Pokemon is going to be a big thing, especially if Yuta can get an energy attachment going first. The prizes are not too bad for Yuta in this game. Obviously, you don't like prizing important cards, but if you've got to do 6, at least there's 6 unique cards that you mostly have extra copies of. The special red card might only be a 1 of in the deck, though.
Yep, and he's got his reset stamp this game, and that's
unfair
arguably unfair stamp, which is far more useful than the red card
especially
through most of the game.
Man,
yeah,
reset stamp being a card that you could play 4 copies of in a deck has really scarred us that played in the 2019 era. But utilizing an Ultra Ball so early in this game is going to go ahead and grab Monkey Dory. So not a second Dreepy and not a Dust Skull. It's going to be the Monkey.
Yeah,
interesting adjustment in this game.
Doesn't look like he had a Buddy Poffin. So if Luke has one, he'll have already have a huge start here.
Curious to see what the rest of the hand of Yuta is. Now sitting at 3 cards after that Ultra Ball, because you do have to discard 2, is going to get a Dark Energy right away on Monkey Dory. And so Itchy Pollen dealing 10 damage. It's going right back at you.
And that's an Ultra Ball. That's not a Poffin.
Now, Ultra Ball right away, pitching another Ultra Ball in the hand, is going to be searching for another Pokemon on Luke's side. More than likely a Dreepy, but the Hero's Cape being at the top of the life for Luke within this game is actually going to be really bad for Luke, right? He's not going to be able to force that awkward situation of potentially 3-hitting the Dragapult, and we're basically going to see kind of 2 of the same Dragapults facing off against each other in here, except Yuta is going to have an ace spec for most of the game.
Oh, that's huge. At least we'll get the Meowth out of prizes early. We had a Lily's ready to go for his turn 1, which is pretty much all you can ask from a Dragapult hand.
And with Pheasantipity going away as well, we could very easily just Night Stretcher, get it back, you know. Probably don't need it on the turns that we're being item locked, right? Because most of the time, Itchy Pollen is not even taking a knockout anyways. But as soon as knockouts start flying left and right, that'll be good. And we find a Buddy Poffin off of the Lily's Determination. That's going to be nice to start putting more bodies on this board. We'll see if he goes Dunsparce Dreepy on here.
Looks like what he's eyeing up. I'm sure he'd like a Monkey Dory of his own. We saw 2 Pokepads in prizes. Those will be a little bit more difficult to find.
And especially with using Ultra Ball to pitch Ultra Ball, committing 2 of them right there, there's not going to be a lot of search with Monkey Dory, since Monkey Dory, being a 110 HP Pokemon, can't be found on Buddy Poffin. And I don't think Luke has been playing Dawn. I don't think I've seen a Dawn in his list.
There's usually not room for those. But yeah, so finding evolutions could be difficult, but he's got, at least this game, he has his energies.
So having attached the Fire Energy, going to be moving to Yuta's turn. Last ditch catch on the Meowth is going to be able to find a supporter of his choice, more than likely Lily's Determination. I feel like a majority of games that I've watched with last ditch catch Meowth, 95% Lily's Determination.
I would say it's almost like Dragapult's on curve play for turn 1.
Exactly.
Ripping that Lily's.
So going to be going ahead, shuffling up the hand and drawing a fresh new set of 8, is not only going to be looking for potentially putting some more Dreepies down on the field, but on top of that, finding a Dracloak to be able to go ahead and evolve and start using Recon Directive. Being item locked right now, can't use items, so no Pokepads or anything of the sort going to be able to use those to find the Dracloaks, but
yep, he could turn this into a huge combo turn if he finds a Risky Ruins skill with another basic on the bench.
Yeah.
Go ahead and knock out the Bidoof even.
I think there's something being brought up to the table, maybe. Not sure exactly what it was. I don't think any items were played between the 2 players, so it's not like they broke item lock. Might just has to do with the shuffling of the deck or the cutting, if I had to take a guess.
Yep. Yeah, it's always a little awkward shuffling someone else's deck backwards like that.
And so finds plenty of Dracloaks in the hand. He's got 3 of them and a Risky Ruins, but he's going to have to find a basic Pokemon off of this Recon Directive to be able to get that play that you were talking about.
I think that was an item. No, it's a Duskull.
And there's this play that you're mentioning where you can get the 2 damage counters. Go ahead, Adrenabrain onto the Budu, and now Itchy Pollen going to be able to knock out that Budu, take the first prize card, and now is going to more than likely, I think, not get item locked for the rest of the game, especially because Luke now can't use Night Stretcher to be able to get that Budu back.
Yeah, and usually those early Budu knockouts are troublesome when you're expecting a reset stamp, an unfair stamp in the Dragapult mirror. But we know Luke doesn't play that. I was a little surprised to see him shuffle the Psychic Energy back into the deck instead of throwing it on a Dreepy.
Yeah, that's another thing
but he may
as well, but
maybe trying to set up a Monkey Dory of his own this turn instead of focusing on Dragapult attachments.
Yeah, especially because that Monkey Dory entering the field would get 2 damage counters because Risky Ruins is out onto the field. Does find Dracloaks in this hand, but is not finding so far Monkey Dory. Recon Directive coming in off of the Evolution Boss's orders or Risky Ruins. Passes on the Risky Ruins because, well, you can't play Risky Ruins over Risky Ruins in the Pokemon trading card game. And now is thinking about using Runaway Draw to be able to draw an extra 3 cards. There's that Psychic Energy that we had. So even if you don't get Monkey Dory on this turn, like maybe you were planning, at least you're going to be able to have an attachment.
Yeah, this is rough because that those damage counters on the Dunsparce are going to stick for this turn.
And especially because being a 50 HP Pokemon. Thankfully, though, Yuta does not have any energies attached onto his Dracloak. So as of right now, if he wants to be able to get a Dragapult online and start swinging, he's going to have to use Crispin, and Crispin is not Boss's orders. So this Dunsparce will be the perfect sacrifice if he's able to get that online. Ooh, actually, wait, I just remembered about Curse Blast.
Oh, no. Yeah, this turn could be huge if he finds a rare candy.
Especially
he might already have one in hand.
Yeah, with Buddy Poffin going to be finding a Pokemon to put onto the bench. See if
he could have game here.
Yeah.
Curse Blast the Dracloak, move 1 counter to the Dreepy, Crispin the Dracloak, evolve in the Dragapult, and that's all 3 Pokemon off the board.
And so here goes Curse Blast going and KOing that Dracloak. Yuta is on fire right now, taking that knockout. Another Buddy Poffin. Looks like maybe putting another Pokemon down onto the field. We still haven't used a Adrenabrain, so just going to be going in, finding another Duskull, because if you can't get game this turn, right, you need to set yourself up, right, to continue to get yourself in a great position. And here comes the Crispin, going to be able to get 2 energies onto the Dracloak, and we'll see the Adrenabrain go ahead and move the 2 damage counters. All we need is the Dragapult, and we're the world champion.
Yeah, just 1 card away, and the Duskull set up for next turn. Even if he doesn't hit it, definitely in a commanding board space here. But going in and starting with the Adrenabrain, he's got it.
And so Yuta is going to be the world champion, having the Dragapult EX in the hand to evolve and be able to Phantom Dive, move all those extra damage counters onto the benched Dreepy. And the big turning point as we get the nice little thumbs up from Yuta, knocking out that Budu. You had said earlier that the early game Budu knockouts really changed the game in the Dragapult mirrors, and I think that was the big leeway that Yuta needed to be able to run away with that game.
Yeah, without the Itchy Pollen, he was free to use his rare candies and just wipe Luke's board with not much he can do about it.
Especially with the combination of not only wiping out the Budu, but preventing or doing the item locking of his own Budu to be able to say, okay, you're not going to be able to bring that guy back. Maybe I know from the open deck list that you only play 1 Budu. So allowed him, as you're saying, being able to utilize those item cards like Rare Candy and the things of the sort to be able to have that explosive turn. And that's why a lot of people like Henry Chow really liking Dusknoir.
Yeah, it's just outstanding into the field, taking clearing boards that you just shouldn't be able to clear any other way.
Yeah, definitely a great set of 3. I really like the back and forth between those games. It kind of showed off the highlights of each version of Dragapult.
Yeah, it's both players playing chicken. Let's see who whiffs the one card they need to make the optimal play every turn.
Yeah, I mean, we saw, like on Luke on his side, the Monkey Dory Dark Energy. Whiffing that ended up being a huge problem.
Taking it all in, I'm sure. Yuta is a world champion, and he has done everything this season.
Ooh, someone has posted Elbaf Lucci in our Discord server. I love it.
Event of the year, the World
Elbaf
Championships
Lucci.
for the trading card.
Did they not rotate old leaders? You can still play any leader?
Well, Rob Lucci
Or
is
that
OPO 7.
new Lucci?
Yeah, new
Yeah.
Lucci.
Oh, okay.
So only the leaders from OPO 1 through OPO 4 and starter decks up to starter deck 10, or before starter deck 10. Those are the leaders that have been rotated. So OPO 7 Rob Lucci still survives. OPO 3 Rob Lucci, though, yeah, as you're saying, is rotated.
So you're saying I could still play my black and yellow Luffy if I really wanted to?
I mean, yeah. I mean, I know some people that really love Black Hill Luffy, especially with the new Elbaf package stuff that is in the game. You could maybe try to use some of those, some setup cards, to be able to play it on like a Pirates Party or something.
Yeah, that'd be pretty funny.
To really keep sifting through the deck. I mean, it has it all, right? It has a built-in draw.
I really enjoyed in this best of 3, especially in game 2 with Yuta, just getting rid of Dracloak. You know, saying, you know what, I'm just going to evolve everything into Dragapult, put 320 HP Pokemon out on the field, and who needs Recon Directive, right?
Yeah, just saying none of us are going to take prizes until I say so.
I love the pins. Emily has the demo pin, I believe, the Mew,
yeah,
where you do the different demos at events.
Yeah,
learn
the
how to
play
play
lab.
Pokemon. Yeah, the play lab, that's the word. And then Ethan rocking the Mo Rotom.
The Motom.
Not Fan Rotom, you know, that has been prevalent in the TCG in the last year or so, but Mo Rotom, the grass type one.
Yeah. Shout out my guy, John. He's the guy who top 8 at NEIC, then said, well, if I wasn't here, I'd be home mowing the lawn.
Yeah, you know
what? Iconic. And he would have been.
It's so true.
We've adopted the Mo Rotom as a little bit of a symbol at locals.
I am rocking my Butterfree for the finals. Did the evolution line in support of the Metapod, but all right, time for the interview. Let's see if he shouts out PTCG live again.
Official TCG champion.
Woo! Great job, Utah.
What a match that was. Utah, first, I want to know.
Utah World Champion deck incoming.
How did that impact your performance?
WCS の舞台に立てて決勝を行えたことはどう思いますか？
すごい嬉しいです。
Sugoi ureshi desu. I know what that is.
I can imagine.
Very excited.
Happy?
Yeah.
Excited.
Now you
Okay.
did start this series in a deficit
Sugoi.
with that initial loss.
Wow.
Can you walk me
Sugoi.
through game 2 and how you were able to turn things around?
1回戦目惜しくも負けてしまいましたけど、2回戦目から逆転してどう思いましたか？
I need to learn Japanese.
1戦目負けて気持ち落ちてたんですけど、2戦目が勝っててすごい興奮しています。
So I did lose the first match, but I composed myself and I was able to win the second match and beyond.
Well
And
said,
it paid
Utah.
off, that's for sure.
Well
Before
said.
we let you go and enjoy your celebration,
I
who
did
would
double
you
check
like
from
to
earlier.
shout out when it comes to this victory?
誰かに感謝したい人いま
The
すか？
PSA team was, I think he top 8'd. I saw his name in top 8. Did not make it all
Utah
the way to
or
finals.
Luke?
してくれた人
No,
や
it was a different
いつ
kid.
も
Oh, okay, gotcha.
連れてってくれる、お父さんお母さん
Oh, he's shouting out his
So
mom and
I
dad.
want to thank all the friends and people that practice with me, and most of all, my parents.
Oto-san, Oka-san.
What a deserved victory
I
here
know some
today.
words in
Everyone in the
Japanese.
arena, give it up one more time for your TCG Junior World Champion. We have
I love
Yuta
juniors.
Araki.
I love what? Oh wait, I love watching the junior championships.
we'll let you go and bask in the glory of your victory. Like I said,
They should have let
that
that
was
kid
just
like
one
run
of our
around
TCG
the whole
World
stage and be like,
Champions we have dubbed today. And now
be like
we have
the
two
Kirk Cousins,
more
like
to
you
go.
like that.
Are you ready to find out how the finalists in the senior division are going to show out on this stage?
I'm gonna step away real quick, Bean, to grab a drink. It'll be like 20 seconds. Don't let chat go
Sounds
crazy.
good. Uh-oh, I have to pull chat back up.
It sounds like it. All right.
Hi, chat.
It is time for your seniors. First, we're going to
Good
welcome
afternoon,
out
everyone in chat.
nice and loud.
Watching
Give it up
a
for
great Dragonflight
Kobe
BO3. That was fantastic. Those little kiddos.
Ooh, the fairy box.
Next up, keep
Yeah.
it going for JNG.
Grabbed a Red Bull. Shout out Red Bull. Please talk to me
Shout out
again.
Red Bull.
I would love to do
Sponsor
something
us.
again.
I was astonished at how much the Red Bull Don kept
I
going
know,
for.
it's crazy. The whole package
wanna
itself.
You are no stranger
Ooh, versus
to
Alakazam.
competition.
Yeah,
Okay.
Alakazam.
I'm excited to see this. As I don't know how this the Clefairy boxes deal with Alakazam, but
Yeah, I don't know.
they obviously did because they did well.
To win or final.
And there was looked like there was a lot of Kazam at the top tables.
I feel like I
You're looking to
recognize
make a
this
name
kid.
for yourself on this stage. What has it been like these past couple
Maybe.
days?
I wanna see
as
his
you've prepared
accomplishments
yourself
again.
for a stage like this.
To be honest, it hasn't really synced in yet.
Jake
but
NG.
I'm sure it will once
Ah,
I
an
win.
Aussie.
I love his jersey
I
too.
think we need to let things simmer on this stage.
Yeah, those are
a
great.
bit. Players, please
Both
go
of
to
them
your battle
are in the merch from
stations.
this year.
Casters,
Yeah.
take it away.
Well, Jake is wearing like the XP jersey.
You, Gabby, and congratulations to these
Is he
two
from Melbourne? I might have.
finalists on
did
getting
But
I
he's
play
from
him?
Australia, yeah.
What a journey
Yeah.
it has been for the
Was he
pair
Melbourne or
of
Sydney?
Kobe Huh from the United States, Jake
Australia,
Yankee from
Singapore,
Australia.
an
Quite the
active
journey,
Pokemon
quite the
video game
season,
player?
and they have one final match to play.
Absolutely, Chip. What an exciting
Google is
moment
terrible.
here at the
All right,
Trade
I'll just
Center.
wait for
We're
the
in big
accomplishments.
arena here at the 2026 Pokemon World Championships, and we're here to crown a senior division.
Ooh,
world
interesting. You got
champion.
Chip and
I got-
Puka here. So
Yeah,
who's
the
doing
dream
Masters?
team here in
We'll get
seniors.
into that.
It's gotta
Yeah.
be.
Go along, but
Oh, it's gotta be
what an
Wasi and Joe then.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Nice, good for them.
History. There comes but one
Absolutely.
opportunity
Puka's like,
every
I've done
single year
so
to
many
become the world
worlds. Let them do it.
champion.
Like,
These opportunities do not come easily.
also, Puka
Such a tough
rocking
field to
the
get through for
Espeon
both the
Umbreon
trainers up to
pin.
this
Chip
point,
wearing the
and one more match
World
to see who will come away the
Championship
champion.
pin specifically from this
Absolutely.
year.
I mean, it's
Mhm.
amazing to see how we got here, but let's take a quick second.
One of
to
my
check in
favorite
with
bits
some
of lore is the
friends and
Pokemon
family
pins
that may have helped
at
these players
championships.
on their journey to
Oh
get
yeah.
here.
So the thing who people decide to wear.
Hello, everybody. Of course, we're
Like
back
Evolve Update a
on
day.
the stage
Ooh,
with
this is
the
an official
fathers of
Puma
our
Pokemon
senior
sweatshirt.
competitors. How
Yeah.
does it
That he's
feel
wearing.
for your sons to
That
have
was a
got
cool collab.
into the finals in these
I do not own anything,
anticipation?
unfortunately.
I don't
Oh,
either.
wait, what pin is Amy wearing?
Sorry, I couldn't even hear because of the noise.
I didn't even see.
Excited though, very nervous.
Because
I was distracted by all the glitter.
In
how
some of the
about
promos,
yourself?
she was wearing
Yeah,
a
very
fire
excited.
Ditto pin.
Thankful for all our friends and family.
Looks so
back
good.
home from Australia supporting
I
us here.
wanted it.
Thanks.
Incredible. Who do you think is more nervous, the boys or you guys?
Probably me. Yeah.
You think yourself? Amazing.
Good answer.
You're only playing a
really
four-figure money
inspired their
match. You know,
competitive
how nervous should you be?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
What inspired their competitive streak?
I think he's just competitive in nature. Anything we play,
Yeah.
whether it's basketball or golf,
These
or
are fun
any
questions.
board games at home, he never wants to lose.
A competitor through
Just
and
hates
through. How
losing.
about?
I love Pokemon from a little kid, and I think that just drives him the whole way, just to love the game.
Aw.
Honestly, the love of the game is a lot of the reason that most of us are here.
Yeah,
Now, if
like
you
this
had
is a
any
specific
final words
XP
that you could say
jersey.
to them before
Mhm.
they draw
Yeah, those
that
are
very
piece on
first
merch from this
card
year.
of
Yeah.
this finals
Last couple years, I've
World
been dressing them up.
Championship, what would that last thing you want to
But
say?
like
Like last year, Anaheim, they're all wearing the
He
cool
just put in the work,
leather
and
jackets
he
and stuff.
deserves to
This
win,
is the first time I
and
think I've
just
seen the
hope he does
XP
the best
jersey.
he
I've only
can,
seen the
because this
jersey
was a
that
celebration on its own.
Corey or Kobe's
Very
wearing.
well said.
Like I always say, just smile and have fun. That's why we're here.
I think I'm going to be cheering for Jake, not only because he's Alakazam, but
through,
because
I
he has a
shall
cool
hold you
name.
no longer as we have a riveting
I'm
game
rooting
to
for
get to.
the
Let's
Clefairy box
jump
guy over there.
straight into the action.
I love me
On
some
the stage.
basic boxes.
Great to hear from those who have supported these two young trainers the most on their journey to get.
But also secretly rooting for Jake because Australia was awesome.
Yeah. I mean, they ripped away. Oh, okay. I got to think about seeding.
Here we go.
So
Here we go.
Kobe, I believe, is the number 1 seed being up here at the top. So he should be deciding the turn order. Because I think,
Yeah,
I think
to assume that's right.
Jake is a, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, he would have been 2nd or 5th seed, right, to be there.
No, I think he's like the 6th seed. Because it's 3 and 6. 3 and 6 usually fight. Because I think it's 1, or wait, no, 1, 2, 3, 4. So I think, yeah, you were right, 5th seed.
Definitely lower seed.
Yeah, definitely a lower seed. If this bracket is correct in the seedings, which I would assume. Oh my gosh, everybody.
Oh, no.
Amy is like, Kobe's
the
got
only
this,
one?
but yeah, they put everybody on Jake's side. But specifically running Alakazam to Dunsparce, right? Not Mateus's version of
No, that was a
Alakazam Dusknor. We'll see if this is more like a control variant that Calvin Connor was playing, or more something like Diego Casiraga, where it's just built on like pure draw and some protection.
Yeah. I have a feeling it could be closer to like Karis's build with the was it like the LGM and the Deden that recovers items?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what Calvin was running this weekend. I know Diego is running a Dedenne, but not an Elgium.
Yeah.
So is it Elgium, LGM? I try to refer back to the Purple Cliff.
I call it LGM.
Clip.
It's Little Green Monster.
I have no idea.
LGM.
LG. Oh, you know what? That's so true. But we've got a world championship here in the seniors division. Looking at Jake and Kobe piloting Alakazam over here on the right side, and on the left side, the Clefairy, what I've been calling the EX binder drop deck. So many EXs. Both players having really good accomplishments, especially Jake in this year alone, right? Sydney Regionals top 4, NAIC top 64, and a finalist, 2nd place in the Auckland SPE. And Kobe, not shy of the world stage either, right? Getting top 4 at Worlds in Honolulu as a senior. Might be his last year as a senior, I would assume, then, before aging up.
Yeah, very impressive. They don't get too long in the senior division before coming up to the big leagues.
Yeah, and Masters, but going to be curious. Both of these players, once they reach Masters, going to be forefronts of the game, I would assume. But we have this one to decide: the 2026 Senior World Champion of the Pokemon Trading Card Game. And in the casters predictions, if you missed it, about every single one of the casters was over on Jake's side with Alakazam, and I kind of agree with that. I think, you know, Kobe's goal is going to have to use like Torrential Pump and things of the nature, or stick Kangaskhan's up in the active for high amounts of HP and just constant hand resets.
Yeah, I think that's right. The multi-prize turns will be the tail of this game as well. With Alakazam easily taking down 2-prize Pokemon, 2-prize basics, and only really Torrential Pump being a way to take multiple prizes.
We did see over in Masters Nathan Spry's Ogre Pawn box kind of deck running Enamorous, right? Enamorous being able to deal huge types of damage if you share a typing of Pokemon between the two players, which, especially as Enamorous is a psychic type, is very easy to share with an Alakazam deck.
Yeah, you hope he's got some psychic types on board, but we haven't seen this version of the list yet. It could be closer to what All Out Blitzel James Kowalski won NAIC with, and yes, he did have a pair of Wellsprings.
Not sure on list, but we'll find out soon enough.
Yeah, or just one Shaman makes it a bit harder. Looks like they're having trouble with the headsets.
Been curious, right, in this tournament so far. You know, we've seen players like Diego run Shamans, but we've seen a bunch of other Alakazam players not doing that. So It depends on what you thought of the meta and if it was a correct meta read or not. There's also questions upon Battle Cage, right, being something that could be played and would be huge if Jake is running Battle Cage to be able to constantly knock off those Area 0 under depths that a lot of these EX binder decks play.
Yeah, there's yet a third Alakazam build I heard about coming into Worlds that played the Force of Vitality and Rabscas.
Oh,
Try to
yeah.
evolve up. But I have a feeling if the casters were all in on Kazam, he may not have too many answers, or he should have an answer to Wellspring of some sort.
Pokemon polls that they've got going on right now. I'm going to scan this to try to see what this is. Everybody put your phones up to the screen to see what it is. Maybe it's a poll of who do you think will win? Oh, yeah, it's a live poll that they've got going on. They did not do this for the juniors. I'm going to be submitting my my thing, and maybe this will actually refresh because it says in the corner, if you pull this up on your phone, it says 1 out of 5. So maybe 5 more polls. Oh, yeah, you can swipe to vote for everybody going on right now.
Oh,
Why didn't they do this for juniors?
I don't know. Maybe it just wasn't up yet.
Yeah, maybe they were thinking about maybe trying to buy time. I think I can actually... Oh, user has already submitted an answer to this poll. I thought I swiped back to Jake and Kobe, and it took away my vote. So I was like, oh, maybe I can vote again. But the public is really saying a 50-50 right now. Interesting. The casters were so on Jake's side, but the public is feeling a little bit different, is kind of split down the middle.
Yeah. I don't know if that could just be a sign of people in the building choosing their rooting interests, or...
Yeah, I mean, this could be who
saying...
you think is more favored. This could be a rooting interest kind of thing, as you're saying. Like, there's a lot of factors. It could be memes to try to make it 50-50. You know, you never know with Twitch chat and all that. But it looks like we've got at least the headset situation figured out between our two players. Let's see what we've got going on between Jake and Kobe, especially with, I think, as Jake, you'd be fine going first within this game, but going in here, looking at the prizes, Pheasantipity being at the top of the prizes is going to be a little bit of an issue, right? You're not going to get that flip the script extra draw 3, but other than that, your prizes are pretty okay, I think, for the most part. Non-Kobe's side, prizing 2 Psychic Energies probably doesn't feel good, especially when 4 energies in total are prized.
Yeah, I think these lists usually have 2 or 3 psychics, so it definitely doesn't feel great to have a good number of them in prizes.
Especially if you lose one early, but already getting that confirmation of Jake's list, as you were talking about, there's a Rellor in the active.
Yeah, I saw some word about this going into the event, and I think I saw some lists on Twitter later where they played the Force of Vitality.
Yes.
To evolve up these Rellers to keep their bench safe from Dragapult or Wellspring or Slowking, Kyurem, all sorts of things.
So
Kobe just drew some cards and passed.
Yeah, I mean, Kobe using that run errand ability, being able to draw 2 cards if Mega Kangaskhan EX is in the active, had at least a draw and energy attachment on the turn, right? Especially because going first, you can't play a supporter card like Serrano or anything of the sort. It's not the worst, since Jake is not going to be able to donk Kobe in any way, shape, or form. You would have loved to get maybe a Teal Dance off or 2, but at least you were able to get an energy onto Mega Kangaskhan. And now with Jake going ahead and looking around within the deck, does get an Abra on field with the Pokepad and also gets some more Pokemon off of Dawn utilizing his supporter. He gets Dunsparce, Kadabra, and Alakazam. See if he's got a telepathic energy to attach to the Abra, and does. This is going to find 2 more Abras out on the field, and he's going to have almost a full bench.
Yeah, this is a huge starting turn.
Rellor is such one of the weirdest Pokemon in my opinion. It just gives me a chuckle seeing him on the stage, like right there in the front, so large, but is going to have a nice turn one over on Jake's side. You found some Abras, you found some Pokemon to play out onto the bench, and you found an energy attachment. That's all you can hope for, especially if you have some guaranteed draw coming in the next turn.
Yeah, it looks like Kobe has a good number of basics in hand. Basic boxes usually want to play a Cyrano or to set up the board further, or go for a Crispin, just get energy out on the field.
And so we're going to see
like
one of those two options here, especially with the Meowth going last ditch catch after the Teal Dance, especially with Serrano, right? Being able to find 3 EXs finds you your Latias to retreat, finds maybe more Teal Dances on your Teal Mask Ogre Pawn. But also with the Crispin, you can start attacking right away.
You sure can. And I think I saw a Cyrano in the hand, so he must be going for something else.
Robbie, this is the finals, yeah. We're finals of the seniors division, I should say. You'll have masters right after this.
If he can find a Latias, a Wellspring, an E-Switch, and a Crispin, he could just go ahead and take 2 prizes right here if he wants.
Yeah, I think especially before the Rabska gets on the field, there is a huge persuasion to that. The real question is, though, with Relor in the active and Abra and Dunsparce over on the bench, what Pokemon do you go for? Do you go with the Abra just to be able to get that telepathic energy off the field and force Jake to have another attachment, or would you rather go for a hitting the draw power? But I think because we didn't see a water energy right there, I don't think Torrential Pump is going to be the play on this turn. Looks like we may just go in and try to attack with Mega Kangaskhan.
That's what it's looking like. Yeah, I think you would target down the energy, since Alakazam decks usually only have 4 or 5, 6, and you really need to draw into those to keep your attacks flowing.
So as we see right there, it looks like Kobe's deck having Flutter Mane in it in this version. So going ahead and attaching the water energy, saving the grass just in case of another Teal Dance in the next turn, is going to go ahead and take his first prize card of Lightning Energy. Didn't grab Latias as of yet, but is going to go ahead, evolve into Kadabra, and start the chain going. Going to be able to draw a bunch of cards. There's that Rabska that you wish that you could use for the Relor on the field. We'll see if there's any Pokemon recovery to be able to get Relor back into the hand and onto the field, to then evolve into Rabska in a future turn before any torrential pumps can happen on his side. But for now, just going to be going in with the Hilda and an enriching energy. He's going to be able to draw 7 cards off this play with the Dunsparce in the active. We're going to hope, though, for a rare candy Alakazam.
Yeah, Jake's drawn a huge number of cards already. He won't get the extra push of 3 from the Pheasantipity EX, since that's stuck in the prizes. But we'll see if he can. Surely he can't get to 15 already.
I mean, we know he has the Alakazam in the hand, right? Because of the Dawn that we played in the previous turn. But going to be going in with a Buddy Poffin, going to get another Abra and Dunsparce there. Maybe trying to thin out before you go with potentially a runaway draw if you're going to go aggressive and try to get a 3 prizes on this turn. Like you're saying, I think totally reasonable thing for Jake to do. Thankfully, though, before you go ahead and shuffle and promote a new Pokemon, you do draw the cards first, so you can choose of whether or not you want to promote this Abra with the energy, or maybe a Pokemon that you don't mind being knocked out. If you whiffed the rare candy, well, you can go ahead and promote something like this Abra, as we're seeing, and I don't think Jake has rare candy in hand.
I don't think so either. And you know, he's definitely focusing on setting up his board. So I think we saw Kobe's ace spec in hand, which looked a lot like an Unfair Stamp.
So Unfair Stamp, one of the disruption cards, very good for this matchup. Isn't going to be used right now because no knockouts are going to happen. But I think Jake is actually playing 2 Relors, and we see the Force of Vitality to immediately evolve into Rabska. Even though we don't have Alakazam and we weren't able to get that 3 prize knockout, we were able at least to get the Rabska back onto the field to be able to protect our bench.
Yeah, we're able to prevent a 2 prize turn coming back and the game getting away from him. Now this is much harder for Kobe to stay in it, to be honest. Not unable to take multiple prize turns against this
And not a lot of
Alakazam deck.
Not a lot of ways when the protection is there. Going to be going in with Latias EX to be able to give all the basic Pokemon free retreat over on Kobe's side. I think Kobe more than likely only playing basic Pokemon, so is going to be nice there. And Lily's Clefairy going to be coming down onto the field as well, maybe just as a backup attacker, right? With that Full Moon Rondo attack, being able to chain some knockouts, even with the low HP stat line of 190.
Yeah, but we've seen Lily's Pearl used in some of these basic box decks to try to fix the prize trade. But unfortunately, Lily's Pearl says you have to be knocked out by damage, so it won't even be able to help here like it would against other one prize decks.
That's some pretty good inside right in there if you're curious about the rulings, especially with that. And with the Crispin, finding a fighting and grass energy is going to go ahead and attach the fighting onto Mega Kangaskhan. And we might just try to say, okay, I'm going to save my unfair stamp for when you knock out this Mega Kangaskhan, and I'm just going to put 2 300 HP bodies in front of you and hope that you don't find the draw to be able to get the chain going.
Yeah, that seems to be the game plan here. It's just put as big a Pokemon as possible out front and disrupt the hand some and hope it works out.
And this is such a large hand size, and especially with that Rabsco there, like, Jake is really running away with this game right now. Needs to put himself in a position, though, to not overextend the evolutions. We talked about the unfair stamp. A mistake that a lot of Alakazam players play is if you don't prepare yourself to be able to draw cards after an unfair stamp through various effects, like maybe a runaway draw or an Alakazam psychic draw evolution, you can get stunted, and that might be the opportunity that Kobe needs to be able to come back within this game. So off of the Dawn is grabbing Alakazam, Dunsparce, and Dunsparce. Wouldn't surprise me maybe to leave at least one Kadabra open and not use the runaway draw on this turn, especially if we have so many cards in hand that playing down these will still have at least 15 to take the knockout.
Definitely, that's part of the mini game here, is to keep your draw available. So when you go down to 2 cards, you can get back up to 10 or 15 as fast as possible.
And so we see the hold there from Jake, not evolving into Alakazam or using runaway draw, just giving himself outs to be able to draw next turn in case his hand is disrupted, to try to build back up to 15. And he just needs one more attack to be able to knock out a Mega Kangaskhan to win the game. But Kobe gonna unfortunately have to knock out 4 Pokemon with 4 prizes left.
You have just one at a time.
So going to be starting off with the Teal Dance on the Ogerpon, I believe, to draw an extra card. Now using Mega Kangaskhan's Run Errand to draw an extra 2. Going to be adding as much as possible into the hand and try to build up as much as you can. So then not only when you play Unfair Stamp, you'll be able to continuously play out the game, especially on the draw. So now using Serrano is going to go ahead, grab the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon and Pheasantipity, as well as another EX Pokemon like Mega Kangaskhan. He's got an Area 0 under depths to bounce away this Force of Vitality. He can play all these Pokemon on the field. And I think it could be good to play another Mega Kangaskhan down, because what Jake can do if he can't get a one-hit KO on Mega Kangaskhan is at least damage it, right? Soften it up a little bit. And so if that does happen, because Jake's only had 3 prizes remaining, you want to bring in like a fresh new Pokemon into the active to be able to reset the health, quote unquote.
Yeah, he might have not realized his other 2 Psychic Energy were prized last turn. I wanted to go in with the Clefairy as a 2-prizer to at least make Jake take 3 knockouts.
So now is using Flip the Script. That Pheasantipity just kind of there at this point. I would have maybe liked to save Flip the Script until after the Unfair Stamp, because Unfair Stamp does force both players to put their hand in and shuffle up, because right now we don't have any extra draw abilities off this Unfair Stamp.
No, we're just going to get the 5 cards we draw into. I'm not totally sure what he was looking for.
Yeah,
maybe a stadium to bump the Forest Vitality.
Yeah, I think
So
the
it's
only
not
thing that you could have
super
looked
critical.
for, yeah, on this turn would be that area 0 under depth to widen out that board and play some of those other cards that you got in the hand. But now resetting your own hand to 5 is kind of a punishment in itself. But Jake finding an Alakazam on one of the 2 cards is going to be able to get the chain going alongside the Dunsparce runaway draw. Still moving into Kobe's turn, though, is going to be able to see off this 5 if he's going to do anything, and I think he's just going to swing.
No, he has a very interesting hand there, but leaving a 300 HP Pokemon in the active seems like the best play for this turn.
Yeah, just in case, though, if Jake goes and tries to soften up this
Oh, and he missed the
Kangaskhan.
Psychic Energy. That's unfortunate, but he does have Glass Trumpet and E-Switches, so he'll be able to swap this Kangaskhan for a different attacker next turn if he chooses to.
Yeah, it does definitely have the possibilities for being able to bring in another attacker, but with Jake bringing up the Rabska, he might not be ready for an attack, might not have the cards that he needs, the draw support that he needs, and so going to be using Telepathic Energy to look at the different options within his hand and maybe try to figure out, okay, if I take off a turn right now, how do I put myself in a position to maybe knock out that Pokemon on the next turn?
Yeah, it's unfortunate he wasn't able to recycle those Abras back in the deck before this Telepathic.
Especially with having Sacred Ash in the hand. Or at least in the
That's
deck,
right.
I should say. Maybe not
In the
hand.
deck, for sure, yeah.
So now you're kind of giving Kobe an opportunity to power up that Clefairy like we were talking about and be able to potentially just swap in a 2-prize Pokemon. So there's Area 0 under depths off the run errand, but now going Teal Dance to draw an extra card. That's how important Teal Dance is in this deck with the Teal Mask Ogerpon, just being able to draw a card every single time. And we may see something like Iron Leaves even come in over on Kobe's side to be able to move those grass energies and get a 2-prize attacker if we don't want to attack with Clefairy.
Yeah, Iron Leaves would be interesting.
There it is, right in the front.
I bet he plays Chen Pao, the baby Chen Pao as well to bump the stadium. So you could play to bump this Kangaskhan off the field to make Jake take 2 more knockouts per game.
Especially with this boss's orders, maybe chasing that Alakazam since there's no Abras on the field right now, right? Might be nice to just continuously ignore this Rabska and say, okay, if you're going to be blocking the bench with this Rabska, I'm not even going to Torrential Pump anyway. I'm just going to actually mow through these 6 prizes and knock out 6 Pokemon.
Yeah, this is actually an interesting question. Do you go after the Kazam that's set up or the Kadabra and prevent extra card draw?
And so is going to be attaching the energies, choosing up with Glass Trumpet, 2 benched normal type Pokemon, attaching a basic energy to them. Is going to go ahead, boss up the Kadabra. I like bossing up the Kadabra instead of the Alakazam because now Jake doesn't have any evolution draw at all to be able to utilize once this guy gets knocked out. You're really just asking Jake to start off with square one, but we'll see with that energy switch if he moves over to Clefairy.
Yeah, we know that Pheasantipity is prized, so there's no way to draw more cards on Jake's side of the field.
So going ahead with Teal Mask Ogerpon with that attack to be able to take the knockout on Kadabra. More than enough damage. Keeps that 2-prize Pokemon up in the active, like you were saying, to force 2 more knockouts over on Jake's side to win the game. And this is going to be tough.
Yeah, this game looked like it was going to be all Jake, but he was unable to refresh the board after the reset stamp.
Just one unfair stamp really putting Jake in a situation. And with the Mega Kangaskhan on the bench too, we see the Battle Cage in hand for Jake. If he goes ahead and plays that Battle Cage, then Mega Kangaskhan could just leave the field as you were talking about earlier, right? And nullify even a boss knockout for a game.
You could dump both of those, but I'm not sure I love sending all 4 of those attached energy to the discard pile at this point.
So Sacred Ash putting 5 Pokemon from your discard pile into your deck, just getting a bunch of different Abracadabra, Alakazam lines in there, especially because you're going to need to repopulate the board as of right now if you're Jake to be able to have some sort of draw power within the coming turns, because with 2 prizes left on Kobe's side, if you don't take like a knockout right now as we're passing off the turn, we didn't even play a supporter.
No, we had nothing.
Kobe, if he just takes one more knockout, will have to force Jake to say, okay, if you don't knock out my Kangaskhan on the turn, that'll be it. But first going ahead and using the energy switch to switch over to maybe Clefairy or the Latias. This is going to move the energy over to Latias, both on the Psychic and the Lightning energy, and now attach return the Psychic onto the Latias for potentially an Eon Blade. Eon Blade, though, does say that the Pokemon can't attack in the next turn, though.
All right, but it does do 200 additional damage. And there he goes, clearing off the board of the 3-prizer. Guaranteeing that Jake has to take 2 more prizes, and there's not enough turns in the game to do that. But how did he bump?
I think he played, I think he played the Chin Pao, but immediately there it is right there. Just moving it immediately into the trash because it's a Pokemon that you don't want on the field anyways, right? You just wanted to be able to remove that stadium with that Snow Sink ability.
Yeah, that's all. This has gone, Kobe's drawn everything he could ask for, just about.
That's aside one of the reasons why the disruption of something like Unfair Stamp is all you need sometimes to win the game.
Yep. And Kobe with only 1 prize remaining. Jake has to take 3, and there are no 3-prize Pokemon on Kobe's side of the board anymore.
Yeah, and just scooping it up and saying, all right, let's go to game 2. Kobe moving up 1-0 in the seniors finals of the Pokemon World Championships. And we'll see how Jake maybe can adjust in game 2 to try to bounce back a little bit more, especially with that A-spec right of the Unfair Stamp, knowing that there's some sort of disruption in Kobe's deck. Again, trying to put yourself in a position to be able to give yourself the best possible outlook to bounce back after that reset. I really like in that game too from Kobe of using the Mega Kangaskhan, right? Utilizing the Mega Kangaskhan as the first attacking Pokemon, not only for the rapid fire combo to be able to gain knockouts, a 300 HP Pokemon that forces Jake to commit a lot of resources more than likely to be able to get this knockout right before the reset. But on top of that, Run Aaron just drawing 2 cards for turn just helps you with the support so much more, especially having the manipulation like we saw of Chin Pao removing the stadium to get that guy off the field.
Yes, this is classic single prize deck in the Pokemon trading card game. They're very favored on paper and take very powerful knockouts, but it takes a lot of pieces to get them going.
So Amy right now, in terms of the official caster, is looking really good right now in being the only one to predict that Kobe was going to win among them. But I think especially, them knowing the deck list, like, right, you see the deck list of Force of Vitality, Rabska, right, being able to protect the board entirely. It's oftentimes, I feel like, a percentage on the Unfair Stamp of whether or not it truly sticks, right? And so maybe a lot of people, including myself, thinking, you know what, just one Unfair Stamp, that's it. That's not enough, I think, more often than not within this game. But it worked the first time, and winning the first game in the set of 3 really sets the tone for the rest of the game. So I think Kobe really having the upper hand right now, but Jake's going to be able to choose at least guaranteed in this game whether he wants to go first or second.
Terrabox usually picks first just to get that early energy attachment, but they also really want to play Serrano or really Serrano right off the bat to get a bunch of basics into play. Get their game plan off to the races, drawing with Kangaskhan and getting energy down onto your Ogre Pawns.
Saw Kobe in that first game go first, right? Just attaching the lightning energy and really passing off the turn onto Jake. So going to be curious to see if Jake allows him to go first or second in this game. And what he prefers to, especially with supporters in Jake's deck being so good, right? You want to play it right away, but you also want to evolve right away.
Yeah, true. I would believe either choice if he wants to play like a Dragapult player and just get those basics down and try to Lily for more, or just go first and try to get those evolutions, get a quick Candy Alakazam going.
So is going to be going in, can't tell, but Relor sitting in the active again. We are playing two of them, I believe, in the list. So makes sense why maybe we start with them more times than not. But is going to go ahead, immediately get an Abra and Telepathic Energy out onto the field to be able to call out two basic Psychic Pokemon to play out onto the field. It's going to be two more Abras and two Kadabras being in the prizes. Might not be great for Jake, but you have a lot of evolution searching, so all you really need is one, maybe two Kadabras, especially at the start. Those Kadabras will be a big help later, but the Sacred Ash, I think, is another big key in the prizes.
Yeah, they're definitely a huge help on that unfair stamp turn if you have some Abras set up.
Especially with also the Relor in the prizes, right? Especially the combination of starting Relor, Sacred Ash, and Relor over in the top of the prizes you're not going to see until the end of the game. If there's, like we saw in Game 1, an early knockout on this Relor, it might actually be kind of hard to get back the Rabska or the Relor to be able to evolve into Rabska off of the Forest of Vitality.
Yeah, that could be another big change in this game if Jake isn't able to get the Forest and the Rabska going.
Did also find Buddy Poffin. Did not play a supporter, or actually maybe went first in the game, right? So couldn't play a supporter. Now going into Kobe's turn, is going to go ahead, just straight away use the run errand ability to see what two cards you can get. As Serrano to start out with, right? Serrano being able to find those 3 EXs and really get the game plan going. You also have a Wellspring Mask Ogerpon in the hand.
Yeah, it's great to already have a few of the basics you want into your hand. I anticipate he's looking for probably a Teal Mask Ogerpon, Latias, maybe Clefairy. Let's see what he chooses here.
See the Flutter Mane and Raging Bolt in there. I know a lot of these Ogerpon decks playing a one of Raging Bolt this weekend. We also saw the Lily's Pearl, right, as you were mentioning earlier. So kind of seeing some of the tech cards that Kobe was using this weekend to make it into the seniors finals of the Pokemon World Championships. I know Tool Scrapper was in there as well, I saw. So plenty of tech options in this deck.
Yeah, Lily's Pearl Clefairy is great into Dragapult, but not so much into the Alakazam.
So just doing a quick prize check to see what Pokemon are in the prizes. Is going to go ahead, grab Latias, Teal Mask Ogerpon, and one other Pokemon to add into the hand.
Yeah, probably a Meowth or a Fez, if I had to guess.
Did they show the prizes earlier? I completely forgot to look.
Don't think I saw them.
See if they showed them. I don't know if they've shown them as of yet. Is going to go with Lily's Clefairy, though, as the second option, or I mean the third option within this. Again, just with Full Moon Rondo being an easy 2 energy attack, one of the more efficient attackers, I think, in this deck, especially because both boards are typically pretty full of Pokemon.
Yeah, definitely. And it's another way to try to swing the prize trade to make Jake have to take more than 2 knockouts. Just throw up that Lily's Clefairy in the mid game and save the Kangaskhan for swing turns like right after the unfair stamp or here early game where Jake hasn't had a chance to draw a bunch of cards yet.
Apparently they did show his prizes, so I'm real quick going to try to take over real quick. I'm going to try to figure out what his prizes were in this second game.
All right. So we passed it over to Jake with no energy attached, which is unfortunate.
Okay, I did find his prizes. So his prizes were Area 0 Under Depths, Psychic Energy, Water Energy, Grass Energy.
That's right.
And then the top 2 prizes were Boss's Orders and Crispin in total. So not too bad. Again, another 3 energies in the prizes, but all in all, it could have been a lot worse.
Definitely. Yeah, and the Crispin and bosses are the supporters you have the highest counts of. So nothing too tragic there.
So not only do we need to move this Relor as Jake on this turn, we also need to set up some evolutions. Here's the rare candy in Alakazam to be able to draw an extra 3 cards, and with the enriching energy in hand as well, we are going to be able to retreat it, but I don't know if our goal is going to be to retreat with the enriching energy.
Yeah, I don't love losing it, but if it gets you to taking 3 prizes, it might just be worth going for.
Especially on this turn where you already had 2 Abras on the field to be able to evolve into Kadabra and draw some extra cards. We also have the telepathic energy that we can utilize on this turn to be able to retreat, because even though it won't give psychic energy, I still think we can attach it to Relor as a colorless energy.
Mm-hmm. Yep, it would attach, but it would not search out our 4th Abra.
So Pokepad going ahead, finding the Dunsparce to be able to maybe draw 3 more cards within this upcoming turn. Is going to go ahead, put that into hand as the option, and still has supporters like Hilda, right? Hilda being very solid in this deck to find an evolution and supporter. Is going to go ahead, attach the enriching energy though, to be able to draw the 4 cards. So ended up going into that route. Does have the Rabska as well for the retreat, but might actually keep Rabska in the hand just in case. You know, depending on how many cards that we need 15 to get this knockout, but we're running the fine line right now, I think, of how many cards we have in hand.
Yeah, I think we're only at 12. So we might just be setting up the board to live another day.
So now evolves into the Dunsparce and retreating, putting the enriching energy into the discard pile. So promoting the Alakazam. We'll see if he does a runaway draw here at this point, or maybe use the supporter to find something like another Kadabra to draw cards. Looks like he's going to use the runaway draw. Will more than likely have enough cards to be able to take this knockout, especially finding a Dawn as well.
Yeah, and see the air balloons in hand. So he has enough cards left to get the Genesect out of his deck. He'll be able to turn off the unfair stamp coming from Kobe's side.
Something we saw work so well for Diego Katsuraga in the top 4 match, right? Against, wait, who did he play in top 4?
It was
it Henry? Right? Yeah, Henry. That's what it was. Oh my gosh, my memory is failing. Is going to actually use Boss's Orders. So Boss's Orders going in now. Is maybe thinking about just taking 2 prizes on the Latias and maybe just going for a 2-2-2 kind of play, attaching the Unhailed Fan maybe to the Alakazam. That makes it so if Kobe decides to go in and attack with Mega Kingscon or Ogerpon or Clefairy, anything of the sort, Jake's going to have the opportunity to be able to move that energy wherever he wants.
Yeah, he burned his hand down to 11 cards and took 2 very good ones off prizes. Another Kadabra and a telepathic energy. I'm sure he'd love to use next turn.
So this also makes it, I think, very hard, especially without the Latias, for Kobe to be able to retreat. There are plenty of ways to be able to find a second Latias, right? Because a lot of these decks typically play 2 Latias, but just asks him for another card, especially if he goes in with the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon that we see in the hand. We know Crispin's in the hand too, so have a way to get that water energy, and we find a way to retreat. We need Area 0 Under Depths, though. We're going to have to re-find Latias.
Yeah, and you don't want to punch this Alakazam with your Teal Masks. You need a boss to combo with all of that. I'm not sure you can get all of that together on this turn.
So Meowth is going to be the rounding out the bench with that last-ditch catch ability. Is going to be going ahead and looking for a supporter card. We'll see what supporter he has, having some of them in hand, like Crispin, as I was talking about, but maybe just eyeing up a different supporter that he wants to utilize on this turn, like Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking.
Yeah, Cypher to stack the unfair stamp on top of the deck to draw with Mega Kangaskhan. Sounds like just what the doctor ordered.
especially trying to get that unfair stamp now before Jake, as you're talking about, maybe plays out and attaches onto Genesect, right, to turn off the A-Spec. This may be the perfect time to be able to find it.
I think he's just choosing what else you'd like to cipher for.
Yeah, especially because Run Aaron finds 2 cards. Even if Unfair Stamp is an incredible card that you want to utilize, you got to find out which one you want on top of it. And I think Area Zero Underdepths could be a good option. I know he was considering that, but just thinking about what the second one is, not sure what it is because it's moving off camera. I think it might be it looked like a Pokemon.
I'd expect either a Pokemon, a Stadium, or an Energy Switch, right? Because our optimal board would be to attack with a Kangaskhan into this reset stamp turn, just like we did last game. But that's hard to do from this board with no energy drop on
Yeah,
turn one.
and our supporter being Cypher Maniac's code breaking. I don't know. It has to be, Glass Trumpet. But first, Ultra Ball going to be coming in with those beautiful gold Ultra Balls. Not as cool as the Dark Explorers one, but is a bit of bling. Is going to pitch the Wellspring Mask Ogre Pawn.
Yeah, I think just understanding that the combo to get that guy off is very tricky, and you'd have to do it exactly this turn before Jake can find a Rabska.
So is maybe thinning out with Raging Bolt, right? Immediately pitching it with Ultra Ball. I believe the NAIC Ultra Ball from a bit ago. I think Kobe also rocking the 2024 NAIC deck box with the evolutions on it. I think it was 2024. Maybe it was 2025. The years combined for me. But is just going to go ahead, thin away those cards, especially if we decide to use Unfair Stamp, right? We don't want to redraw into cards that we don't need. Energy Switch now, moving the energy over to Clefairy, is going to go ahead, Unfair Stamp. If we find Area Zero Underdepths and Latias, or maybe some sort of switch card, we'll be able to Full Moon Rondo, take this knockout over on the Alakazam.
Yep, just accepting that Jake is already going to have to take 3 knockouts. So just using the attacker, we can guarantee this turn. Makes good sense.
This is the seniors finals, May Tech. This is game 2 of the best of 3. Kobe up 1-0. We do have the Masters finals right after this. So putting Jake down to 2 cards in hand is going to find Glass Trumpet and another Energy Switch alongside Crispin, but not going to be a way, I think, to really move this Mega Kangaskhan.
Oh, we needed to hit a Stadium and a Latias to move this turn. And yeah, just a pass.
I think this is a tough point for Jake, but I think it's okay leaving the Mega Kangaskhan in the active, especially because you did reset Jake's hand to 2. It's going to be hard for him to get up to 15, but with an immediate Alakazam evolution and a Dawn to be able to get more evolutions, especially because he accidentally revealed the rare candy, we're going to get 3 Alakazams online, and we're going to be able to draw a handful of cards, especially with the Flip the Script Pheasantipity being able to draw way more.
Yeah, quite a few cards. But the issue with Alakazam with reaching that high is not having enough cards in hand to also refill the board. But with no hand disruption, maybe you're just okay with that.
Yeah, especially because the Unfair Stamp was used. Now you're just trying to build up the hand, get the knockout right now, and say, okay, next turn, I'm more than likely going to win the game since I have multiple Alakazams on the field right now. Especially all I need is just 1 energy. Going into the Alakazam is going to draw 3 more cards, even though 2 leave the hand. Is going to be Genesect, but you don't need Genesect right now at this point, so it's fine to keep in the hand. We already used Dawn, so we're not going to be able to boss up anything, and we're just actually going to attack into this Kangaskhan, let it survive, dealing 180 damage to put it at 120.
Yep, not nearly enough draw support off of those 2 cards, but quite a bit. That's very impressive to get from, 2 to 9 cards and have a pretty full board.
And at this point as well, Kobe hasn't even taken a prize card as of yet. And he only has the draw off of Run Errand, maybe some other sort of draw support. But Area Zero Underdepths is pretty hard to find, especially because, Using Crispin right now as your supporter for turn gets you a grass energy to be able to use Teal Dance. But again, you still don't have Latias on the field right now.
No, this damaged Kangaskhan is stuck active.
Especially with Kangaskhan, I think having a 3 energy retreat cost.
That sounds right. In a perfect world, we'd be able to get this guy to the bench and chuck it in the bin with the Chen Pao, like we saw in the first game.
You have energy switch, though, to be able to attach a 3rd energy onto Mega Kangaskhan from when we did the Teal Dance. So we are going to be able to move this guy, get a fresh new Pokemon in the active. But like you're saying, we don't have Chen Pao. Yeah, I think you have to go with the hard retreat. I mean, if you use Teal Dance and you can't use Flip the Script, you've used all your draw support, especially after these supporters. So might as well just retreat. Get another body up onto the field, even if more than likely Jake's going to be able to knock it out, and just try to buy yourself some time. So Handheld Fan moving the Psychic Energy over to the Teal Mask Ogerpon. That means that that Psychic Energy, not a Grass Energy, is going to make it a little bit harder for Teal Mask Ogerpon to be able to attack.
Yeah, and Kobe took the Psychic Energy off prizes instead of the Area 0 Underdepths. That's part of why his Cypher Maniac on turn 2 was so tough, because he needed so many of these very specific combo pieces all in one turn. But Cypher can only get 2 of them.
Yo, what's up, Cream Cheese? How are you doing? Is going to go in with a Hilda to be able to find an energy and an evolution Pokemon, right? One of the maybe 2 Psychic Energies that Alakazam's play within the deck is still good, even if it doesn't find you 2 basics. Flip the Script, as we saw, that was searched last turn on the Dawn, is coming down on the field to be able to draw 3 cards. Does have the Dunsparce to be able to run away draw, but I think all you really need to do right now is like attach, maybe draw 1 more time, but you just need 10 cards in hand to be able to get this knockout. And I think that's pretty easy for Jake up to this point, and is going to go ahead and take some prizes.
Yeah, at this point, we don't even need to evolve the Rabska, because nothing on the board is in range of the Torrential Pump.
Except for Relor himself.
Yeah.
Which is not even that big of a deal when Kobe has 5 prizes left to take, right? So is going to go ahead, promote the Mega Kangaskhan. Now a bench space is open, but Jake only needing 2 prize cards left to be able to win this game, and plenty of 2 prizes sitting on the board with many cards in hand. There might not be any more kind of hand disruptions like a Judge or something like that to be able to win the game. Xerosix Machinations or anything of the sort. So, and also Jake is kind of set for something like a hand reset with the 2 Dunsparces here on the bench.
Yeah, that's right. Even if there were a special red card or something, you can still draw 9 cards just with what's on the board.
So now going in with the Teal Dance on the second one. Still only has 5 bench spots, and Kobe just says, you know what? You got it, man. I can't ruin your hand. I don't have Latias on the field because I can't find Area 0 Underdepths. And let's move on to Game 3. Just like the Juniors Finals, the winner of this next game will be crowned the World Champion.
Yeah, that game went more like how you expect just looking at it on paper.
Well, I mean, we've seen, I think Kobe did a great job, right? I think, especially with the Cypher Maniacs code breaking, I think it was a great time to be able to unfair stamp. I just think that maybe just benching all of these Pokemon so quickly, kind of locking yourself on the bench when you can't find Area 0 Underdepths was the biggest problem, right? And just hitting the damage onto the Mega Kangaskhan on Jake's side to be able to not free up any bench spots just made it really difficult for Kobe to find that second Latias EX to be able to play out onto the field. Definitely a pretty clean game, I feel like, for Jake. Well, there's a third person over at the casting table.
Is there?
There was, yeah. I saw 3 people there.
Yeah.
Maybe Pablo giving some game analysis as he's been doing all weekend. Pablo Mesa, fantastic player and content creator.
Absolutely.
So in this game 3, Kobe's going to be able to choose the turn order of this game, get his preferred curve or what he feels like is best in this matchup specifically. And I think he's been doing as best as he can, right? It was able to squeak it out in that first game, but in the second game, just being able to draw out after and not be able to just consistently provide attacks, especially with the lack of retreating and Jake targeting that Latias, really just the pain of the game.
Yep, I think both players definitely know the matchup at this point and just need to see how the hands are dealt.
I think Jake's going to have to try to continuously balance his draw, right? Not only get enough cards to be able to knock things out, but Latias just sitting in the active. That's nice because we don't have to look for it, right? But getting an energy attached, going first in this game. Jake has got Genesect up in the active. The first time that Genesect has hit the field in this matchup. We'll see if Genesect and his 1 retreat cost is able to maybe get an air balloon or something of the sort. And Jake on his prize is prizing an Alakazam, but 2 telepathic energies actually might be a little bit of a problem, especially with Buddy Buddy Boffin prize. The 8 Buddy Buddy Boffin-esque cards that you're running, 3 of them aren't going to be available to you at the start of this game.
Yes, definitely unfortunate. I know it is nice to see none of the air balloons are prized. That is the tool that Jake would love to put on this Genesect to turn on its ability to turn off the unfair stamp.
Especially
get it out of the active.
Yeah, if Jake can turn off that unfair stamp, that's going to make this game a lot easier for him. I think Kobe really only running that unfair stamp as his disruption tool, but going in with the Dawn as the supportive return is going to find a basic stage 1 and stage 2. Might just grab the whole Alakazam line here on this Dawn, try to build up the board with these Abras, but actually goes with Pheasantipity.
Yeah, there's not a lot of ways to search that guy in an Alakazam deck. It's usually just the Dawns.
So Pheasantipity might be an interesting situation, especially with the Latias having free retreat and Full Moon Rondo only being a 2 energy attack. Jake might actually expect this Genesect to get knocked out in this coming turn, or any of the Pokemon knocked out in this coming turn with the Full Moon Rondo. So preemptively grabbing Pheasantipity to just be able to say, okay, I've got a guaranteed way at least to draw 3 cards.
Yep, 110 HP. We just need 5 total benched on both sides of the field.
Tool Scropper actually might be really good in this matchup, actually, now that I think about it, with the Genesect Ace Nullifier ability. Something we haven't seen yet because Genesect hasn't really been on the field, but might be something if Jake gets that Ace Nullifier online.
Yeah, we see Kobe's prizing here. One of those glass trumpets to recover energy. The Serrano here. Some basic boxes only played 1, so that could make finding more basic Pokemon difficult here.
So in those prizes as well, on the top side, as you mentioned, Glass Trumpet, also a Crispin.
Yeah, Crispin typically a 4 of. It is interesting to see the Cypher Maniac come down with no Kangaskhan in play yet. Was there one in his hand?
Don't know if there was, to be honest.
So just stacking the deck for the next 2 turns usually means your hand is not looking so hot.
Does have a grass energy, but no, I don't think has a Mega Kangaskhan. It's just going to go ahead, get the Clefairy. And I think especially with the Pheasantipity, now you run in this weird situation as Kobe of, do you try to go ahead and hit this Genesect or not? And is not going to take the knockout, though, because you don't have any Pokemon on the field.
Only 80 damage. Yeah,
only 80 damage soaked up, on that guy. It kind of feels bad, I think, if you're Kobe, because maybe if Jake pops off on this turn, there might be a way to just blast this Clefairy, but no, the Enriching Energy being attached onto the Genesect is going to draw an extra 4 cards. Does find it telepathic, but you can't play it on this turn, so just going to be taking another turn off. Is going to go with a Dawn, finding a basic stage 1 and stage 2. Stage 1 option being Kadabra, the basic being Dunsparce, and more than likely Alakazam being the third and final card on stage 2.
I think Jake's definitely happy to have another turn to set up his board.
Ooh, actually,
even though he
passes on Alakazam.
Interesting. There's one prize, so he may have the other two in hand already.
That could be something that Kobe kind of keys in on in terms of not grabbing a stage 2, another card in hand. Is going to go ahead, evolve the benched Kadabra. Is going to have to try to find another Abra to be able to utilize this Kadabra, but I don't think has any more ways to find Pokemon. Hasn't used. Could go ahead and play out Battle Cage. So is going to do that.
Doesn't do much in this matchup, but it's just a dead card we can thin out.
So is going to at least protect the bench from the Torrential Pump potentially, now that this Clefairy has survived.
And look at this draw. A Teal Mask into a Grass Energy into a Serrano off the top deck.
It's almost like we Cyclomaniac last turn.
Couldn't have asked for a better 2 cards.
And so now is going to use for Serrano to be able to find 3 EX Pokemon, more than likely finding Mega Kangaskhan as one of them, Pheasantipity another one, and is eyeing up what potentially the third could be. He's going to eye up the Meowth. Maybe Meowth saving it in the hand for the next turn, kind of letting Jake know that I don't have another supporter that I want. Is taking a read of the correct wording on a Battle Cage. Maybe it's just going to go away and say, you know what, I've been having trouble finding Area 0 underdepths all day today. Torrential Pump, not going to be worth a play to try to build up.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it doesn't do anything in this matchup. It is curious if you try to use this Battle Cage coming down as a way to maybe expect that Jake will also play a Forest at some point. But Kobe's just able to take the first prize here with the Clefairy.
So Telepathic Energy to start out Jake's turn after promoting the Kadabra is going to get 2 Abras out onto the field. Something that we kind of wish we had last turn, but it's going to be all right to play them down on this turn, especially with so many cards in hand, and we'll be able to double draw with Alakazam potentially. But the big question is, are we going to be able to get back Genesect and maybe attach a tool onto it to shut off Unfair Stamp? Because as soon as we knock out the first Pokemon, Unfair Stamp is live.
That's right. We have quite a few small evolutions. So that'll be a lot of outs to draw cards after the Unfair Stamp.
Pokemon production
I'm
showing Lana's Aid and also Sacred Ash as 2 different options. I think has Lana's Aid in hand, actually.
Yes, those would be presumably the only 2 ways to recover that Genesect in the deck.
But is going to go with Airy as the supporter for turn. Discarding 2 items and looking at the hand. There is Area 0 under depths, but getting away to energy switches, you can remove the energies on this field to make it very hard to power up a Mega Kangaskhan in the attack on the next turn. Definitely a good read right there. I feel like that's the first time.
Cool.
Yeah, this was the first time this weekend that we've seen an Airy take 2 cards.
Yeah, and we get to see Kobe's hand and make sure there's not a boss waiting there to knock out our Pheasantipity, or like any other strange threats.
It's interesting taking the Forest of Vitality as an option. We have a full bench as of right now because we played Pheasantipity and 2 Abras on this turn. No Genesect on the field, but maybe just putting the Forest of Vitality on the field to say that if you do Unfair Stamp me in this turn, that's a card that I don't want to draw into.
Yeah, I think that's right.
So Kobe now, after the flip the script, drawing 3 cards, is going to be able to Teal Dance on with the Grass Energy and draw an extra card. The shaken over on this camera. Somebody is really moving their feet.
I mean, that's just how hyped the arena is.
I know, just roaring with noise. We've got to make up for the noise. But anyways, going in with that Meowth that we searched for on the Serrano last turn on the last ditch catch is going to be able to find a supporter, right? Grabbing it off the Serrano last turn to preemptively make sure that we can find the supporter that we want for this moment is maybe eyeing up Cypher Maniac's code breaking, and we could see off the run Aaron maybe doing another unfair stamp right here.
That is the play you typically go for here. It's probably only his second of 2 Cypher Maniacs, so if you're going to do it, now is the time.
Yeah, now's a great time to be able to utilize it, especially because you want to get it before they start going super aggressive, right, and really set up. Only one Dunsparce on the field and a Pheasantipity. Going to be going ahead and playing Area 0 under depths now with the unfair stamp to reset both players' hands. Kobe to 5 and Jake to 2, 3 on the draw.
You'll see the attach return also going on to the Teal Mask Ogre Pawn, signaling that that'll be his attacker this turn. And interesting is he doesn't bench another Terra Pokemon. He could use potentially a knockout back as his way to clear off the board. So I guess that's not super relevant since Jake's already taken 2.
And so here now on the draw is going to just keep them sideways until the end of turn. Does find Clefairy, I think Serrano, or Boss's Orders, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Boss, a couple Ultra Balls.
Boss might be nice. You can try to speed up the prize trace or prize race maybe, but definitely knocking out this Alakazam right now with that Myraid Leaf Shower attack is going to go ahead and promote the Dunsparce in the active, and we'll see if Jake can draw out of this and take the return knockout to go down to 2 prizes. Finds Hilda, Relor, and another card. Also just did flip the script. Now a Dawn coming in, and we're going to see a lot of Pokemon draw here.
Yeah, those myriad leaves showering all over the Alakazam. And yeah, only needs to draw from 2 up to 11 cards to knock out this Teal Mask.
Especially because we have Runaway Draw, Alakazam drawing 3, Kadabra drawing 2. The one thing that we are needing, though, aside from cards in hand, right, in terms of size, is an energy. No energy currently sitting on the field.
That's right. I think 1 Telepathic is still prized. So that could be the more difficult part of the turn, is finding an energy card.
But the great thing about the Dunsparce with that Runaway Draw ability is he's almost like a pseudo-free retreater, right? Being able to shuffle himself back into the deck, and then you get to choose a new Pokemon to promote. See what he decides to do. It looks like he maybe have the energy, especially with Alakazam here being promoted into the active.
Yeah, going right into it with no hesitation.
So it does have that basic energy to be able to utilize on this turn. We'll see if he decides to play any more cards. Plays a Dunsparce down on the field for a potential runaway draw in the next turn. You always like, as an Alakazam player, being able to cycle these Pokemon. And now Sacred Ash going ahead and putting up to 5 Pokemon back into the deck. And it looks like just an Alakazam line of 1, 2, 3.
Yep, and with the unfair stamp played, he probably doesn't have any hand disruption to worry about. Just have to anticipate knocking out a Mega Kangaskhan for game, potentially on his next turn.
And being able, getting a telepathic energy off the prizes, guaranteeing that you at least have that component to be able to attack with an Alakazam in the next turn. I like also, because there's still an Alakazam in the prizes, going ahead and using Sacred Ash to put it in the prizes, because if there is a knockout on this turn, it's actually going to be very hard for Mega Kangaskhan to be able to get a knockout on this turn, since you used Airy to get rid of 2 energy switches. If it does happen, Jake at least guarantees that he has a Alakazam in the deck for like Dawn or Hilda or something to be able to have an attacking Pokemon in this next turn. And so Ultra Ball being played to get rid of Mega Kangaskhan and another Area 0 under depths. He's going to have to find a Pokemon. We do have a Grass Energy in hand, so maybe the option is another Teal Mask Ogre Pawn.
Yeah, maybe it's Teal Mask. We have quite a few energy in hand, which is not where we want them. Them on the board or in the deck for Crispin.
So it is going to be finding Meowth, though.
Meowth, yeah.
I mean, we do still have Area 0 under depth, so we do have more bench spots.
If he doesn't have a Terra in hand, we won't have those bonus bench spots.
Oh, yeah, that's right. We don't have a Terra in hand. So we got to play a Terra first. Nope.
He can't.
Yeah, we can't do that.
Judge.
There's no Terra. And I think a judge is telling him right now.
He played down the Clefairy first. I
Yeah,
don't know if
and he attached onto it with the Lily's Pearl. I think that has to be the Pokemon. I mean, you very intentionally put it down on the field and the Pearl on top of it. I mean, even if, you know, putting it in the back, maybe it wasn't the Pokemon that you were aiming for. I don't know. I mean, you put it down there, so I think, yeah, the judge intervening and saying, hey, that's your Pokemon on the bench. I guess maybe if he was trying to set up another situation, I mean, he should have flipped them over, but that's just how the cookie crumbles at this point. So now Mega Kangaskhan going ahead and drawing two extra cards.
Just a big YOLO flip here to see if he can get something going.
I mean, I don't even know what we could get at this point to be able to attack in this turn. And
he needed the Crispin and an E-Switch, or a Trumpet and an E-Switch, and with the Erie removing all those from his hand a couple turns ago, he didn't have much.
We can, though, go ahead, I mean, I guess attack with the Lily's Clefairy if we have something like a Crispin on this turn.
I don't think we do. I don't think we've got anything. Just energies and a boss.
So is going to go ahead and boss up another Pokemon. See which one it is. It looks like Pheasantipity, maybe trying to buy a turn, hoping that Jake can't find an energy to retreat with.
Yeah, but we know he just took a telepathic off prizes, so this won't be very effective.
And so with the air balloon and the boss, Jake is going to become the Seniors World Champion with Alakazam. The Dunsparce powering through Kobe's Clefairy box deck.
Fantastic.
Absolutely. Great job by Jake. Game one, a little bit shaky off the unfair stamp, but I think just being able to power through so much despite unfair stamps, being able to claim the title as the Seniors World Champion this time around. Had many outs in his hand at that point, especially with the air balloon as well being the option. But pretty good. I mean, I think that's one of the reasons, you know, why a lot of the casters were in favor, maybe knowing Jake's list of all these different cards to be able to deter stuff like the A-Spec, like Torrential Pump, just having a lot of answers to Kobe's deck in all.
Yeah, huge congrats to Jake. You know, having that tough game one, which, you know, definitely could have put you off on in a favored matchup. You know, putting you off playing at your best to win the run back on the next two games, but held it together and he's world champion now.
And maybe we could see another Alakazam win the world championships here soon. Diego Casiraga, former 2017 world champion with Gardevoir GX, going to be making the stage here soon against Andrew Hedrick. I am so excited to see this match.
I'm thrilled for this one. This is going to be...
My goodness, what a match we just witnessed. And
we
officially have our world
Yeah.
champion for the TCG Senior Division. All right.
With the baby blue X-Bleed jersey.
Many were talking about the fact that the Alakazam deck was favored in this matchup, but this did go the distance. Can you give me the breakdown of this match from your perspective?
So game one, I just drew nothing off the stamp, which just lost me the game pretty much. I think I might have made a slight misplay. I didn't Sacred Ash back Abras into my deck, which probably lost me the game, but
yeah, I think that's one of the things
clean.
too.
I just drew a supporter off stamp and I won.
Like needing to consistently find Abras, I think was a problem in that game.
Opportunity to start
it was, and he focused on finding the Rabsca instead of the Genesect, which I think he realized later was the bigger threat.
I hope they view me as a top player.
Unfair stamps.
Ultimately, that's just my goal, to feel like
and so
I'm good.
As it sounds too, it sounds like Jake going to be moving up to Masters next year, his final chance to win the seniors title. So how clutch.
Before I let you go, who would you like to give any shout outs to?
Yeah.
I'd like to shout out my dad first for bringing me to all the events that I go to. It takes a lot of time off work just to come with me. I'd also like to thank out Yuichi and Addison for playing the same list as me to the to Worlds, as well as everyone who's tested with me and helped me build my deck.
Shout out Australia.
It's a team effort. Well, thank you so much, Jake, for joining me right here, and everyone here in the Chase Center. Give it up one more time
Down under.
for your TCG Senior World
I cannot wait for the Masters. Oh my gosh. I can't tell you how much I've been thinking about it.
We have had some
Yeah, I'm so excited.
I mean, just like, you have Diego is one of the greats, right, in the Pokemon trading card game. Just a great mind, especially with the Alakazam and how his deck is built. But then you have Andrew Hedrick, one of the great new minds. You know, is definitely having a run the last couple years.
So let's get you set up for our final match.
Oh yeah,
and just like
coming in.
For nearly 30 years, the Pokemon trading card game has continued.
Even he admits he wasn't, some great player before COVID, but you see him every night grinding away on PCGO limitless tournaments.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. Like, and talk about the come up of players from COVID. You know, you talk about like Henry Chow and Andrew Hedrick being ones, and at least Henry Chow. I don't know how much Andrew is, but Henry Chow is the biggest spokesperson of Pokemon TCG Live that I have ever heard.
100%. Yeah. Just huge. All those young guys. He and Leon and Aban and just huge proponents of playing a lot of high ladder games.
Mm-hmm. It's also like it's one thing. Diego's hat is the same hat that he used in his first World Championship in 2007, or at least his first top 8 at Worlds in 2007. So his hat is just about 20 years old.
That's awesome. I think he does have a few of them, but it looks like he brought back. He must save this one for Worlds.
Yeah,
I bet.
Because I mean, a lot of the pictures that you see of Diego from Worlds over the years is that exact hat.
Mm-hmm.
And he may have the same hat, just multiple of them.
Yeah, Hedrick's baby blues. What a handsome man.
Yeah.
This time, it's my turn.
Oh! Did you see that there at the end?
I couldn't hear what he said.
He said, "This time it's my turn."
I
think if Pokemon really wants to really grow the competitive scenes, I think they need to continue on these storylines and esportsify themselves.
I think he's.
Everybody, it is time to meet our TCG Masters finalists.
What? Sorry?
Apparently, she said something.
First up, we have
I was about to say something. I don't know.
Ooh, look at this shirt. I don't think I've seen this shirt. Maybe I have.
I think the juniors are wearing that. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I think Luke was wearing that actually. Just kidding. I've seen this shirt. Look at the tin. Look at the tin.
Oh yeah.
Who needs a deck box? The tin is my deck box.
It's tin. That's all you need.
What kind of tin is it? Diego has nothing. He's got his deck in his pocket, maybe?
Maybe. I think he does.
He just got his deck in his pocket. And he's rocking a 2007 Worlds deck box.
Awesome.
I know everyone in the audience.
Oh, yeah.
Andrew.
What a crew of characters. 5 regional wins.
Title. This would mean the trifecta. What is it going to take to actually achieve that?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess gotta try to treat this match like you would any other, right? Gotta try to play the best you can, do what you can with the cards you draw, and just see if it works out.
And Diego, the last time we saw you on
thumbs
the
in the
stage,
pocket.
Thumbs
in the pocket, dude.
Thumbs in the pocket.
Again.
Now you have returned.
He's just a guy.
He's just a chill guy.
Walk me through the journey back from 2017 till now.
Shout out Iowa. Good old Cookie Hawkeye.
Shout out Iowa.
I'm really proud to have them here with me, supporting me here in the sidelines.
Viva Argentina!
We appreciate the support of everyone that is in the audience right now. Keep it cheering while we send our trainers off to your battle stations. All right, casters, what do you
Andrew's
guys
like,
say
wow,
about
this
that?
is cool.
Oh, we got a lot to say about that, Gabby.
Yeah, Wasi and Joe.
Oh, it's Wasi and Joe. Where's the predictions?
Well, that'll be shortly, I think, usually. Oh, we'll
keep
usually
here. Yeah.
Keep hearing them. No, I think it's after this.
I mean, the little pictures. I think it's usually this screen.
Joe Bernard. Joe,
How good is this final going to be?
What is Diego holding up? Do we know? Because this is a recycled picture, because I've seen this big head Porygon
Mastermind of the modern era in Andrew
for
Hedrick,
Andrew.
looking to complete the Pokemon Gauntlet. He's already
Diego
a
pick?
regional
What was
champion.
his
He's
old
already an international champion.
Oh, 2017 with Gardevoir. So maybe it's Gardevoir.
Probably.
But he faces down
Championship
a
pin,
veteran of over 20
XP
years
pin.
of experience at the very
Yeah.
highest
Good
level.
match. Good match.
Diego Casaraga, he has a resume better than anyone, barring Jason Klasinski, at the world's level. He's already got 2 top 8 finishes. His dream came true
I think his
in 2017.
top 8 finishes outside of this year was 2007 and 2009.
saw Jason Klasinski win the
Yep,
World
just pulling it up.
for the third time.
2007
But
top 8
since
was
then,
with
the
a
player base
Banette
has grown
and
immeasurably.
Evolutions
All of
deck.
us have gotten infinitely harder, and we ask that question: will we
Vaporeon,
ever see
Umbreon, and
another player
Jolteon.
repeat as the Masters
Jolteon
of
Gold Star,
World
of
They're
course.
really riding
Diego's
this
coming here saying, "Look, I won it in
never
2017.
done
9
outside of
years
Jason
later, I'm
Klasinski's
back, and
storyline.
he has
Yeah.
got an
Never been a
excellent chance,
repeat.
just one more hurdle to get over.
Dang, I wonder
but
what would
he's
be
proven he can navigate
better
this.
for
He's been in
Pokemon
Dragapult along the way.
storyline-wise.
Just one more game to go, and he could do what people
I think
thought
either one's
might no
fine with
longer
me.
be possible.
To keep, yeah, I mean, both are great because I think both are great representatives, incredible players in the game that will not stop
And this,
anytime
Thank
soon.
you so much, guys.
This post-COVID information,
Henry!
I mean, the information era is just so hard to win these events.
Yeah, Pokemon's never been more
Feel
competitive.
having
Yeah.
supported them
Oh,
towards
100%.
this point, and now they're on the world stage.
I was told when I went to my first regional after COVID that, like, oh, I probably play some theme decks the first couple of rounds. It's like, nah, everyone showed up with field decks.
Actually make it to the finals of
And
Worlds.
you kind of knew how to play
I really
them.
wanted to bring this one home because he's a great friend of mine.
So is Henry Chow canonically Andrew's dad at this point?
Really,
I don't know if you can say that.
Being here is really crazy. I'm so proud of him.
I'd love hearing that. I think we're all
No,
so
his
proud
number
as
one
well.
supporter.
Feels like
Yeah.
we've all become family.
I love that
watching
Henry
both
Chow is
players
sitting here.
grow and now get
They're
to
not
this
covering up
point.
his Reebok
How
hat.
much
awesome.
preparation goes into events
That's
that
true. It might not be
this that
a.
people just might not understand from
They gave
home.
him the T-shirts though.
I mean, I have spent countless hours
Maybe they
just
had
sitting
black
in call
tape
with
this
Andrew,
time.
playing, sharing screens, playing, you know, the PTCG live ladder. He gets to the highest eloads I've ever seen. It's incredible. He's put in so much work, and he really deserves this.
Can I read?
Yeah. I should have got a translator for Diego's wife.
I guess they don't
Practicing
have
and
a
practicing and
Spanish
um,
or
being
is
family.
do they speak?
They're in California. They can get the Spanish.
I love
Yeah.
that. That's so good. Still makes
Yeah, I was
plenty
gonna
of
say
time for the
Argentina's main
family.
language is Spanish.
And
Just go
if
grab
you could
Pablo.
give
Yeah, just get
one
Pablo, yeah.
final breath of support.
That's his whole deal.
What would you say to them right now if you were over there?
Just being an advocate for LATAM Pokemon.
He can do
Yeah.
his best, and we will support him no matter what.
Use
Is
fans
Pram
of that to
or
knock out
Pedro
all
at
his
the table?
Alphas and win the game.
Good advice.
Ooh.
Well, let's go see if that's going to be
I
what
can't tell.
unfolds. Good luck to our
One of them I
players
know
as
is not
we
either of them.
Kind of like,
embark
looks kind
on
of
this
like
journey
Pram on the
together.
right.
Yeah, I think it has to be Pram.
I'm not sure
Well,
from
it's hard
here.
to argue with that advice. Use Phantom Dive.
Or on the
Knock
left.
out
Oh,
Abra, ladies and gentlemen.
someone with long hair on the
We
right.
have met the
Oh, we
players. Give me a
changed perspective
cheer
on the
if you're
table.
cheering
Threw me
for
off.
Andrew.
Ah, they just turned away. They also did not do the predictions.
Yeah, they didn't show up.
Huh. Maybe they don't want to. They don't want to say. Or maybe they'll do it right before the game starts. There's Ethan. Ethan with the standing ovation.
Hexter, standing ovation for our boy Andrew Hedrick.
So I believe out of this, Andrew Hedrick is the higher seed because Diego made it in through asymmetrical top cut. So Andrew will decide the turn order at least within this first game.
Yeah, both these players went through absolute gauntlets.
I know this is one of the more stacked top eights that I can remember. You know, seeing former world top eights in Mateus. You have Rune, a high level senior, very new into Mathers. Nathan Spry, I think, also is a former world's top 8 in the last couple of years.
Yeah. No, I think this was his first.
Or maybe it was top 16 that he got in a previous year. Either way, high-level player. And then Brent Tonneson, right, is in there too. Henry Chow, lots of great people. But here's the predictions. Split 50-50.
You can see the mostly the younger guys on the left and the old heads on the right.
Yeah, the only one. I mean, Joe and Chip, though, being over there, long players of the game over here on Andrew Hedrick's side. But, yeah, Diego getting the fans of Wasi, Pablo, Puka, Amy in there as well. Amy was pretty close in the seniors final. We'll see if the tides can turn here, but I think it's going to be a pretty good game. I could see this going either way. I think even though on paper, I think Dragapult a lot of times is favored in a lot of situations, I think there can be a lot of really interesting play between these two to win this one. Is the ace spec for Hedrick, I believe, is unfair stamp?
Yes, it should be.
Yeah. So
yeah, but you don't show up. You didn't show up with a deck to this weekend unless you thought you could beat Dragapult.
Yeah, exactly.
So, and Diego already did it. Already beat H Chow.
So look at those
on Dragapult in this top 8.
Look at those allocades between the two players. Andrew Hedrick, 5-time regional champion, as well as NAIC in New Orleans 2024, as well as world champion, or I'm sorry, not world champion, world's top 32, an accomplishment of its own in Honolulu. But Diego Casiraga has been the world champion before, back in 2017, and he's had many other accolades alongside his illustrious, I think, near 20-year career at this point, being the top of the game in multiple eras of Pokemon. But here are the prizes of the Masters World Championships Game 1. 2 Pokepads on the side of Diego, but 2 Night Stretchers on the side of Andrew Hedrick. I think Diego's prize is a little bit more impactful, especially with that enriching energy and telepathic in there as well.
Yeah, for sure going to be missing those energies with all these crushing hammers in Hedrick's list. That's one way to try to lock Diego out of the game.
Yeah, especially with having to retreat potentially some Pokemon, but starts out with an Abra, so don't at least have to commit an energy to retreating. Not sure who. I think Andrew going first in this game is going to go ahead and Buddy Poffin. Starting the Badu on his side as well is going to be nice. At least you don't have to commit an energy to retreat into Badu as you do some item locking. So going to be big here for Diego going second to be able to find some Pokemon search. I think saw Buddy Poffin in his hand, but not like a Dawn or Hilda or anything like that. I think really just had Boss and Airy.
Yeah. Some of the other lists from this weekend played Gwyn for some extra draw in their Alakazam decks, but he'll just be focusing on those targeted searches, which don't do much for you turn 1 of the game.
And so Andrew Hedrick putting down a Dreepy and another Dreepy after doing a little bit of prize checking right there. Not too bad of prizes, I feel like, for Hedrick outside of those two. What were they called? I already forget what the 2 were.
I think there was 1 Pokepad on his side and 2 on Diego's side. I don't remember what there were 2 of.
I'm pretty sure there was a 2 of something, or Night Stretcher, that's what it was.
Night Stretcher.
Yeah, Night Stretcher, not useful in the beginning of the game in this scenario, because with 2 Buddy Poffins, we're going to be able to get our Dunsparce and Dreepy out. Even though it is Pult Hammers, I believe Hedrick running a 1-1 line of the Dunsparce is going to be able to draw a bunch of extra cards to be able to get these combos off, and it's worked well for him this weekend, coming in at a 10-2 record. Here, Diego having a 9-1-2 record, piloting his way to the top of the World Finals of Masters.
Yep, Hedrick is very experienced with this list. It's only 2 cards off of his NAIC list.
So there's a quick judge intervention, I think, at the table trying to say something between the 2 players. Not sure what it was, maybe just a clarification thing, and is just going to go ahead and pass since you can't attack in the first turn of the game of the Pokemon trading card game. Itchy Pollen not going to happen, but Diego going to have at least some Pokemon searching here to start out with Buddy Poffin.
Yep, see a Poffin and a Pokepad to search Pokemon this turn, and a supporter and Airy, which we saw earlier in the last game. It's a pretty good effect, but not necessarily early in this game.
Yeah, because, I mean, you have a lot of setup at this point for Pokemon to play out onto the field in terms of basic Pokemon, but you don't really have a lot of setup for your evolutions in the coming turn to be able to get those draws off of the Kadabra and Alakazam Psychic draw, or maybe the Runaway draw onto Dunsparce. So it's going to be a really interesting game to see how Diego pilots. Does have at least one Pokepad, though. And he's got to hope that that Pokepad in this next turn goes ahead and chains out the draws that you're looking for.
Yeah, this Budu will prevent the quick Candy Alakazam, like we saw in the last game from Jake. I wonder if you do just go ahead and play out this Eerie just to get some hand knowledge of what Andrew's got going on.
Especially because Andrew didn't like preemptively grab a Pokepad, right, to find something like a Dracloak that we see in a lot of other matchups, because, well, Diego's deck doesn't typically play Budu to be able to item lock. That might be something that Diego does, either that or maybe bossing up a Dreepy just to be able to force Andrew to commit an energy to retreat. Those are kind of the two options that he could be running with in here on this turn. But Pokepad, especially in the face of a Budu, might want to use that right now to try to find an evolution in your hand. Going to be curious to see if he finds a Kadabra or maybe a Dunsparce. Or to Dunsparce, the evolution.
Yeah. Both sound like great ideas to me. But yeah, evolving up those 40 HP Abras, or 50 HP Abras, is pretty critical in this matchup.
Yeah, especially because those Abras are so susceptible to a Phantom Dive. If you ever have one on the bench and no protection out on the field for your benched Pokemon, going to be really easy for Andrew Hedrick with a Dragapult to be able to take multiple knockouts within a game, and that's something as Diego that you don't want to let Andrew do. And so goes ahead, grabs the Kadabra, plays the Battle Cage right away on this turn. I think is maybe thinking of passing. I would have maybe liked to hold the Battle Cage until maybe the turn that Andrew would play, but I can't remember if Andrew's playing rare candies right now. I don't think he is.
Expect to see it. Yeah.
It is going to go ahead with some recon directives. Just has so many recon directives to be able to set up in this game. He is high flying right now and is about as good of a start as you could hope for.
Yeah, we got everything but that energy drop turn one.
So does at least have a Crispin if he wants to utilize that to be able to get some energies out onto the field between his Pokemon. Might be nice instead of benching the Meowth, kind of leaving that bench spot open. It is going to go with Crispin. Crispin going to be able to find two energies to be able to place on the field, a Psychic and a Fire. Could maybe split it between the two Dracloaks, potentially. But no, it's just going to attach both of them onto the one.
Yeah, I think you just picked the one, as Diego's board is not incredibly powerful, so you're really not expecting. Oh, well, he can't attack next turn. He can't candy his Alakazam if you item lock him.
Yeah.
So this Dracloak should be safe to hold the two energies.
So maybe thinking if you whiff on maybe more energy attachments or potentially.
Yeah.
What's
if he really wanted to, he could Dragon Headbutt this Abra, knock it out if he really wanted to.
Especially because even if it evolves into Kadabra, Itchy Pollen will be able to deal 10 damage. Kadabra being an 80 HP Pokemon would put it in range for that Dragon Headbutt as you're talking about. So I think probably just attaching the two, just leaving the options available to him if he has to, is probably what he decides to do. But no, he's going to go for prizes early, not item lock. Yeah, he's just going to try to race at this point and knock out an Abra to take the first prize.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Just saying Diego's board is so weak that taking out one of these two Abras is better than item lock.
And maybe that's just what he saw. I think maybe drawing the Dawn 4-turn, maybe what he was thinking with the board being so underwhelming on that first turn, going second for Diego, not really having a good supporter that he liked, maybe it's just best to try to race him down, right? Try to remove as many Pokemon as possible in this situation. So the runaway draw happening, promoting the Abra up onto the field, and we'll see maybe if he can candy Alakazam, but he's got to get some Pokemon out. Did find a telepathic energy, though, so we'll be able to at least grab some Abras. So going in, finding that telepathic energy, getting them out. You see that rare candy in the hand. So can candy Alakazam on this turn to get an attack off. I think it would actually be really good for him to candy Alakazam and get the attack off if he can.
Yeah, that would be a huge response to this greedy Jackalope knockout.
But I don't think he has the ability to, because he doesn't have it in hand, right? Dawn is going to be able to find some Pokemon, but you don't have any extra draw available to you.
Yeah, he doesn't have the candy yet. He just doesn't have it.
Running 2, maybe 3 copies within his deck list this weekend. Is going to go ahead off the Dawn, or 3 or 4?
Yeah, usually 3. Oh, I guess 2 or 3 in the non-Dusknoir build. Sorry.
Definitely Mateus was running 4. He loved doing candy into some Pokemon, but it's a little bit harder to fit rare candy, I feel like, in these Dunsparce builds, especially because we know he's playing Dedenne, Battle Cages, multiple Genesects, and different tool cards, including Lucky Helmet and Air Balloon. Is going to go ahead with the Pheasantipity. Does he draw it? No rare candies.
No, still doesn't have it.
Is not going to be able, I don't think, to knock out the Dracloak on this turn. So what's the next best scenario for you? Do have Dunsparce that you can play it onto the field. Is just going to go ahead with the Kadabra off the powerful draw. Still no rare candy right now, but you can get a little bit more setup going to try to starve off these attacks. But as soon as Andrew gets a Dragapult online, might be trouble.
Yeah, he really has to think about what his play is for the next turn. He's got the Battle Cage, which is about the most protection he can offer those Abras on the bench. It's probably too early to really need the Genesect in play.
Especially because you're not taking a knockout.
Right.
So going in with a little more draw on the Buddy Poffin, getting Dunsparce on the field to round out the bench.
Yep. Just going to say, hey, you might take 2 prizes this turn, but I will definitely have a response.
And what you are, as Diego, having already played Battle Cage, you are asking them to find the risky ruins, right? Which is a lot harder than it sounds. But with 3 Recon Directives, he does have a fair amount of dig, especially if maybe he does Meowth that we know is in the hand on for a Lily's Determination. He could try to dig for a lot of cards, ends up retreating the Kadabra over into the Dunsparce as a sacrificial Pokemon in case of a knockout, because, well, you could free retreat it anyway in the coming turns. I was actually using Recon Directive, Andrew, at the beginning of his turn before maybe going in with Meowth to start out with. Especially because Dragon Headbutt would knock out the Dunsparce anyways.
Yeah, I think that unlike in the Dragapult mirror, putting these weaker 2-price Pokemon just may be something we're trying to avoid. We're using all of our other methods of draw first.
So does go ahead with the Pokepad to go ahead and find the Dunsparce. Maybe is going to think about using Runaway Draw for an extra 3 cards before he uses any more Recon Directives. Here we go. Finds Night Stretcher, Crushing Hammer, and Boss's Orders. Maybe might try to chase this Kadabra if on the Recon Directive he can find a Dragapult.
Dragapult. Yeah. I think that taking 2 attackers off the board would definitely be his preferred play.
Obviously, you want to bump the Battle Cage to be able to do that, yeah, but maybe leaving yourself the opportunity to be able to at least go get that Kadabra to make it so Diego has to find rare candy might be the second best thing that you can do here, especially on this Recon Directive. They're not pointing it over, but that looks like Risky Ruins, not
Yeah,
Doesn't
so we
look
got
like...
Risky Ruins
Oh,
and
we
an
have
Ultra Ball.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Boss. So we can just go ahead and take those if that's the play here.
So off the Ultra Ball now, it's really about what do you go ahead and get rid of in the hand. Crushing Hammer, probably one of your targets, right? I don't think Crushing Hammer very useful in this matchup with one energy attackers, and it looks like double Crushing Hammer is going to be the play.
Yeah, it's kind of dead at this point in the game.
Just making sure there's no energy on a Pokemon before pitching both of your Crushing Hammers. Going to be looking for any Pokemon, regardless if it's a rule box or not. Go ahead, evolve into that Dragapult, and we're going to see a huge turn for Andrew Hedrick to be able to quickly go down to 3 prizes in this game.
Absolutely. I think the only thing more he could ask is, a rebench of the Dunsparce and energy on a Drakloak, and maybe Monkey Dory setup.
Yeah, I
Though
think
there may not be a lot of counters going around.
especially the only way really at this point is if you played the Risky Ruins and then got the Monkey Dory on the bench to be able to move those damage counters. But yeah, you're right. Monkey Dory maybe not as useful in this matchup. It is actually going to chase the Fez. Interesting. So we don't have a way to one-hit KO the Fez, but is going to go ahead, deal 200 damage onto it, force an air balloon or an energy to retreat, and not play the Risky Ruin. So doesn't go for knockouts, actually. Interesting for Hedrick to not go for prizes.
Yeah, just saying, hey, you have no way to heal this Pheasantipity. I'm going to take 2 extra prizes at any point during the game that I like.
Maybe
and
also
that is not this turn.
Forcing Diego to use a runaway draw or something of the sort to be able to get something like Genesect on the field, right? It makes it a little bit harder to get that Ace Nullifier ability online in this game. Evolving into Dunsparce and now going into Kadabra is just going to go ahead, draw an extra 2 cards off the Psychic Draw ability. And Diego really at this point is looking for one of those air balloons.
Definitely. Only 2 in the deck. We're going to need one of them quick, fast, in a hurry here.
And especially because there's not really a way to find them outside of just raw drawing with your deck, right? There's no...
there's no Arven anymore. It's Hilda and Dawn to search Pokemon energy. There's no tool search in the deck.
Okay, so Diego does have the air balloon in hand, so right now it's all about formulating the rest of the turn. Is more than likely just trying to get Alakazam out onto the field, but actually no, attaches the air balloon onto Genesect to nullify it, but has the second air balloon. Okay.
Yeah.
I was going to say he needs the second one now to retreat. So is going to be able maybe to knock out if he's got 16 cards in hand by the end of this turn. Dawn for the supporter is going to go ahead and find a basic stage 1 and stage 2 to add 3 cards into the hand before any more evolutions. Might be trying to evolve, I believe, this other Abra down onto the bench. Actually doesn't grab Kadabra off there. It's just a Dunsparce and Dunsparce alongside the Alakazam.
Yes. It's very interesting. I wonder if he's changing how he would play now that he has the Genesect down.
Maybe just saying, okay, I know that I am going to lose out over on my Pheasantipity if you're able to get another Dragapult online, but at least getting Genesect down allows you to, even if you want to take the extra prizes, you can't use Unfair Stamp.
Yeah, this is a super intricate game.
I think Diego is thinking about using Rare Candy into Alakazam instead of Kadabra.
Yeah, because Hedrick's choice to not bump the Battle Cage yet had to have been deliberate, right?
Yeah.
It's like he could have taken the prize on Abra if he really wanted to.
Interesting, but you got to imagine that Andrew knows exactly what he's doing. Here comes the Psychic Draw after the Rare Candy to draw 3 cards, 2 Battle Cages and a Rare Candy. I should have started counting because I don't know how many cards Diego has in hand, but he's had to have thought about it at least.
I'm sure it's enough by now, yeah.
With the little Dunsparce on the field, I should have been counting again. I need to get better at this Alakazam counting thing.
It's hard when we can't see the hand the whole time.
3, 6, 9, 12, 15, and 16. The exact math being able to knock out 20 damage for each card in your hand is how much damage you deal. And Diego going to be taking 2 prizes, but time is ticking. Does find 2 energies, though, and especially with the Ace Nullifier, only something like Judge or Zerosix Machinations can be able to disrupt him on this turn. Andrew going in with a Recon Directive is going to be able to draw 1 card and bottom decking another. He's got to get another Dragapult online.
I'm wondering if the play here was to intentionally go behind to make
Rose's
Rose's
Encouragement?
encouragement live. Yeah,
Maybe.
because if he could power up a Dragapult and go Risky Ruins Monkey, then eight counters knocks out a Kadabra in addition to the active Alakazam.
Yeah, and so that would be a huge play for Henry, but after bumping the Risky Ruins, yeah, I don't know if he's found Monkey necessarily as of yet, but is going to at least get Dreepy out onto the field for maybe a future Recon Directive. 2 damage counters need to go on Dreepy because he is not a dark Pokemon. And Dunsparce. Everybody's getting damage counters now. What's up, Can't Stop Games? I know Pokemon is so vastly different than One Piece. It is a completely different game.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Your resources are, time and play and board presence, I've heard described as more than like a true mana curve.
Yeah, so
you can see where with this Roses,
as you were saying,
2 energy into play.
Rosa getting those energies there to be able to fulfill Dragapult's attack cost. No Monkey Dorian Dark Energy onto the field, but set yourself up pretty good because now you can do a variety of different things at this point.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate we can't disrupt Diego's hand.
And I wonder where a lot of the damage counter goes on this play, right? Do you try to...
there's a Pokepad.
You try to... Oh, yeah. So maybe just didn't find the dark energy.
Yeah. Didn't have any energies in hand.
So is going to go ahead, pressure the Genesect, knocking off the Pheasantipity and Alakazam in the active. That's going to be 3 prizes for Andrew, and just 1 more multi-prize turn, and Andrew's going to go up 1-0 in this game. But with Diego, still got plenty of time. But one thing that you do have to worry about is this Genesect only has 60 HP left.
Yeah, it's hard to... Yeah, so we know that could always be a casualty of a Phantom Dive. I was trying to think if you could knock that out with a Monkey Dory, but not quite.
It would have to have multiple Monkey Dories, and I think you would have to have 1 dark in hand and Crispin the other.
Right.
Assuming that this Dragapult in the active doesn't get knocked out by a powerful hand attack from the Alakazam.
Yeah, very, very tough to do.
So getting the Battle Cage out on field. Not sure how many Risky Ruins Andrew is playing. I would assume at least 2 copies. Right? I think multiple copies are typical in these Pult Hammer decks. Now Diego going to be going in and potentially evolving into Dunsparce. Can't use Enriching Energy to draw because we attached with Telepathic in the turn. No Wondrous Patch in Diego's build. Is going to use Airy as a supporter.
Yeah.
So is going to be
getting rid of the red card.
Yeah, that was a well-timed Airy getting rid of special red card, and I believe the Night Stretcher that Andrew got off the prizes. Taking a look at the rest of the hand just to see what Henry is working with. Now, Diego's hand definitely not going to be disrupted if he knocks out this Dragapult and goes down to 2 prizes.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what Hedrick was doing, preemptively playing the Pokepad for the Dunsparce, but I guess he knew about the Aries and planned ahead for it.
Especially because in the top cut of the World Championships this year, deck lists are open. Players definitely know each other's deck list at this point. So, again, being cognizant, as you're saying, of that Airy. And so, now here we have Alakazam up in the active. Going to be curious if maybe we can get an Abra down onto the field just to be able to have another Pokemon. I don't know.
If we want one. Yeah.
Yeah, do we even want one? I was going to say, because I guess if there's 2 prizes taken anyways, yeah.
Right.
Then the game is just over, but Going in now, needing 16 more cards in hand to be able to take this knockout. This is a neck-and-neck game.
Yeah, I wasn't too high on the Dragon Headbutt, but it fixed this prize race to where you only need 2 here at this point and not 3.
And I think that's kind of the tempo timer that you need, right? Especially with Diego's build being so heavy on battle cage and things of that nature and such an aggressive draw. Andrew doesn't even need to see how many cards Diego has in hand. He's like, I know you have the knockout, man. I did not mess with that hand. Is going to go ahead and knock out that Dragapult, and Budu remains in the active now for Hedrick. Does have the Dunsparce in the hand, so does have a fair bit of draw. Top decking the unfair stamp, unfortunate, but we're going to have to try to find another Dragapult and a way to bump this stadium.
Yeah, we just win the game if we can find those cards.
We need Fire Energy, Dragapult, and Risky Ruins to be able to win this game here.
I'm not sure. Oh, we're shuffling after the Dunsparce. Okay.
Yes. We have the Fire Energy, we have the Dragapult in hand, but how do we get the Risky Ruins? Recon Directive, going to be huge right here. Let's see if he can find it. I don't think he did. Found a Dunsparce instead, alongside a Crushing Hammer, I believe. Is going to go ahead. One more Recon Directive.
Second one.
I think it's a Dragapult and another card. I don't think it's a Risky Ruins. I think it'd be a Snap Take if it was. It's a Psychic Energy.
Yeah, that's not red either.
And with no special red card to be able to disrupt his hand, I think Andrew Hedrick's best plan here might just be to not evolve.
Yeah, just keep a 1 prize board, because Diego has no way to take 2.
Maybe use Boss's Orders to try to get an energy out of his hand, having to retreat one of the Pokemon. Is going to go with Dunsparce as the potential pick. Don't want to pick Kadabra because it might have the ability to attack, but the Itchy Pollen going in now on the Dunsparce. I like this passive play. You kind of buy yourself another turn as Andrew Hedrick to be able to get that final wipeout in the next turn, as we were talking about.
It was an interesting choice to pick the Sparse. I guess it makes sense. You don't really care about putting the damage counter anywhere in particular.
And especially
maybe
because
hoping he didn't have one in hand raw.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there was a good target anyways, but you force him at least maybe not to have the Dunsparce, right? Because if Kadabra's in the active, then maybe he just needs an energy to be able to attack. But now at least he'll have to find an evolution Pokemon without having any items. But just having 2 Dunsparces, Diego is going to be on a roll at this point, and is going to go for a Boss's Orders, try to hit one of these Dracloaks. I like hitting the Dracloak, right? Because if all he needs is Risky Ruins, make it as hard as possible for him to be able to find that card, and knocking out Recon Directive is going to be an easy way to try to nullify that.
Yeah, this extra filter draw could be huge.
So now going in, taking the knockout with the powerful hand is going to be one more.
So 1 fire and discard. So should be 2 more in the deck somewhere. And we don't need a boss's turn, so we can play, Crispin or a Lily's to try to find pieces we're missing. So he's just debating what order to play these cards in.
Starting off
Fire Energy.
Fire Energy is going to be nice. I think we already have one in hand, but that's not Risky Ruins. Going to be attaching it onto there and now evolve into Dragapult. Yeah, I think you have to try to thin out and hope. I think 1 Risky Ruins is in the deck.
Yeah, just the 1 copy. I think he's deciding to just go for it. He doesn't really have any other options.
So thinning the deck out as much as possible, I think, is the correct play if you're Andrew. Getting rid of the Ace Spec. I like the Ace Spec as the choice because you're not getting around this Genesect anyway. And because a Pokemon was knocked out, now you have Pheasantipity to be able to utilize. So Meowth going to be going in, finding Lily's Determination. He's going to be able to find 11 cards off of the draw, and he's got to hope that any one of these 11 cards are risky.
Yeah, he can shuffle draw 6. He can Dunsparce for 3. He can Fez for 3 more. he's going to see most of this deck.
Oh, yeah. Andrew putting himself in the best position possible to be able to win. I think,
counting up how many cards in the deck.
Yeah. Communicating that with Diego. The odds are there, and this is the World Championship difference in this game, right? Andrew knowing exactly what he needs and how to get to the highest percentage possible to be able to find it. Diego's going to need to have a cut of his life to be able to win this game one. I think he's having the judge
might
cut.
be going for a judge shuffle, yeah.
Yeah, I think he's letting the judge pick his destiny, but since it's already shuffled, now letting Diego go ahead and do it. This is it.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Going with 6 cards. There's
See the
Risky
reveal.
Ruins
There it
in
is.
the hand and is going to be able to use Phantom Dive to finish off the Genesect. And Andrew Hedrick going to be winning game 1 of this Masters Finals here for you.
What an incredible game.
That was phenomenal.
That was something.
Especially, again, with that Dragon Headbutt, as you talked about earlier, just being a real key component in that game, saying, okay, I need to start this prize race now, and I need to get this knockout immediately, or do this attack immediately. And wow, what a phenomenal game. So taking these knockouts left and right, slowly but surely. I think also being able to hit the Pheasantipity for 200 was also just a great play, right? And again, choosing not to knock it out immediately, just doing it whenever he felt like was the best possible time on the Phantom Dive. Just the sequence of the plays for Hedrick really worked out for him, and especially when he wasn't finding the pieces right in the turn. Just taking it calm, saying, you know what, I got another turn. There's no way he can take multiple prizes in a single turn. I've got as much time as possible to be able to get that explosive play.
Yeah, just heads up plays the whole game. Like, Hedrick's a very accomplished player. The only thing that could have lost him that was poor luck.
Yeah. And I think also it put Diego to a really interesting situation when he whiffed the Risky Ruins the first time to say, okay, do you want to activate my Pheasantipity, out onto the field? Because Diego, being at 2 prizes left, could have just said, okay, pass, and just allow Hedrick then 2 recon directives to be able to do it instead of the 1. It would have technically been 1 less card that Hedrick would have seen. I don't know if it would have mattered in the grand scheme of things, but I think as Diego, honestly, you just got to go for it.
Yeah, sure.
Going in, putting the prizes out now for this game too. Diego going to be able to choose the turn order in this game. And one of the other big things I feel like in that game is Diego had not an incredible start.
No, not at all.
And so going to be hoping that he has a better start in this game. I like to see the laughing between the players, the good conversation. Both of these players know that they are high level. They both deserve to win this. There's a lot on the line, but it's just a fun game of Pokemon.
Yeah. I see some more commentary from Kieran Farah pointing out that Hedrick could have gone for a boss Dragon Headbutt on his turn before last to take a prize and not even need the stadium on his last turn.
He might have, yeah, and then would have put him in a situation to where he only needs 1 prize card, right, to be able to win that game. So looking at the prizes for Diego, not too bad. I think the Enriching Energy being in the prizes is not incredible, especially if you can get an attachment on this turn onto something like the active Abra, right? You like having an attachment on the first turn to be able...
Yeah.
But actually, Diego chose to go first.
Oh, yeah. And Diego does have a backup Genesect, but Hedrick does not have a 3rd Badoo in his deck.
Oh, yeah. The prizes for Andrew Hedrick. 2 Badoos, a Risky Ruins, Dunsparce, and Night Stretcher. That's a lot of resources, actually, for Andrew in the prizes.
Yeah, the cheeky Dragon Headbutt was a choice the first game, but it might be best option period, this one.
Yeah. Tough prizes over on Andrew's side, but still plenty of game to play, right? Didn't need an Itchy Pollen last game, really, especially in the early game, so maybe won't need to this time around. I think especially if Diego does have an attachment, though, on this turn, I think I see a Crushing Hammer in Andrew's hand, so maybe Crushing Hammer gets value in this game.
It was mostly dead the first game for sure.
It was great Ultra Ball fodder.
It sure was. Looked beautiful. I love those league stamp arts.
So now going into just doing a little bit of prize checking. Still 42 minutes to play out this best of 3. Plenty of time between these two players. I could have sworn that Masters Finals was unlimited time, but I guess that's just one piece. We'll see if Diego...
No, it's not unlimited. It is 75 minutes.
Yeah, same as the rest of the top cut matches. We'll see if Diego has any more Pokemon search like a Pokepad, but with shuffling up the deck, maybe not. This may be it for him on the turn. So passing off the turn over to Hedrick. Hedrick has a couple item cards in the hand. No energy attachment, though. So, didn't have a Crushing Hammer. I think I was seeing special red card and thought it was Crushing Hammer for a second there. So, is thinking about using Ultra Ball and getting rid of both a Dreepy and a Dracloak. That's kind of crazy, but he does have at least one Night Stretcher in the hand to be able to grab one of those Pokemon back within this turn. Is going to go ahead, Ultra Ball away, Dracloak, and also a Dreepy, as we were talking about.
Yeah, and I think unfortunately his calculus is including retreating into a Budew this turn. So he's going to be quite surprised when he doesn't see any green in the deck.
Especially going to find out that Diego is not allergic at all to any sort of pollen, at least in this game too. And getting rid of the Dreepy as well forces you to kind of play that Night Stretcher, I think, to get it back. So a stoic face, not having any of that. But I think, honestly, Diego is going to be keyed in not grabbing the... Well, actually, I don't know, especially with using the Dragon Headbutt, maybe you're not really thinking about it at all. So going in with the Meowth Last Ditch Catch, more than likely trying to find a Lily's Determination to be able to draw a fresh set of cards. We'll see if he uses the Night Stretcher first to be able to play this Dreepy on the bench.
Yeah, it's classic turn 1 Dragapult move of Lilying and hoping for more Buddy Poffins.
I could also see him maybe if he knows that Night Stretcher is prized, maybe not playing this to grab the Dreepy, but looks like he is going to be doing that just to be able to get it on the bench. I don't mind this play. And now Lily's Determination drawing a fresh new set of 8. Still needing an attachment for turn here. Can't retreat into the Budew, but maybe then you can go ahead and use the attachment just onto the bench because maybe you don't want to retreat anyways.
No, I think the Dreepy's gonna stick in the active. So I think that makes sense to go ahead and use the Night Stretcher to preemptively get it down on the board.
Hammer Patrol, yes, the Alakazam is in finals. Ended up winning seniors, and Diego Casaraga piloting it into the Masters finals.
Yep, down game 1, but not out.
Still plenty to work with, especially because in the seniors finals, we saw game 1 go to the losing player in the best of 3. So anything can happen here in the Pokemon trading card game. Another Night Stretcher being played to grab Dracloak just to be able to put it in the hand, and a pass off the turn after getting 3 Dreepies and a Dunsparce down. It's a pretty good start for Andrew Hedrick here in this game too, but Diego going in his turn with a Kadabra is going to find a Telepathic Energy, maybe put down a couple more Abras out onto the field if he wants to fill out his bench. Has some Hildas that he can utilize to be able to get a couple more cards in different evolutions.
Yeah, no shortage of supporters, but there's a shortage of Pokemon so far this turn, but we'll remedy that quickly with the Telepathic.
Especially with the Telepathic, finding some other basics. Is just going to put one Abra on the bench, I believe. I think the other Abra, is he prized? I believe.
You might
I think
be.
Either prized or in the hand.
Diego asking that question himself.
And so is going to go with the Dawn here to continue searching for the deck for a Stage 1, Stage 2, and a basic. Is going to go ahead and grab Genesect as his basic Pokemon. So maybe going in now. I don't think has a tool card in the hand currently. But maybe is just going to put it out onto the field, or maybe have it ready when he's got it in there. Dunsparce being the grab as well on the Stage 1 and the Stage 2, more than likely being Alakazam, because it's the only Stage 2 in this deck.
Yeah, like I said earlier, it's hard to find the Pheasantipity and the Genesect and these Alakazam lists. It's mostly these Dons, or those Pokepads really need to go to higher value cards like your Dunsparce or your Kadabra Alakazam.
And maybe especially because Diego, being the first player, is more than likely going to attack first within this matchup. Maybe just not using the Pheasantipity as of right now to just say, okay, the first time I take a KO, I need to have a Genesect ready out onto the field. So I'll wait to get the Pheasantipity, and I'll prioritize getting this guy for when I get a tool card. So maybe going back into the deck, especially with this Pokepad, trying to find a non-rule box Pokemon, eyeing up the Dunsparce to maybe be able to get that guy back onto the bench and reset him entirely. Is also eyeing up the rare candy. I don't think we can search for a rare candy, but maybe just thinking about it, right? Especially how many I've got within the deck. We go ahead and shuffle.
Really wishing you could draw one of those classic Emerald rare candies.
Yeah. Some beauties. So now going in now, we'll see if he's got anything else to be able to utilize in this turn. Is going to rare candy and Alakazam and be the first one to take the knockout. So in game 1, we saw Andrew Hedrick be the first person to take a prize card. But now we might see Diego be the first one. Enhanced Hammer in the hand, not going to be useful right now. Only thing we're missing is that tool card to be able to attach onto the Genesect to nullify a potential unfair stamp.
Yeah, that's just what I was thinking. This really having to favor setting up the board here instead with 3 Dunsparces wide, since we don't have a tool for that Genesect.
Especially because, you know, Andrew Hedrick not having a way to get into a Dragapult in the next turn, maybe just going all in with these Dunsparces to say, okay, I'm going to draw a gazillion cards within this next turn, and I'm going to get a huge hand size, as well as more than likely finding my ace-spec to be able to attach onto the Genesect with the free spots that I'll have through to Dunsparce.
Very true. This could be a 2-prize lead for Diego before Andrew can respond.
And I like playing out these Pokepads anyways, right? Specifically on this turn. It's, even though you can maybe assume because he didn't go into a Budu on that turn that he potentially has prized both of his Budus, there's still a possibility that he has a Budu that he could run into. So being able to utilize these Pokepads now to be able to evolve in the coming turns, I think is a fine safe play to have. Yeah. Didn't even take a knockout here.
Just really didn't want to risk the unfair stamp. That's a very interesting choice.
So maybe just trying to build up the hand enough to maybe boss's orders and chase Dracloaks as the option. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm kind of stunned by that, to be honest.
I mean, Diego being in the World's Finals for not the first time in his life playing the Pokemon trading card game obviously knows something that we don't, and as you'd expect as a high-level player. But now going in is going to be searching the deck. Trying to find it. I think played a Crispin, right? Still the ace-spec in there of the unfair stamp. Can't utilize it on this turn, but also the bench is full. Maybe also trying to say that, you know, he might not get item locked at all within the turn. Forcing him, especially because the Dunsparce is prized.
Yeah, which is unfortunate. I think it's just maybe a 2-1 Dunsparce. So not a lot of draw here to work with.
So attaching the Psychic Energy and the Fire onto the Drakloak. No Dragon Headbutt getting a knockout this time around, but it looks like we're finally playing Crushing Hammer as Andrew Hegdrick popularized, and that's exactly why. Hitting the heads.
Kabam.
That's exactly what you can ask for with Crushing Hammer. 1 of 1 today in the World Championship Finals. But now going into Diego's turn is going to go ahead and start out with the Psychic Draw to be able to draw 2. Finds Battle Cage, which is a really nice card to have. Going to ask Andrew to have another card like Risky Ruins, but goes ahead and draws 3 off of the Dunsparce to just go ahead, find Rare Canny, and 2 more Battle Cages.
Yeah, I would say the 3 cards Diego really wanted this turn are an Energy, a Boss, a Battle Cage, and a 4th one, a tool for the Genesect.
Yeah, Air Balloon probably being the most ideal, I would think, especially just being able to guarantee have a free retreat Pokemon in situations. Now going with another Dunsparce is going to go ahead, draw 3 more, Dawn, Telepathic, and Alakazam, I think it was?
That sounds right.
And especially if it's
still
Alakazam.
Not a tool.
That actually is kind of tricky because now Dawn, because I think you prized an Alakazam, an entire line of the Alakazam in your deck. Dawn is one less card that you can find.
Still no tool after 2 to Dunsparces, and I'm not sure we have a way to search out that 3rd one.
So no more draw to, or actually, wait, we can Dunsparce one more time?
We can if we can find it. I don't see a Pokepad.
We have Dawn, though.
Did we already play it? Oh, we haven't played Dawn yet.
We haven't played a supporter yet. So.
Okay.
Oh, hey, we just had it in hand anyways. We're just that built different.
Okay.
Going Alakazam to Dunsparce and Pokepad, still no tool cards.
No tool.
Not going to be able to get this Genesect online with the Ace Nullifier. And I think at this point, as Diego, you have to attack this turn, right? Do you have Boss in hand? I don't even know if
he so, which may have been, and he's definitely drawn Boss, which may have been why he was trying to avoid playing the Dawn.
Yeah. It is going to go ahead, Pokepad, get those Dunsparces back out onto the field. Those little 70 HP guys. Damon not having much use within this matchup today.
Nope.
Diego's still in an okay spot, I think, though, in this match.
Yeah, Hedrick not able to slow him down with Badoo early, and some the early Meowth being an easy boss for 2 prizes at some point during the game for Diego.
Going to be very nice. Be able to get that 2-2 prize map.
Could be pivotal for sure.
So attaching a Psychic Energy. He might try to go for the 2 prizes now.
That would be an interesting choice. Or just the double energy Drakloak.
And I think this is fine too, right? Again, for the attack, just asks Andrew to have plenty of cards, even more cards, to be able to get the big knockout that he's looking for in here of energy, Risky Ruins, Evolution, the whole shebang out of them. But grabbing the Enriching Energy off the prizes is going to be nice if somehow Alakazam survives, but off of the Recon Directive, finding a Dragapult now all he needs is the Fire Energy and has Crispin in hand to be able to do it.
Yep, this hand is kind of cheeks. I'm sure. Trying to think of what else we'd like to have. I think a Monkey Dory would be cool. I mean, definitely like more Drakloaks.
Yeah, Monkey
one
Dory.
Drakloak board is not optimal.
Monkey Dory, I think, here would be very good, especially with these 70 HP Dunsparces. You have no way to knock them out as of right now, right? A Phantom Dive would just be 6 damage counters, and more than likely, they're just going back into the deck anyways to reset that damage. So you're going to have to focus your damage on the Phantom Dive onto maybe Kadabra, I think, is probably the best target.
It should be. And those are the only guys that can't leave the board without us knocking them out.
Yeah, and especially maybe you can set up a turn, building up damage on a benched Abracadabra Alakazam line, but it is actually going to retreat into Meowth.
Oh, wow. I was not expecting that. It's just waiting for the perfect turn to throw down the whole combo.
Interesting. Maybe, yeah, I mean, just like he did in the last game, right? We saw that from him. Is just going to give Diego a little bit more time. Especially with bench spots open. Still no tool cards. Can we talk about that?
Tool card. I've been playing with this Dunsparce engine since it came out, and it's so frustrating when you hit multiple Dunsparces and just redraw Dunsparce pieces. There's our first tool, a Lucky Helmet.
Lucky Helmet, not the most ideal tool card, I think, to attach to Genesect, because you'd rather have that on something like Alakazam or something of the sort, but it's better than nothing right at this point. But I think one of the problems with Genesect 2 is being a Pokemon that has 120 HP. You know, as soon as Andrew Hedrick uses the risky ruins, it's just 2 Phantom Dives to be able to get that thing off the field and be able to take an extra prize and get your ace back online. So I think the timing of Genesect is really difficult as well, and maybe another one of the reasons why we didn't see him go ahead and attack in this turn. But going with the Alakazam, is thinking about using Buddy Poffin?
Yeah, I think he's considering if he wants to use another Dunsparce before he puts the pieces back. And look at that, an 8-card deck, 2 of which are air balloons.
Even less than that. It was 7 cards.
7 cards.
The statistics are wild for Diego in this one, but is going to get that Dunsparce over onto the bench. See one more draw and tapping it sideways just to signify to himself that he cannot evolve that one. That's the biggest thing about Alakazam, is knowing what can evolve and what can't evolve.
Yeah. There is our first air balloon to the hand. A very thin deck.
We also haven't used a supporter yet, so we might actually try to Airy on this turn, or maybe Airy when we feel like we can hit something like special red card like we saw in the last game. Going ahead with Pokepad, we are thinning the deck.
Yeah, the Airy is still in the deck.
Oh, yeah.
It might... So you can either take the 2 prizes here, or think about bossing the only Dracloak in play, which could just win the game.
Yeah, I think just bossing Dracloak is way better. Diego with 3 cards left now in deck. I forgot that Dunsparce will shuffle himself on the runaway draw. Now actually has the Airy, I believe. Oh, is going to Airy. He's not going to go ahead and boss Dracloak. Is going to get rid of Buddy Poffin. Oh, now is not going to be able to boss his orders on the Dracloak.
Yeah, I wonder if this prize race was really worth it. Andrew hasn't scooped yet, so he must think that this is okay.
I mean, especially as long as you have Dragapult, right? You still have a chance to win the game. Diego needs to count the amount of cards in deck, right? Because Lucky Helmet, if he draws
lose in the game.
Yeah, if he draws the 2. I mean, he's got to be able to shuffle these cards back into the deck, right? I mean, Dunsparce, the great one, but is going to get that knockout and be at a 4-card deck, taking the Dedenne prize more than likely.
Yeah, this is super interesting to see how Hedrick lines up multiple card turns.
Top decking.
What was our top deck?
Special red card was the top deck, especially because we didn't find it off the area and took 2 prizes in that turn. Now Andrew Hedrick is going to be able to Risky Ruins, Phantom Dive, and special red card all in that turn.
Yep.
This is going to be a big turn.
He's put a Pokepad back, which I kind of wonder about. But if he can, he's going to red card all these Dunsparce back to the bottom of the deck that Diego's been redrawing.
And he's thinking about using Lily's Determination before playing any of those cards?
I guess Diego should guarantee redraw one of the Dunsparces that just shuffled back into the deck. It's kind of an interesting consideration here.
And Andrew's going to go ahead and Lily before playing out any of those cards.
Before playing?
I'm confused. I'm officially lost.
Confused.
I don't know what
he's
he's
trying
doing.
to deck him out at this point.
Yeah, he might just be playing for the deck out. I don't know. That would be a way to win the World Championships, but is going to be 8 new cards for him because he still has not taken a prize in this game. Finds Boss's Orders, Fire Energy, special red cards still. Yeah, he might just try to deck him out, and he might not even play special red card. Can he deck him out?
So interesting.
As long as you have one
Not this
card
turn.
in deck, you technically can't deck out with the Dunsparce, right?
Right. No, the Dunsparces will always shuffle themselves back in for 2 cards.
Yes.
But if he can get rid of the rest of those cards, so there's only 2 left in deck, then this Lucky Helmet would deck him out.
But Lucky Helmet is only going to be activated once, though, and he's got 4 cards in the deck.
Right, but the Alakazam's
Oh,
not knocked
Dragon
out,
Headbutt. Oh,
right?
yes.
So
yeah.
he draws 2.
Oh, no, you're right.
He draws 1 for turn.
How is Diego going to be able to maneuver around this?
He said, hey, you only drew 1. You got to draw for turn.
There's the Dunsparce. Oh, my goodness.
What do you do about this?
Is going to go ahead, shuffle in. I don't think Diego has ways to get more cards within the deck.
There should be a Sacred Ash.
Oh, yeah, Sacred Ash should be able...
But Andrew hasn't taken any knockouts, right?
Oh, yeah, I don't even know if you have Pokemon in the discard pile.
Yeah, and there's no Ultra Ball to discard them out of hand.
And I think that's maybe what Diego is checking right now. Yeah, no Pokemon in there. Oh, my goodness, we are going to see Andrew Hedrick win in such a fashion.
I want to hear if the other commentators have caught on to this. This is
he's realized what Andrew
super
is doing
interesting.
at this point.
Yeah, they know.
Yeah, they know.
How is this going to work? Playing the next few turns in his
Aussie
head,
caught on.
trying to figure out if he is going to
Do
deck
you
out,
like
or if he's
retreat
got
the
a way around
Alakazam
it.
and attack with a fresh new one and hope he doesn't have boss?
Andrew Hedrick has not taken a prize
I
card
think
in
you
the
have
second
to.
game.
He just has to do some kind of attack into that Alakazam, which is why he has a Dark Energy on the Dunsparce.
Yeah, we might ram for game.
We're going to ram for game.
We're going to ram for game.
This is incredible.
Retreating into the Alakazam without the Lucky Helmet is going to attach the telepathic energy to be able at least to knock out the Dracloak.
For a long time at this point.
But it's just a boss and an energy attached to Dunsparce to win this game.
Not even the Dunsparce. The little baby crochet Dunsparce.
This is insane.
He's about to win
right
the World
now.
Championships.
And so Andrew's got the attachment, the
And
boss,
energy.
and Andrew Hedrick is going to win in an insane fashion. Lucky Helmet decking out Diego Casiraga, and Lucky Helmet, although such a good card in the Alakazam deck, was the downfall in Game 2, and by some miracle, Phantom Dive not used to win the World Championships.
Incredible.
Hands in the pocket. Thumbs in the pockets for Andrew Hedrick. He's just a cool guy. He's just a chill guy. Oh
World
my
champion.
gosh.
Andrew Hedrick. Holy buckets.
That was nuts. Out of the possibilities that I could have thought of in that game, it never crossed my mind that all he needed to do was just not evolve into Dragapult. Wow.
Yeah.
I am real quick screenshotting and grabbing my image of Lucky Guy or Chill Guy.
Chill Guy.
To be able to post on Twitter.
That was perfect. What a game, man.
What an insane game. I'm just like speechless right now. That was incredible. Oh, wait, the interview. Wait. I'll go back.
For NAIC and regional titles, tell me what it means to actually achieve the trifecta.
Yeah, I don't know. It's pretty unbelievable. I mean, I never imagined I would actually be up here winning Worlds. I mean, I thought it was
Insane.
possible, but it's just insane to actually get the opportunity to do this.
And it's not like this is the first time this year that you won with this deck. How have you been prepping and just continuing to commit to your strategy that you have proven time and time again?
Yeah, I don't know, throughout the last couple months, I tried some different decks, but I really found that this Dragon Ball deck is just like too good, it's just too consistent, and I can kind of have so many options with it. So the last few weeks, I just played as many games as I could with it to get ready for the tournament, and it worked out.
I don't know if you know this, but the hat that Diego was wearing is older than you are.
Oh my God, he's not even 20.
On the stage
No.
when he won the previous World
he
Championship
is.
in 2017.
I think the hat's just
While you
older.
have your own
That's
experience, were you
crazy.
ever intimidated by the veterans?
I'm pretty sure he graduated from Iowa.
Yeah,
no,
I was gonna say.
Playing against a great player in the finals, obviously it's pretty scary, but all you can do is focus on the game in front of you, and that's what I tried to do, and tried not to think too much about my opponent or how good they were.
And to give you the opportunity to think of some loved ones, go ahead and give a shout out to whoever you'd like to address.
Holy moly.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to all my friends who, you know, I talk to every day, I test with. Just so many, can't name them all. Shout out to my parents, my mom, and my
A
dad. for always supporting
Walmart
me.
tin, walking in
And
with
my
a
dad was the one who
Walmart
actually
tin.
forced me to play the TCG at first. I just wanted to collect when I was in elementary school, but you know, he kind of made me learn how to play the game, and I would say it worked out. And shout out to Pokécolor for the support too.
Wow.
A family affair indeed. Congratulations
Shout out
once
Pokécolor.
again on your victory. And everyone
out
here in the stadium and
Pokécolor, I
at
guess.
home, give it up one more time for your world champion.
Woo! You know what? Even though I was cheering for Diego, I will admit that was historic.
Show, and our analysts have something
Yeah,
to say
that was
about it. So let's
a
hear it.
top-notch play. Like,
Thank you, Gabby, and congratulations
Oh, we
once
moved
again
back
to
to
the
Chip.
2026
Oh,
World
we got 4 of
Champion
them.
Andrew Hedrick.
4.
What an iconic
Hexter,
moment.
Oh, I'm gonna skip.
That lucky helmet turned into an unlucky helmet for Diego. Ended up
Put the line out.
You have to admire the ability to just be flexible and adapt to
Are we gonna get the
situations,
teaser
and
now?
showing why he's worthy of being world champion.
For the gimmick?
Honestly,
that will be after VGC Worlds, which is like 3 hours from now.
Ugh.
Every possibility.
Wait, no,
of being
Oh, we
VGC
could get
starts
something.
right after
We could
this,
get
right?
something.
Oh, I guess the
Yeah.
thing is, the
big
announcement
closing-
is 3 hours
Yeah,
from now.
absolutely. Well,
I guess we could get something now, but it's more likely to go with the new Worlds location after VGC
It's great to
Worlds.
see that effort pay off.
We have now crowned 3 world champions
Wow.
in the trading card
That
game.
was
Let's take a look
insane.
at that junior division bracket.
Shout out to all the world champions this year. This was such a fun Worlds to watch for me personally.
Yeah,
I
absolute
enjoyed
pleasure
it.
to see 2 young players do so well in the Dragapult mirror match, a matchup that is still being
Holy
explored,
moly.
still being played. Congratulations to Utah, completely well
I hope they grease the polls in Iowa tonight.
They what? Oh yeah,
It's a big
the
celebration.
Iowa celebrating.
Usually a Philly thing, but you know,
The $40 deck has won the world championships.
yeah, you can go buy a theme deck and get probably 45 of those
Yeah.
cards, 45 to 50. Like it's not off by much. It's got a Meowth, Dunsparce line. You just need like hammers, rescue ruins, monkey.
Oh, if Diego attached a tool card onto the Dunsparce to then loop, because the Dunsparce attaches all cards and puts it into the deck,
Yep.
I
That's all
think he
3.
would have been okay.
Did he have another air balloon left that game?
Foresight from Andrew Hedrick to recognize
I think he
that
might
line
have.
once that
I
lucky
think he
helmet
did.
came into
He's only
play,
used 1.
immediately checking through
Because
what
game 1 he
Diego
attached the
has
2 air
still
balloons.
available, knowing that
Yeah.
if he went
We might
this
not have seen
route,
it.
he would
Oh
have
my
the safe
gosh.
deck out option, and it makes him the
Although, can he
world
do that for the
champion,
entire
a player
game though?
who has had so much
Yeah,
success
as long
the
as he's
last
putting 3
few years
back
in the
in.
game. 5-time
It'll be
regional
empty, then you shuffle 3 in.
Oh yeah, I get yeah.
champion, and he will now add that
Is there a
iconic
way that
Pikachu
you can
trophy
like
to his extensive
lose the
trophy
loop?
collection.
And
I
another
guess maybe
shout-out
if
to
you
this
have 2
incredible top
Dunsparces,
8, specifically the top 4. This may
it,
be
you
the
Yeah, 'cause
never
you would-
can lose
top
it.
4 we have ever
You draw the
had
next
at a
3 and
world
then shuffle,
championship. We
you know,
have
2 or 3 back
international
in, depending if
champions,
you have
we
a tool on
world
it.
champions,
Oh my
we have
gosh,
players
that's
who have won
crazy.
multiple regionals in the same season. So much talent this year at
Yeah.
Worlds.
It was
We're
certainly
gonna
a
get
global
the
affair with
Drixty
players
Worlds
from
deck printed
across
next
the
year.
world competing, but it is.
You need at least one card. I know you need, in order to use the Dunsparce, you need one card in deck to draw. Oh, actually no, because if you put, yeah, you do. I think to runaway draw you need one. You need one card in deck at least.
I don't.
Oh, we needed an attachment energy to the Dunsparce as well, because if he gets 4 cards, then he can do the loop with Lucky Helmet. But if he has 3 cards, he cannot, because he gets to a point where he can't run away draw.
Yeah, it says if you drew any cards, shuffle this Pokemon back in.
Yeah. So if you don't draw any, because I think there's a way with Lucky Helmet that your draw for turn puts you to 0.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he has to air balloon and attach for turn. But then, but that's, so I think it's kind of doomed though, right? Because you then need to use your attachment for turn because you don't have Wanderer's Patch to on this the Dunsparce.
World champion in the Pokemon TCG. I do see a lot of similarities
Oh,
between
man.
him and Andrew Hedrick.
You know what? We could see Andrew Hedrick win another Worlds in the next year or two, too. So,
oh yeah, he's not going anywhere.
What's good, Carson? Oh, we only needed 2 prizes though, so if he only needed 2 prizes, he could have done that. Oh wait, no, but didn't he attach? No.
No, he drew with the.
Could there have been a way for him to win that game?
The Pokemon trading card game is one of the oldest pillars in competitive Pokemon.
I don't know. Either way, what a fantastic game.
Keep the competition fresh and
Andrew Hedrick won, Carson, with Dragapult Hammers. We rammed with Dunsparce for the win.
As we celebrate our finalists
Crazy.
and crown our world champions. Let's
Crazy.
get into it. Starting with our junior division, in the runner-up position, we have Luke.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I can't get that chill guy meme out of my head.
And your champion, Yuta Araki.
His thumbs, is his thumbs in his pockets? He's probably clapping.
Probably. Hopefully clapping.
The runner-up position.
Yeah. Oh, there goes the thumb. And it's like the default stance for Andrew is to get the thumb. That was also a really great series, the seniors finals. Actually, they all were great. And honestly, Diego, even though he didn't win a second title, he's still one of the GOATs in my opinion.
Yeah, a huge second. One of the hardest worlds ever.
Yeah.
Like, for sure.
And such an unconventional way for Andrew to win, I think really speaks to the testament of the game right now of how difficult it is to win a world championship.
Yeah, always being able to find your outs.
Yeah.
Like people watching, Azul casually will just see him pull stuff that looks like he's got the streamer client going.
Yeah.
But you just seeing him find the way to win, like decking out your Alakazam player in Game 2 of Worlds.
Yeah, how insane. And I wonder if this such aggressive draw, because we saw turns where he had 3 Dunsparces on the field to run away draw. I wonder if that was like, I mean, obviously Lucky Helmet was the downfall, but like I wonder if doing runaway draw so much to try to find those items was the biggest.
Yeah, he was just so worried about the unfair stamp.
Rightfully so.
Rightfully so, right? That he just, just overdid it.
Since the 2004, over 20 years at this point, and to see where it started to where it's grown.
Yeah, I know. Can we talk about how Puka used to just set up a computer and a camera at Worlds back in like, what was that, like 2009?
Not long ago. I think it was like Top Cut Worlds through like 2014.
Yeah,
those are still
and they're still on YouTube. Yeah, you can go ahead and watch. To go from that to the Chase Center
the chase,
Mhm.
Ender. It really is a pleasure to be
Full
here
lights,
with you guys and with
Crochet
everyone here right
Dunsparce winning worlds, and
the competition just continues
5 feet
to
tall.
get more intense every year. Players get better. Decks
The
become
matchups in
innovative at
Worlds
a higher
were
level.
Dragapult
It just
Mirror,
shows that the future of the
Polt,
game is so
Polt
Talking back to that
Dunsparce, and Polt
Masters
Norin
Division
Juniors,
I don't know if
with
there's
Polt
anyone
Nor
more
winning.
experienced in Dragapult than Andrew
Polt,
Hedrick.
or
I mean,
I'm
even
sorry,
back to
Ogre
before
Palm
the
Box
rotation
versus
when all the
Alakazam
talk
in
was
seniors
about
with
Gardevoir,
Alakazam winning,
Golden
and then
Go,
Polt
Charizard,
Hammers
EX.
and Alakazam
Andrew
to
remained
Dunsparce with
true to this Dragapult
Polt winning.
EX archetype. He, of course, popularized this crushing hammer build after the rotation.
The second time that
became
Andrew
the
Hedrick has
standard
popularized
way to play
Dragapult
this
with
deck.
hammers.
And all that led to his title. I mean, you
True.
have to imagine
Crazy.
that experience is really what backed this moment.
Yeah, experience, practice, putting in the time, and there's
Shout out
something to
his
be
number
said
one
for
supporter,
just
Henry
continuing
Chow.
to use the same thing,
out
identifying
Hitch
what
Chow.
the most powerful strategies are, and if you can hone your craft, perfect your skills,
My friend, his
you
roommates,
can find yourself
Zaylee.
overcoming even disadvantageous situations by simply identifying things that other players maybe couldn't.
I mean, we all knew Dragapult had a very, very big target on its back heading into this event.
I'm
Maybe
over
the
here.
biggest a deck has ever had, I would say. And to still come out
realized
on
I never
top,
bought this
still
year's
remain
Worlds
faithful
decks.
to that archetype, even when before rotation Gardevoir EX was dominating Dragapult, Andrew was still faithful and found a lot of success with
And that was like kind of a point of contention coming into the World Championships, right? A lot of people said Dragapult EX can't win. It's going to have too big of a target on its back. Sure,
Well,
you could make Top Cut with
it's
it.
Pokey
but
Hawkeye,
surely
though.
When you get into Top Cut, you'll run into
Las
a lot of
Vegas
counter
Worlds?
decks,
Las Vegas
and
Worlds?
you just won't be able to
Vegas
close it out.
Worlds?
But
Vegas
You know how
Music?
crazy that would be? I would be insane.
And he did not have an easy path to
I would
I feel like
genuinely.
Vegas Regionals kind
I
of
would,
a test drive for that.
oh yeah.
You saw his
I
list,
think
he
if
does
they
not
had
have
Worlds
any
in Vegas,
countercards
I would
besides
genuinely
Crushing
try to
Hammer.
qualify.
Still played through every
Yeah,
single
I
option.
feel like
That's
it's
what
gonna
he
be
does
somewhere
so
outside
well.
US
You
next
can
year.
Oh, yeah,
clearly
yeah,
see
I
it
think
in
so
that
too.
Top match in our finals match. He found a way through. Lots of heartfelt matches and well deserved.
If there's going to be a line
got any,
to find, Andrew Hedrick is going to take it, and that is
Any
proven
guesses? I've heard
by the
some
lucky
rumors,
counterplay that we
but
just
I
saw.
don't know.
London.
I'm not too sure about him.
Just kidding. I think London has a UIC, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's
Yeah,
gonna
it's
be
still
one
got
for the
UIC.
ages, of
Oh,
course.
I
We
don't
had
know.
so many amazing,
Probably for the foreseeable
memorable
future.
matches this
Mexico
weekend, but
City.
this one we're not going to forget. And I do want to mention, I
Maybe.
believe
I
it was
don't
a
know.
clean sweep
I'm wondering if
for Andrew Hedrick in
they
the
try
top
for
cut, winning 2-0
thematic worlds with
over and over and over
Winds and
against
Waves,
such high quality opponents
Oh,
as
which is
well.
based on the
So
Philippines.
he came
Oh,
prepared for
that could
this
be
weekend,
interesting.
And, there's a lot to be said for
The thing is,
preparation,
you
but
gotta
also
do
staying
something like this,
focused
though.
throughout as the pressure keeps
So
building.
you have to
right,
find a
that's-
city in an area that is
I mean,
capable
why
of
don't
doing
we
this.
relive the
I don't know
Right,
enough
that's
about
tough
the
to find.
Philippines. Yeah, I mean, this is.
right here. Let's
We-
jump into
we have
it.
to- I'm sure
they have big
Lucky
venues.
helmet
Yeah, I'm
was
sure they
crucial,
do.
and
Big-
I mean,
big pop
Diego
stars
had doubts,
and
right? And probably in his
big
mind,
soccer
he was
matches
thinking
and
about the
stuff.
special
Yeah.
red card, which
I wonder if you have like
coincidentally
all
was
purpose
Andrew's
venues.
top
What
deck
all
next
purpose
turn,
venues are out
but
there?
turns out that ultimately was his demise.
Yeah, as soon as Andrew didn't play
The
special
next world
red
location
card,
is in
we
One
knew
Piece.
something
We're
was
going to
up. He had
Elbaf.
other plans, and he wasn't.
We're going to the
wanting
Grand
KO this
Line.
Yeah, the
Alakazam,
Grand
something
Line.
that seems
We're
so
playing on
Mary-
purpose.
intuitive to your
Mary
general
Joy
Pokemon
Worlds.
TCG strategy. What a pivot to see this.
What an
line.
insane
Yes,
finals.
absolutely. Seeing the line, playing as
Yeah.
safe as
I will
possible,
probably not
using that
stay
dark energy
live
and putting it
for
onto
the announcement
Dunsparce
unless
to
they
make
do it
sure
right
he
away.
could claim the World
Oh, that's
Championship
way
title.
late. I'm
In as
definitely
much
just waiting to see
style
if there's
as you
something
can.
now.
Dunsparce
And
is
Yeah.
not a Pokemon
I'm just
known
waiting for them to
getting in
transition to
there and
VGC
dealing a lot of
for me
damage.
to just
It
watch
assisted his
VGC
opponent
for the rest of the
drawing
day
cards
and
that eventually led to Andrew's victory.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think Diego may have thought
and
this
do that.
through a
Whoa,
little bit
whoa,
and
fast forward. Whoa.
Thought, oh, well, even if I get hit by Dragapult EX, my Alakazam will get knocked out.
Gosh,
I
that was
have
just so fun,
Dunsparce
though.
to go ahead and make
I have
sure don't get
reinvigorated
out.
my love for.
But didn't
I mean, I've
account
always
for the
loved the
fact that
Pokemon trading card
Andrew does
game,
not
but this
have to knock out
this
Alakazam.
championship
He can
was
just
pretty
attack it
good.
multiple times without doing enough damage, and that slight oversight may have cost him the World Championships.
Andrew Hedrick's follower count was 9,952 before he won Worlds. See where it is.
Not to evolve into Dragapult. Even the whole crowd were like, "Oh my gosh!" And then
Xander has
he
posted
didn't
his
draw
deck
Dragapult
list.
again out of the Lily. It wasn't a clear line, right? It's a very unexpected.
What an insane deck.
decision or
This is
unlikely
awesome.
decision, but ultimately, these
I can't
four
wait to go
cards
through my
is
cast
what
of Xander's stream
led
game.
to this amazing,
Mm.
amazing play. I
Me
don't think
trying to
we're ever
figure
seeing
out what the
something
heck he
like
was
this again
doing.
in a finals.
I was second
Andrew's not
screening it.
taking a knockout this
I mean, the idea was
entire
it to be a wall
game, and
that you can
is
infinitely
why
heal
this
with a
play
shuckle,
works.
like
Diego plays
just at base
Sacred
level.
Ash in his deck.
And like, there's a very small number of people in the world who could have figured that out in time playing Zoroark.
Yeah.
To figure out like, hey, I gotta boss out those Shuckles.
I mean,
Gabriel's one of them.
Well, Vinny.
Or Vinny, yeah.
Vinny also had a
Gabriel's also
lot
one
of
of them.
interesting cards like Punk Helmet in the deck. To be able to like stack more damage counters and things like that. Like his deck was kind of like really prepared for a control match.
To change things up. But just slowly realize
You got a great screenshot.
That is how one small decision
It's just
can
that-
snowball so quickly against somebody.
I'll
who
show
can
it for
identify
anyone who is curious about the picture that I'm talking about. Got a quick screen grab of Andrew
Put an energy onto a Dunsparce. Put a tool card onto
with
it
the
to
thumb.
put even more
The
cards
thumb
back
was
into his
in the
deck.
pocket all weekend.
That option, right? I do believe we had
His signature move as a Midwesterner, and as a Midwesterner myself, I am able to clock said
ultimately, I mean, with the pressure,
said
the
stance.
movement, everything on the line. I feel like it's not an easy.
My parents are
thing to
Midwesterners.
be up with.
I'm familiar.
That Andrew's play caught Diego off guard. I think that's pretty safe.
For
to
sure.
say.
Yeah, and I think it goes to show you even
That
the
was
best
crazy.
of the best sometimes can get caught off guard
Yeah.
and have a hard time adapting and seeing every single
Yeah, I mean, if he
possible
had-
play. Sometimes, you know, it's
I mean, I think he had the second air balloon because he never played Fez.
Diego
So,
was so focused on
wow.
other things, he may not have seen that in front of him.
I mean, he would have had to attach energy and air balloon onto it to be able to stay alive. But I mean, if they just knock out, if he like pivots and like knocks out, oh man,
That one was not a part of the script.
that was crazy.
If you go back,
Not have flipped this one.
yeah. Where is the balloon?
Incredible foresight from Andrew
Okay, not in deck.
Hedrick, and he becomes the 2000.
Andrew Hedrick's cards though were pretty warped. That's a lot of
Yeah.
shuffling.
He is a
The game with him and was it him and Brent last night?
Yeah.
They were both warped to hell. I
Yeah.
think he's flattened about since last night.
They they had to put the books on top of him, press them down.
You know, we spend so much
Mhm.
time at these events talking about quick
Yeah, I
plays
mean, Diego just
of
didn't
top
see it in
players.
time
Of course, Jason Klaczynski, his
about it.
3
Because he
world
just needed
champion
one
titles.
turn to be able to do it, right?
Ford Reklev, his 5
Because he then attacks, takes the knockout, and then,
championships for him.
you know, he doesn't deck out, even if he does
Time in
have
the game that
boss.
those two players have. He's still very,
Man,
very young.
what an insane
but I think
game.
it's time he starts making his way into those conversations.
But if you're Diego, I don't think you can
Definitely
be
making a
mad.
case at this point, and if he keeps this
Like
up
that's
you
a
mentioned,
that's a
it's only been few
crazy
years of
moment,
racking
and you
up
have to think
all
about
of
it like
those
right away.
accomplishments. The future's pretty
And I don't
bright.
even know if Andrew saw
Dude,
that possibility.
He pre-attached the Dunsparce. He saw it.
The energy?
Why
Oh,
do you
no,
put
no,
a dark
no,
energy
so-
on the
so-
Dunsparce?
No. What I'm saying is Andrew saw the opportunity to maximize
Yeah.
on it. But what
Right.
I'm saying is that I don't think Andrew could have seen the response of Diego attaching air balloon and an energy to be able to maintain cards in deck, even
Yeah,
after
I could
the
have
lucky
expected
helmet.
it. I could have expected it, but
Yeah, but I think
he was already in a losing position, right?
Yeah, I
He's
mean,
like,
he was
"Hey, well,
super
I'll
far.
take this.
That was his only win con, really.
Right. Yeah. I'll take the chance that the 5% pays off.
Yeah. Wow.
They're dominating up at the top of the game, and it is a really fun thing to be able to watch.
I wonder how
I
full
think
this
we've
Chase
seen a
Center
trend
is,
in
by the way.
last several years of kind of these young
I'm
up-and-coming players being
pretty
the
sure it'd be
ones
filling up,
to dominate
but
at this
Well, I
level.
mean, like, obviously it's filling
Isn't-
up, but, like, I want to know, because, I mean,
They did promise-
there's some,
Diego was able to make a run as
there's some
well.
venues as well when you rent them out. So, like, for instance, like, I used to work at UNLV and I used to help the football team, and we would do, or, I mean, they still do games at Allegiant Stadium where the Raiders play, but the Allegiant Stadium would only allow us to sell tickets for the lower level.
Yeah.
And fill up in there. So I'm curious with the Chase Center, like, did they allow people to just go anywhere, you know,
Yeah.
fill up the entire stadium, or did they lock off, like, the higher levels?
It looks like there's a section straight back that's blocked off. I did
Yeah.
hear that everyone they got an arena pass will have a spot to sit in.
Yeah.
Unlike last year.
Last year was
It is time to kick
definitely a
Last year was
testing
bad.
ground.
It was tough. Yeah. It was a very small arena.
No, they're
This is
not
friggin'
doing any
Chase Center.
teasers.
We're not doing anything. It's going straight to VG.
Incineroar.
There's like one Incineroar in Top Cut.
Yeah.
This is Mega Floette's regional Worlds.
Yo, I want to see Mega Swampert. I don't even know what. I haven't watched anything of.
I didn't watch much of it.
Yeah. I do want to watch it though. Now that Worlds is done.
Yeah.
No announcements at all yet. I think the TCG announcements are going to be after VGC in the closing ceremonies, because I think that's what it's been in the past.
Yeah, these finalists are both from Japan, and their teams are 4 Pokemon similar.
Really?
3 similar?
Charizard, Garchomp, and Mega Floette?
No, the Floette, Basculegion.
Oh, Basculegion.
The Dark Bisharp guy.
Bisharp?
Just blanked on it. No, the evolution.
Oh, King Gambit.
King Gambit and Garchomp.
Yeah. Come on, Pokemon fan. We got to get ready for the Pokemon VGC cast.
Man, you're right.
Just kidding. I am going to be... My voice is about ready to end. So, chat, I'm going to link you guys the official stream. Actually, I'll do it on Twitch, in case you guys want the drops for anybody watching. We'll provide both of them, actually. Oops, that was not Twitch. Let's see, where is it? Where is it? Oh, no, it's down on Opera. I forgot. Oh, there's Andrew.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see, Twitch.
On the kiddos. Oh, yeah, Scoville and Frostlass. I heard about that.
Oh, the kid on the right has a Swampert. I'm cheering for him. Sierra!
Sierra! That's Sierra!
Fun fact, I edited a video one time for Sierra.
Nice.
Yeah. Great person. Would work for her again if I wanted to edit more. There is the Twitch channel I have posted in the chat if you want to watch on Twitch. And there is the YouTube channel. All right. I'm going to eat some food. I'm going to drink some water or hydration of sorts. Thank you, everybody, for the entire weekend joining. It was, let's see, 27 hours worth of casting that I did on the live stream. So much fun. I really enjoyed this, even though I know the numbers and statistics were terrible. Ton of fun. Thank you, Bean, as well, for joining me in a lot of these ending series. It was a lot of fun. I enjoy. Thank you. Thank you. We'll have to do this again sometime.
Anytime, man.
I do plan on doing some Pokemon regionals when they don't conflict with like One Piece stuff that I got going on. Because I do want Pokemon to call me, especially for the Vegas regional. I think that would be really nice. So I'm sure I got plenty of great games for my demo reel to be able to send over to Big Pikachu in this coming week. Make my pitch proposal. So yeah, and I will be down to do more. So yeah. Thank you again. Thank you, everybody, for joining. I'm going to be signing off. And bye-bye.